Jeff Lakewell joins us in 15 minutes. Jamie Benn, by the way, we have details here as he has signed a one-year deal, Moj. A $1 million base salary and $3 million in bonuses.
So that's how they're doing it, huh?
$1 million base, $3 million in bonuses, $4 million total.
Okay, I mean, he's 35 years old. All right. So he's probably going to hang on from now until the end of time with Dallas on one-year deals.
I would assume so.
Okay.
What's wrong?
Hope he just doesn't want to go fight Josh Manson again. Get dropped. A bad habit.
Yeah. Was fun. What did you have on the NHL
I'm
PA
reading
thing?
from Frank Saravelli. There's things coming out now about the new CBA. Vic, are you ready? We talked about the 84-game regular season. Okay. Full-time e-bugs. You know what an e-bug is?
Emergency backup goalie.
That's exactly right. Good job. So full-time e-bugs, which is interesting. No player.
What does that mean? Like one guy just follows a team around or what?
I don't know what that means. Do you bring your own e-bug? Do you have three goalies? Do you have three goalies to travel with you at all times?
That's what I'm asking. I would assume that's what it means.
You are?
I mean, it just has to be some dude, right?
Yeah.
Like a bullpen catcher.
I'll be your e-bug.
I know e-bugs. You ain't no e-bug.
Why? I played the hot corner. I wore things off the chest. I kept it in front of me.
What do you think about this, Vic? No player dress codes.
Oh, that's a big change.
Big change for the
That's
NHL.
a big change because the biggest difference when Nuggets went on a road trip versus the Avs dressed to the nines. As Nuggets, we got to wear whatever the hell we want.
Flip-flops and
We got to dress like Moser on a golf course.
flip-flops and sweatpants, right, Vic? You could wear that if you wanted to.
I'm surprised that that's going through. The NHL is much more conservative when it comes to that
but how much
stuff.
are the players actually going to? You think that they're just not going to dress up anymore?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Isn't that a culture thing with them?
You watch. As soon as one starts dressing down, listen, dressing down on, be honest, you're on a flight.
Dress you down.
You're on a flight. You want to wear a coat and tie, or would you rather wear sweats on a flight?
I was talking more about like going to the game.
No,
but
I'm talking about flights.
Flights are different. I think you can get a little too relaxed on some flights. You ever gone to like flown United?
Well,
and then you're like, you're wearing pajama pants and fuzzy slippers right now?
No,
Do you want to put on a little bit of some sort of clothing?
We're talking to a man who played barefoot yesterday at a club.
I played terribly, too.
So what
It
do you
is a
think,
wild decision.
when he jumps on that flight to Italy,
How dirty are your feet after
are
that?
you going to show your
I wash them.
Let me ask you something.
I shower.
Are you the kind of guy? Are you going to wear your sandals on that flight to Italy?
Absolutely not. Not a chance. I wear slip-ons, though. I will wear slip-ons.
Why won't you wear the sandals on the flight and you'll wear them on the course?
Because having bare feet on a flight is it's gross.
There's
You just
fertilizer on
walked
the golf course.
outdoors for
So
4
what?
hours without shoes on.
I'm not that guy. Okay? I'm not that guy.
You proved you were that guy.
Bro, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy, dude.
If you show me your feet next to me on a flight,
I told you I ain't doing it. Anyway. So no player dress codes, which I think is I mean, obviously that has to come from the player's side. I think most guys will want to continue to look nice anyway. I mean, I can't see Nathan McKinnon come. He's a total pro, right?
yeah, you can't see it yet. It happens though. When the NBA made that move during, I think it was COVID when it happened, when the coaches all wore suits, two coaches wearing the quarter zips and all that.
Right.
There ain't no going back.
No, there's no going back.
Ain't no going back.
I would still choose to wear a suit though if it was me.
Well,
as
they
a coach?
can. They don't. In the NFL, how many coaches wear suits on the sideline? 2? 1?
If that, not even.
Remember
No,
Mike Nolan
yeah,
used to
he
wear a
did.
suit?
He wore that sweater vest.
Yes.
Insane decision.
I think Tom Landry looked pretty good back in the day.
Well, you know what? It's not 1950 anymore.
Okay.
Back in the day, fans were in the stands wearing suits.
Yeah,
Back in
true.
the day, that was the entire Wrigley Field attendance was
And
back in the
fedoras
day,
and suits.
Golfers wore ties
Yeah, and
and
now
suits.
And now you got Andy Reid in a pup tent. All right. with this friggin'. Who's the guy that looked like Darth Vader with the thing on the front of him?
Oh, that was Bruce Arians.
Bruce
He
Arians,
looked like he had
okay.
that bomb strapped to his chest.
Yes.
Like, hey, refs, call the game right, or we're all gonna have a bad day.
He was wearing a Buccaneers pup tent and in Darth Vader gear. Okay, here's the other one. These are important now. Maximum 6-year deals for free agents. 7 years for re-signings. Right now it's 7 and 8, right? 7 years for free agents, 8 if you re-sign your own guy.
I think I like that. An 8-year deal feels like they can kind of hold you over a barrel a little bit. Like if you're a 30-year-old and he goes, oh, yeah, you really want me? Well, then you're going to have to take my awful 36, 37, and 38-year-old seasons. That seems a little much.
Wasn't that what Kadri did with Calgary?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it just seems like a lot.
And finally, you ready for this? This is a huge one. Playoff salary cap mechanism closes the LTIR loophole.
Oh.
Wait. Read that slowly.
Well, the Avs
You
did it this
buried
year.
the lead there, Mo.
Yeah, that was the most important of all of them.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to, though. The LTIR loophole for the postseason will be closed.
So no
there will
more,
be a playoff salary cap mechanism of some kind.
So you can't just pay whatever the hell you want in a playoff run.
It can't do. Yeah, essentially, once Vegas started doing it, obviously Tampa did it with Kucherov.
Yeah.
So Mark Stone has to be an actual hockey player for the season.
Well, if you're going to activate him in the postseason,
You have to deactivate somebody else.
It's exactly right.
So the Avs could not have done what they did last year with Lanny.
That is correct.
Somebody would have had to sit.
And Landy wasn't ready to come back anyway. I mean, it wasn't like they parked him on the shelf for,
No,
for
I understand, but
4 months.
He would not have been able to play unless they X'd somebody else out.
Correct. They're going to close that loophole.
It didn't make sense for the cap suddenly to have all these allowances in the most important games of the year.
Yeah.
Right? It was weird. It's like this is the most important time of the year, and you can sign whatever and whoever and go as high as you want on the cap.
This comes from somebody online. A reminder, the Hurricanes were the only team in the conference finals at cap. Every other team was $10 million or more over,
Jeez.
including Edmonton because they activated Evander Kane. Remember that? So there you go.
$10 million
And they want to
over?
say, I know that Mark Stone is pissed.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Moser, I
funny.
got this.
What?
It's an emotional read. I got this emotional text sent to me via social media, a DM. You don't mind reading it for us? Here you go.
Oh.
Very emotional. I can't get through it. It's heartfelt.
Wow, that's straight from the heart.
Are we going to read this or what?
Yeah, here, go ahead.
Wait, I'm reading it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the only one who can make it sound.
And I want
I'm
you
like
to do
crying.
It, do it in one of your accents.
I mean, Vic. I think you accept that request. There is not even, I don't think there's 75% of the things written in that cannot be read on the air.
I mean, it's just. Oh, it makes me.
It's heartfelt. I mean, it's really heartfelt.
Really, it's from the heart. From the heart.
I don't think it's from the heart at all. I think it's a little farther south than that. Vic got what we call a bot DMing him. At least I think it's a bot. If not, maybe it's your lucky day, Vic. Who knows? What was her name? Peggy?
Anyway. So that's I find that to be very interesting about this cap situation and the CBA. Which I'll tell you what's cool though.
When does this go into effect? Immediately this season?
I don't know, Vic. I don't know. I don't know.
That'd be nice to know.
Can I?
Well, the NHL schedule is supposed to be out in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So I don't think it would go into effect this season because you can't get the 84 games.
Just real quick. Before we get to Jeff Legwold, I'm looking at ESPN2 right now, and they have two guys in suits talking to Mike Greenberg. And I think those are representatives of PayPal.
Okay.
So I would PayPal people, I think that's who they are,
that-
be talking to Mike Greenberg. This is why, is that the Big Ten and the Big 12 today have entered an agreement with PayPal that allows them as the, I guess, sponsor of
is getting
immediate
crazy.
money transfers to players.
This is getting
Wait,
scary.
what? Would you say who the Big 12, the Big 10, and who?
Big 12.
So the Big 10 and the Big 12 are now with PayPal to put money directly into players' accounts.
When does Venmo sign that deal with the SEC? Is Zelle in the mix?
So, headline here, PayPal, this is from CBS Sports, to disperse revenue-sharing payments to athletes in the Big 10 and Big 12.
Dude, this is ridiculous. I'm telling you right now, dude, this is getting out of control.
I have a buddy.
Hey,
This agreement is worth nearly $100 million
well, let
over
me tell
5
You
years.
wanted it. You get what you ask for.
I have a buddy of mine.
Live with it.
I have a buddy of mine whose son is a collegiate athlete and benefits from NIL.
Is he in one of the big sports?
No. Not a big sport.
Okay.
He's a golfer.
Okay.
Benefits from NIL. Even he says it's ridiculous. Some of this stuff they're trying to pull.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
So
And it's going to be out of hand. It's going to get out of hand. And what it's going to cause is, remember I told you this, it's going to cause envy, jealousy. Certain players are going to say, where's mine? Certain athletes on other sports are going to say, where's mine? Why don't you know what I'm saying? It's going to cause rifts.
Alex
Because the school's in charge of the dispersal of the NIL money. So a student athlete, I'm not even going to call him that anymore. The athlete on one team is going to say, wait, but we won the conference. Where's my
Correct.
dispersal?
Where's my bread? Yeah.
Where's my PayPal? I don't know.
Wow.
So PayPal is now
I mean, dude,
putting direct deposits in. All right, got it.
They cracked open the door of paying collegiate athletes. They cracked open the door just like this much, right? And then you had a Mack truck drive through it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And through the house, not just the door, the whole house is gone.
Well, we can get back to this in a little bit.
That's insane.
Jeff Legwald, I'm curious. Why is Jahdae Barron not signed yet? Maybe he's got an answer for us. We'll get to it next. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we're joined as we are every Thursday at 9 o'clock by our good friend Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. Leggy, what's up, buddy?
How we doing, fellas?
Good.
I get a question right out of the gates. Why is Jahdae Barron not signed to a contract yet?
Usually, and I think in this case, it's guaranteed money, how you're getting it, when you're getting it. I don't think this will be an issue. The Broncos, including free agency, J.K. Dobbins signed in minicamp, let alone they don't jump out as quick as some other team, but there are only 2 first-rounders. But I don't who are unsigned right now, and I don't see this as an issue yet. I think this is more the details rather than, some kind of statement on either side. Those things are slotted pretty close, so it's always about the guaranteed at signing. Always key when us or fans or anyone looks at a contract, don't ever read the words worth up to. You want to know what's guaranteed at signing, and I think that's what this is about.
If it should become an issue. Because, as you said, the kid from Cincinnati is the only other kid, right?
That one's kind of ugly. I think the Bengals, for some reason, are really hard line in that one. I'm not sure of all the details, but I don't think the Broncos case is like that one.
But specifically, let's say no coach likes it at all. How much would Sean Payton hate it, in your opinion?
Yeah, that's why I don't think it'll happen.
Right.
I think they have plans for this young guy in the defense. Coaches, especially Sean, he's been around long enough to know the business is business, and it will get done when it gets done. But I think they have a lot of contract wheels in motion. I would think one of these, veteran guys is going to get an extension at the start of camp or right before camp too. So there might be some of that in there. And frankly, they're like the rest of us. When mini camp ends, that is really the only legislated off time of the off season in the NFL. And frankly, everyone goes. They don't like admitting, hey, I was gone for a couple of weeks, but everyone goes this time of year. And I would think this will get done, and unless I hear something differently. I always say that, but from what I've been told, this is not an issue.
Well, that's good to hear. I still don't understand why it would be. For some teams, it becomes one. For the Broncos, they've taken care of everything. Hey, how about that story that was unearthed a couple days ago? Pablo Torre and company about possible collusion in the NFL. The way we read it, we went through it, just sounds like negotiations. The Broncos didn't want to give Russell Wilson 7 years guaranteed. Who would?
Right. And, this was a grievance that, everybody knows owners don't want to give fully guaranteed contracts in the NFL. They just don't. And everyone knows that all of the owners thought the Cleveland Browns made a horrific mistake. But this was a result of a grievance, a very specific grievance filed that the owners had participated in talking to each other about limiting guaranteed money at the owners' meetings that followed Deshaun Watson's signing, and that they had given a presentation about, let's be careful about all this guaranteed money you're all handing out and all of those things. That's what this grievance was about. And the arbiter ruled, yeah, the proof is they did discuss it, the possibility of colluding, but that they didn't meet all of the 3 levels of things you have to meet to legally have colluded. But they did talk about it, and that's what this ruling said. Here's some emails. Here's the presentation they talked about. To me, that, and it hasn't been talked about a lot, that if I was a player, the owners don't want to give you guaranteed money. There's no news there for me, but I'm intrigued why the players' union did not reveal this document and participated in sort of keeping it quiet. And if I was a player rep, for a team, I'd be asking that question, right now. Why? I mean, there are emails in the ruling from J.C. Treader, the former player president of the NFLPA, of criticizing Russell Wilson and why they shouldn't give him guaranteed money. That's not what you do as a union guy. I mean, my dad was in the railroad. You're all about getting as much salary for your membership as you can. It's not, you don't rip the other guys to limit their pay.
Just on that subject, I know that the players would obviously want fully guaranteed contracts, and I know the owners obviously would not. Let's just say that it happened, that all of a sudden, you know what, everybody gets a fully guaranteed deal. Do you think that helps or hurts the NFL product?
I think the underlying thing is that a lot of the stars already have almost fully guaranteed deals, almost right down. Like Peyton Manning hasn't played. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's been out for years. His contract with the Broncos had almost every single dollar guaranteed. And that was back in 2012 when he signed it. So this has existed for the star players. This is really about, fully across the board guaranteed, down the depth chart through everybody. And the issue for the owners always is that even the players say the injury factor is 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And, even in the ruling, they had emails from owners presenting, look, I'm fine giving guaranteed money. I just don't want to give it to bad players. Yeah. So that's a lot of the issue. But, again, it's, a lot of rookie contract, the entire first round, all of those rookie contracts are almost fully guaranteed already. So it's a lot like life. At the top of the food chain, everybody's doing great, but the middle class and the lower middle class are having a lot tougher time. And that's why I think the PA should spend a lot more time about health care after guys retire. That's what would take care of some of these other guys. Because if you're on the, most guys, if you're on the roster for the opener, your contract that year is guaranteed. So there's a lot of textures to this, but I don't think it'll ever be like baseball or even the NHL. But that Moj can speak to more than I can.
All guaranteed.
It is really interesting that you mentioned that, because that's something I've noticed over the last few years in the NFL, and I think the NBA has this problem too. There's a middle-class problem in those leagues where it's just like they're non-existent. It's either somebody is making a boatload of money or people are making like none, minimums and stuff like that, which I don't even know how you mitigate that. Especially a quarterback. How many times do we see the example of the quarterback who's not worth the biggest contract in the league, but they're going to get it because they're just the next man up sort of thing?
Right. Market value, the old market value thing. Market value is what somebody will give you for all of us. My market value is what my employer will pay me, and I think as long as you're going to have a salary cap, you're always going to have a tough ride for the middle class, because to be successful, you're going to have this tier of star players.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have enough talent to be good enough to win. So if you get to the playoffs, you're going to have this tier of star players, and it's already happening for the Broncos. And they just got back to the playoffs, for the first time in 8 years. So, but as long as you have a salary cap, that's going to be the issue in the middle. That's why, again, when player reps have asked me through the years, what do you think of this or this? I think they should spend a lot more time on getting the other benefits for that middle class. So at least when they retire, they can go to the doctor whenever they want to, or whenever they need to. And that would be far better for them than an extra, X number of dollars, when they're 27.
Right.
So,
again, if you blow up your knee and you're out of the league and 3 years later, you got to have it scoped or whatever, right? You're on your own, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are they just don't have the kind of medical care, in my opinion. Again, nobody's asking me, but in my opinion, that's where they could do better for their rank and file.
Overall football question. We're sick and tired of Aaron Rodgers. Are you sick and tired of Aaron Rodgers?
You know,
the only person you get sick and tired of is me and your bubble out at camp. That's the only time I've ever seen you sick and tired of anybody.
Well, you're so chatty. That's the problem. I got a lot to do.
Yeah.
I got a lot to do. You're a chatty guy.
He doesn't know when not to be chatty.
He's got his binoculars. He's got his little notepad. He's doing the scribble.
Look, I fully admit, during a football practice, I am a jackass. There's no question to that.
It's
I've
okay.
got a lot of things I'm doing.
Yeah. Are you
sick of Aaron Rodgers?
I don't get bothered by it because I sort of don't participate in it. I don't have to cover him, and I'm not really interested in what he has to say on world events.
He's a phony.
So I just move on.
He's a phony.
Are you the second highest paid ESPN employee besides Stephen A. Smith?
I think there's a few people in between me and Steven.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty close.
Yeah. Well, that's why my wardrobe reflects that and the rest of my, because you've known me a long time, Vic. You know how I live my life.
Sure.
So it's pretty much a making it rain.
Right after this radio show, PJ to Vegas.
Yeah.
Leggy, one last thing for you. We just kind of went through the numbers last year of the offenses in this division. And when you have a division that features Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert, you would think like, oh, well, the Broncos are still a ways behind. Their total yards per game between the three teams were virtually the exact same. Points per game, I know the Broncos defense added some of those point totals up throughout the course of the year, but the Broncos scored the most. Could you argue that the Broncos offense is as good as either one of those teams I just mentioned?
I guess I wouldn't do that yet because the Chargers were adjusting to Harbaugh, and Harbaugh had been very public about saying, hey, I'm dialing Justin Herbert back so we can win more. So I would be hesitant about that. And the Chiefs, Mahomes was just pulling that team along as they go through the transition of trying to hold it all together and still win. So I think, I think the ceiling for the Chiefs is way above everybody else still because of who's at quarterback. But the Broncos can get into that number 2 spot, I think, if they get the red zone figured out. I still don't, and even Sean admits this, is that they just didn't have that rhythm you need in the red zone. He keeps saying they have to run the ball better, but until I see some of those plays coming off the play card and getting called, I'm still going to sort of not believe him when he says that's the key.
Sure.
But I think they can move into that next spot because, look, they have one thing nobody else has. They're bringing everybody back on offense. I think I looked at it the other day, and I think the number is they have 19 of the 22 players on offense in uniform for the opener last year, still on the roster.
I think it's 85% of their roster. It's the highest in the league as far as bringing guys back.
But specifically on offense, they had 22 guys in uniform for the opener last year. 19 of those guys are still on this roster right now.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every single Thursday. Thank you, Leggy. Always appreciate the time.
Thanks, fellas. Be good.
See you, buddy.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, all conversations with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
When we come back, the Colorado Rockies have announced a major shakeup in their front office. We'll tell you what, who, where, when.
And keyword.
Well, Moj, give me your guess. Judging by this song, what's the keyword for this hour? Our final keyword of the day.
Piano.
Piano! Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for our Core 4 Score contest. A chance for one lucky winner to get Jokic, Murray, Porter, AG signed jerseys.
The pianist.
The pianist.
What'd you say?
The pianist.
The pianist.
Pianist.
I believe that's what the DM was about that you got earlier. 12 keywords per day through all of the different shows, and they're all on the 20s of every hour.
Adrian Brody.
Special thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Visit revitalized-health.com.
Hey, shout out to my boy, Shane Birch, another Colorado product, Evergreen High School, leading right now, 2 under par through 6 holes, leading the U.S. Senior Open at Broadmoor.
Go get him, Shane-O.
He's in the lead.
Now,
Shulk, even at the turn.
I love that, Matty Shulk. By the way, Matt Shulk hit the first shot of the whole tournament.
Did he really?
He was the number 1 guy off the first tee. Yeah, and he's. It looks really hard down there because you got some pretty dang good. You got some pretty dang good players who are even around him too.
So here's the deal.
Michael Campbell's in this thing.
The Colorado Rockies made a move.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Yeah.
And I think it was a long time coming, and it was a matter of time, and it finally happened. But they are promoting the eldest son of Dick Monfort, Walker Monfort, to team. Let's see, what is his
executive vice president?
Executive vice president, replacing team president and chief operating officer Greg Fiesel, who will retire at the end of 2025.
Well, he's been there for 30 years.
Yeah, he's been there since the onset.
Right.
So Fiesel will retire at the end of the year, and Walker Monfort will take over. Walker's been in charge of a lot of things over the last few years, sponsorship, the Rockies TV production. He's done a lot of that. And he's going to have some challenges. He's going to step into some serious challenges here. That is not an easy job.
I don't know Walker Monfort at all.
I know him really well.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
People are going to say, well, it's nepotism, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, man, the team is in the family, and the team's going to stay in the family.
Yeah.
It seems like a logical
people
step.
Surprised by it? I mean, that's not a surprise to me.
No, and number 2, I don't know that Walker Monfort's incompetent at all. I mean, I think to cast him amongst the Rockies,
he's a sharp
struggles.
Guy.
Yeah,
I've gotten to know him over the years, and I like Walker a lot. Now, does it mean that you can turn things around? You might have great ideas, but you don't own the team.
So I will say this before people go straight to Nepo baby hire in the family, promotion from within, all the same sort of complaints that we've heard about the Rockies over and over again. This very well could be a case of that. It could be. But I would say, Vic, I get the newspaper once a week. I get the paper on Sunday delivered to my house. So I can do what, Moj? Crossword.
Do the crossword.
Mm-hmm.
But I do look at the sports section every time that I get that paper. Did you guys happen to see the story by Patrick Saunders in the paper on Sunday, where he sat down and talked to Charlie Monfort?
Yes.
So some of it was about him getting over his addiction, and then it was about the team. Do you know what Charlie Monfort said that I think Rockies fans would like to hear? He said, this team needs a brand new set of eyes from outside the organization. He said that. Now, Walker, not Charlie, and I don't know what the role is of executive vice president. I don't know what that serves within a baseball organization, but it's not as if that family is totally unaware of, first of all, the issues that they're facing right now, but secondly, they're not averse to the idea of bringing in a brand new set of eyes to try and fix the problems that ail the Rockies right now. That's all I'm saying. If you guys didn't check out the article from Patrick Saunders, suggest that you do, from a few days ago.
That's it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think this fans, because of the way this season has gone and a couple previous seasons have gone, they don't want to hear it, even if it's the right move. And
I know.
Completely understandable.
But I want to go back to this.
Well, can I go back to something though?
Yeah, I've got something as well.
I got something.
I got something.
The Chicago
Nelly, you got something?
Who's got something?
Know I got something. We always got something. The Chicago Blackhawks were owned by a guy named Bill Wirtz for a long time.
Yep. And then his son took over.
Let me get to that. So He was. I mean, they didn't even have a local TV deal. They, nothing. I mean, it was a disaster, and they stunk, and he didn't pay any money, and blah 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 blah, and so on and so forth. And then you get to 2007, and he croaks. Okay, his son Rocky took over.
Things happened,
and Rocky had a completely different vision for this franchise. You know what they did?
They won.
They kicked major butt and won 3 Stanley Cup championships. And
I'll give you another example.
And Rocky said, "I'm going to do this." And unfortunately, Rocky passed away 2 years ago for Blackhawks fans because he was an awesome owner of the Chicago Blackhawks, and he got them all the way to the Stanley Cup championship 3 times. And I mean, it was obviously they drafted well, but they put resources into the franchise. He made smart business decisions. He took care of his people the way his father never had. And I'm not trying to cast aspersions on a dead guy. I'm just saying Rocky had totally different ideas, and he kicked major butt, and the Blackhawks were great.
All right, here's mine, and I agree with you.
So, I mean, who's to say, right? I mean, come on, man.
My retort is every time, somebody gets promoted, that's a family member, a son, a daughter, whatever. The reaction is always the same. Oh, nepotism. Nepo baby. My response is, what exactly did you think was going to happen here? Are you blind?
Yeah.
What? So a family owns a franchise. Let's go ahead and count all the franchises in all the sports. And let's count all the franchises that were passed on to sons and daughters.
Well, even the Bolins tried to do it. Obviously, that didn't work out.
How about every single damn one, pretty much?
Virtually everyone.
I mean, Jim Irsay passed, and now it's run by his 3 daughters.
And before that, Robert Irsay owned it.
Correct.
And the Bidwells, when I worked in Arizona, 3 generations of Bidwells. This is what
the Chargers
happens.
And the Spanoses.
This is how it works. The buses in L.A. before they sold. This is called sports. This is an asset. It's in your family. It's an heirloom almost. Of course it's going to be passed along.
And Dick Monfort has made it known for an awfully long time.
I don't understand how people are surprised by that.
He wants to keep this in the family forever. I mean, his kids, his grandkids, he's made no bones about that, and it's his right to do that.
Guess what? If I owned a team, I would probably pass it on to my kids.
Pat Bowlen tried to, but the best laid plans of mice and men messed that up.
So I don't understand why people get so bent about hearing that. We saw this coming.
So right, yeah.
This is not a surprise.
Virtually every sports franchise is passed to somebody else that's in the family.
I mean, it's just a weird response. Oh, Nepo. Well, you know what? You lost the lottery. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, I'll give you an example firsthand, Vic. The team that I love has been awful forever. They have been owned by the Fords. The team was passed to a new one. Sheila Ford is now the one that's running the team.
She's kicking butt.
And she's kicked ass ever since she took over.
What about the old lady? What was her name?
Martha. She wasn't very good either.
Who was Mary?
Martha.
Martha.
What do you
Martha
think?
Firestone Ford. How's that for a name?
Martha got it from her husband, right? When he croaked. Am I correct?
I don't know. He was talking to me. What'd you say?
Martha, she got it from her husband after he, passed away.
Yes.
Yeah. Then Martha took over and she...
But it's I say that just to say, like, just because it's in the family doesn't mean everybody runs things the same way.
That is correct. I mean, there are examples where teams were not so good, and then that new family member, quote, takes over, and they kick butt. Give this kid a chance. He's only, 30-something?
And I don't know what this role means. What is executive vice president of, I don't know what that means, what his role within the organization is. But
he's
basically running everything under his dad. His dad's still the owner, and he's running everything. So...
Yeah.
Again, I've gotten a chance to meet Walker a couple times. I like him. He's a really nice guy. And he understands what he's walking into. He understands what people are going to say. People are snickering. He gets it. He's had to live through that. He knows. Mm-hmm. He knows exactly what this is going to look like. And he's going to have to overcome that. And that's not going to be easy. This is going to be a major challenge for him.
How is this any different than, somebody who owns a company and their
It's not.
son or daughter takes over as the executive to run, whether it's carpet cleaning
that's
or
why
whatever.
I've never understood this. It's such a Nepo baby. Yeah, that's called life. Yeah, that's called life. Troy's going to hand out his estate to Brett when Troy's gone. Are you a Nepo baby?
I mean, if he didn't, I'd get the $3.47 from somebody else.
Yes.
Same with me. Yeah.
Look at all the riches your dad's going to leave you.
Yeah. Yeah, not a ton. It's all right. Still big. All good.
But yeah, this is, I mean, if you're surprised by this, then you haven't followed sports very long.
Or
This
life.
is how it works.
Or you haven't followed life.
Yeah.
It's
But
called business.
You said this is sports. I'm like,
It's not
no, it's
life.
business. It's what business is.
Why would you, unless you could sell it for a hell of a lot of money to somebody else? And see, with the Bolin situation, they couldn't come to terms on who would take over. And because they couldn't come to terms, it was sold, but they wanted to keep it in the family. They did.
Who?
They just couldn't come to terms on who in the family would operate it.
Who does the business go to? We all know who it goes to. I'm the eldest boy. That's who it goes to.
Would you look at this crap?
Okay, I mean, Moj.
Okay, tell
The Morris
everybody what
twins
you're
are
watching.
Watching this every single day. It's jumped down my throat. Eat your vegetables. Well, I don't want to eat this vegetable. Look at this. The question on the 4-letter right now is, have the Nuggets failed Nikola Jokic since winning title? And they've got one of the Morris brothers on there talking about it again.
Is it the Morris brother that he exploded, or?
No, it was the other one.
Forget the Morris stuff. Moj, you're just going to have to get used to this. I guess he's a part of ESPN now, so you're going to see him a lot. The question there, have the Nuggets failed Nikola Jokic since winning the title?
I'm flying to Bristol. I'm out.
And Moj is gone. Okay. I'm kind of bothered by that question. Because I don't know. Moj, hold,
Are you
please.
bothered by that question because it makes it too much about one player, one guy, or are you bothered because?
No, I think there is a responsibility
Yeah.
for what Jokic has brought to this franchise to do as much as you possibly can to get the most out of his career and his time here.
Don't you think they want to win?
This is what I'm bothered by. Again, this is an NBA problem, man.
No, I'm going to make you. Do you think they want to win? Do you think they want to
No,
win?
of course. Hang on a second. This is what I'm getting at. So the Eagles are the winners of the Super Bowl this last year, right?
Mhm.
Jalen Hurts got one. 2 years from now, if the Eagles don't win another Super Bowl, are we asking the question, are the Eagles failing Jalen Hurts?
But the difference is Jalen Hurts is not regarded a generational talent. And that's why
okay,
people...
well then make it whoever you want to be. Okay, if it's Giannis, it's bad because it's the NBA. Like, I'm trying to find another sport.
Only the NBA does this.
But that's what I'm getting at. Like, they're 2 years removed from a title, okay? 2 years removed.
Yeah.
They haven't won 15 games since then.
Yeah.
They've been a top 4 seed each year. They have lost in Game 7 of the second round to pretty good teams, by the way.
And when they didn't meet the standards that they set out and desired, they fired
They made moves.
the two biggest officers in the chart, organizational chart. They basically said, we're going to start over.
But this is what bothers me. Do you really feel like if somebody wins a title and in the span of 2 years, if they don't do it again, they're failing that person? Or is it just kind of like, yeah, it's hard to win a championship in sports? You want to know how I know that? Because the Nuggets haven't done it ever before 2 years ago. It was pretty hard before that, too. And so that's what I don't understand. So I always kind of go back to that Michael Jordan run in the 90s. Can you name, Vic, just off the top of your head, who were some of the players who were like generational types, all-timers that played in the Jordan era, 90s, the 90s?
Hakeem Olajuwon.
Okay, keep going.
Clyde Drexler was in that era.
Absolutely.
Barkley.
Isaiah Thomas was
Chuck.
a Hall of
Isaiah
Famer
Thomas.
in that era.
Did all these teams fail Barkley? Did they fail Hakeem? Did they fail all these guys?
Hakeem did win one.
Well, Jokic has got one.
I'm saying, yeah.
So the Rockets have failed Hakeem Olajuwon because they failed to win another championship.
It's a ridiculous question that's posed on a ridiculous show.
But
I
only
hate those
basketball
people.
does it. Like, they aren't asking that about other sports. When somebody wins a title and 2 years later they don't have another one, they aren't going, are they failing this person?
Have the Lakers failed LeBron James since they won in the bubble?
Seriously.
Have they ever asked that friggin' question? I just hate them. I just hate these people. I hate them.
Who do you hate?
Yeah, people.
I can fully acknowledge that
Who was the producer of that show?
Hang on.
Who comes up with that question?
I can fully acknowledge that the Nuggets front office has made some missteps that have provided impediments to trying to get another championship the past couple of years. That's why they fired the people in charge.
And that's why they took the measures to change that.
But at some point, you have to be like, it's really damn hard to do this over and over again. And I know that it's even harder now because 7 different teams have won a championship in 7 years.
You know who the executive producer of First Take is?
Did you look it up?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Stephen A.
Oh, so he comes up with all this?
He is the executive producer. Other people contribute. That just drives me insane. These people drive me insane. I let them drive me insane. I can't. If I see a Morris brother again talking about they can talk about whatever they want to talk about. Just stay away from the Nuggets because your opinion means nothing. All right, I'm done. Done with my rant. Hey, back to Walker Monfort real quick.
By the way, reminder to everybody, the keyword for this hour is piano. It's the last keyword for us.
Piano.
So piano and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Reading about this kid, and I don't know him. I mean, he's been involved with the franchise for an awfully long time.
He grew up with it.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the grounds crew for crying out loud. He worked in the visiting clubhouse. He worked in the ticket office.
He's a really dude. He's a good dude.
It wasn't like he's just
Trust me when I
this.
say this. He's not one of those. You know the types, right? You know the type. He's not one of those.
Right.
He's not that guy.
He started
He's a good dude,
working with the minor leagues, and then he worked his way up in corporate partnerships, and then got the serious business. I mean, I'll give the kid a chance, man. Give him a chance.
Well, he's not a kid. He's a man.
Well, you know what I mean.
He's a hardworking, earnest guy. Doesn't mean that you're going to be able to fix this.
Right.
Okay? You could be the hardest worker in the world, most passionate person in the world.
Correct.
There's a lot to fix here.
Give the guy a shot. Okay? That's all. I'm not going to look at it and say, well, this is ridiculous. Not at all.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. So we'll get a fact checker in just a second, along with, I think, my favorite moment from the draft last night in the NBA. We'll get to it next. Nelly, I sent you a video that just have this ready to pull up behind us because I think it was my favorite moment from last night in the draft. Now, there was a few different things that at least caught my eye in all of this, but, one guy in Ace Bailey saying, I do not want to play in Utah or in Charlotte, and he refused to work out for Utah. And who's in charge in Utah right now again?
Danny Ainge's kid.
Danny Ainge.
Yeah.
Or his kid.
His kid. What's his kid's name?
I forget.
Seth. Let's go with Seth.
Seth Ainge.
And Seth goes, welcome to Utah, buddy. I don't really care what you got to say or what you want to do. You're coming here.
You're playing here.
Austin
Ainge.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, I like Seth.
Here's the other one. The name that stuck out to you, Moj, is this fella right here. Before you hit play on this, that tall fella in the white suit. He is sitting up in the stands. He's not in the green room on the floor. He's in the stands with everybody else.
Did he just get drafted?
That is Yang Hansen out of China.
That's Yang Hansen?
Yang, my
He
man.
was projected to be a second rounder, so he's like, I want to go to the draft, but I wasn't invited to the thing. And then at 16th overall, hit the video, Nelly.
That's crazy.
He goes, me? Me?
What?
And he walks from the audience
I'm going to Portland?
down to the stage. Look at him. How
He's like,
cool is that
I
moment?
won!
Yeah.
I won!
So he was as shocked as anybody that he went 16th
You see,
overall.
in the NHL, all the players, all the kids sit in the stands anyway.
They do.
So it's a normal thing for them to get up, hug their family, walk down, and so on. This guy's like, well, hey, what's up?
I saw a
Hey,
little
I did
highlight
it.
package of him, dude. He can throw. He's a great passer.
He's a 7-footer, right?
Yeah, he's 7'2", but he can pass it. Dude, it's amazing the influence that Nikola Jokic has had on big men worldwide.
Let me tell you something about this fella right here, Mr. Yang Hansen. 7'1", 253 pounds out of China.
Yeah. Well, so really his name is Hansen
Hansen
Yang.
Yang, I think.
His first name's Hansen, Hansen. Hansen. Hansen Yang.
Like,
Yang Hansen.
Ichiro Suzuki was actually Suzuki Ichiro. That's why
I don't-
Ichiro's on the back of the jersey.
Oh, really?
I think that's what
No,
it
I
is.
think it's just one name. Like Shinjo.
No,
Who
it's
played
not
for the
one
Giants.
name. He's got two names here. Whatever.
But the point is this, Moj.
Like Madonna.
He's 7'1". It's not like Madonna. 253 pounds. His standing reach is 9'3". So he stands up. He puts his arms up. He is 9 inches from touching the rim just by standing there.
Wow.
Feels like an advantage.
Have you seen Wemby under the rim?
Oh my God. What about that kid? Who's that 7'8" kid from Florida?
Florida.
Right now? That he doesn't even jump.
Yeah.
He goes on his tippy toe to dunk the ball. The hell's his name?
He was, he didn't play. I think they redshirted him this year. Oliver something.
Tall.
He's Oliver. His first name is
Florida
Oliver.
Basketball
I
player.
can't remember his last name.
Well, Sean Bradley did
Oliver
the same thing.
Rue, I think.
Yeah.
Oliver Rue.
Sean Bradley did the same thing. He could just stand there and go bink.
Sean Bradley
but
was
the
not
difference is-
7'9" though, Mo.
Guys,
Correct.
the evolution of these 7-footers, it's truly remarkable, the imprint that Nikola Jokic has left on the game and what he's done. Because you're seeing video highlights now of 7-footers, not just dunking, turning around, blocking. They're passing the ball. They're whimsically making these fancy passes as if, oh, has somebody else done that? They're learning from Nikola Jokic. I mean, not only do we have the greatest player on the planet here, we have a guy who is teaching the world, the big men of the world, how to play the game. It really is something to behold. Like what Steph Curry did to revolutionize guards and three-point shooting. I'm telling you, Nikola Jokic is doing the same thing to footers. And when I refer to a footer, I mean a 7-footer.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. The days of the plodding 7-footer are gone. The guys who just plug up the Mark Eaton, for example, right, Vic? Remember Mark Eaton?
Yes, he was just a big
old
big
dude.
old piece of meat.
Yeah, with a beard meat.
Who are the last sort of dudes, the last dudes that play that old school
George
big
Murison.
stuff?
Like
DeAndre Ayton a little bit, although he's got a little bit of a jumper now.
Zubats can't shoot
Yeah.
outside of just like little hooks and
Rudy.
stuff.
Boban.
I mean, Hartenstein can't shoot. He's got a little floater, but outside of that, he can't shoot. There's no shooting involved. He can
Bagged
pass,
on.
though.
Boban, not Bagdon.
I still remember
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
this has been evolving for a while, and it's been trending this way for a long time. So in the 2018 draft, do you guys remember what happened here? That DeAndre Ayton went first overall. Second was Marvin Bagley, the third.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the next three picks. Luka, Jaren Jackson, and Trae Young were the next three after that. And it's like, why were the Suns and Kings thinking to themselves, you know what I need? A big who plays like a 1995 big.
Typical Kings, though, isn't it? The Kings always king themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They king out, man.
Wait, so who was it last night? Who was the Kings pick last night?
They acquired that kid from.
Well, they got our boy, Nick Clifford.
Oh, they got Nick.
Yeah,
Okay.
they acquired Nick.
Well,
exactly.
I hope. Well, that's not good. If the King's always king, then don't do that to
Well,
Nick.
it scared me because he was originally drafted by the Thunder, and I'm like, oh, that's a perfect Thunder player. And then obviously in a trade goes to Sacramento.
Well, it's because the Thunder have all these first-round picks. They don't need them. They don't have any spots for these guys.
What do they trade? What did the Thunder get in these trades from yesterday?
Well, the Kings didn't have a first-round pick, so
They just traded for
for it.
next year's unprotected first round.
Oh, so they're just kicking the
Protect-
can
yeah,
down
they're
the
just-
road.
Well, they have so many damn picks that they just don't need them right now.
But they're just trading
Yeah.
like, I didn't need it this year. Maybe
Right.
I'll need it next year
yeah.
sort of thing.
Mhm.
Okay.
or in 2028 or something like that.
Yeah. So again, the second round starts. When does it start tonight, Vic?
Not sure the time.
Tonight.
I would assume that the Nuggets again are not going to be involved in anything tonight unless it's some sort of smaller trade for players.
Yeah,
I
I
would
don't
think.
I don't understand how they can get back into the second round unless there's a player on the roster right now that another team covets, wants, needs for salary purposes, and that's how they can get into the second round.
One thing I'm seeing from Shams,
Or you could trade a future.
Yeah.
one thing I'm seeing from Shams is that apparently the Celtics are taking it down to the studs. They are listening to offers for both Jaylen Brown and Derek White.
Wow. Everybody.
So that's because
Fire sale.
I guess they
Must
could
go.
trade Tatum with his torn Achilles, but I mean that's their whole starting five is available. That is crazy talk. They're going to stink.
Well, they were going to stink regardless. They weren't
Yeah,
going to.
I know, but they're really going to stink now.
What if the Nuggets did that? They won the title and then they traded Jamal and Porter and AG and they're just like, everybody's got to go. Everybody's got to get out.
Well, that's what the Kansas City Royals did. It's what the Florida Marlins did.
Yeah, the Kansas City Royals aren't the Boston Celtics.
But
I
though,
understood.
Moshe.
I'm just saying.
The reason the Celtics did it is because it was spurred by an injury to their best player. They didn't just do it willingly. They did it because their player's out a year.
And because their apron situation was not good too.
Understood.
So
But
that's
they wouldn't do it if their player did not get injured, is all I'm saying.
right.
Texture says the Celtics still have Horford. Is Al
No,
Horford
he's
still
a free
playing?
agent. He's a free agent.
I want to say Al Horford's like 50, but he's only like 38, right?
I feel like Al Horford is 52. Yeah. He's 39.
He's I feel like he's 50.
If the Nuggets do work their way back into the second round tonight, and they could, it would they would have to give up a future. They would have to. I think you could still do cash deals in the NBA. You could provide cash in exchange for a second round pick.
No.
But I'm just saying, if they do get involved, that's how it happens tonight.
No.
I like this.
I
Alex
want
says,
a player.
Alex says,
I want a guy who plays already in the NBA. I want a guy that you've seen.
I'm cool with that too. Alex says, are the Celtics failing Jason Tatum? Why do they put that up there? Bunch of nerds.
Is this radio show failing me? I think it's happening.
I think you're failing us on most days.
Well, me and Vic didn't fail yesterday.
You know what?
I'm
Shut
pretty
up.
good yesterday.
Just shut
Cash
up.
in my pocket.
Just shut
Although
up.
I don't like that you Venmo'd me. I don't. When you go play golf,
Look, I had cash.
I know.
Had cash ready to
when
go.
you go play competitive golf for money, part of the deal is you want to see someone hand over money.
I didn't think I was going to
don't
lose.
like- Well, the fact
I
that
thought
you
the
didn't-
money would be coming this way, not going that
the
way.
fact that you didn't hand me cash from your old crusty
I know,
hands.
Wait. We don't have time. I need to get this out quickly. It's one of the most insane things I've ever heard yesterday. So we get in, and Moser does, I know the move that you did, and it was smart. It's a smart move. Hey, Vic, here's the money. By the way, a couple drinks, put it on his tab.
No,
Very
he-
smart.
And he ordered the most expensive
Hang on,
stuff
hang
in the place.
Here's what Moser said to the lady who was getting our drinks. He said, I'll take a shot of JMO and a Coors Light that'll have a couple sips and pour out. What does that mean?
It means he's paying me, and he's basically throwing my money away because he knows I'm paying for all the drinks.
To say that to somebody who's taking your order, say, can you get me a beer that I will pour out? What does that mean?
In protest. I didn't finish it. I had like a quarter of it.
Hey,
Poured it out.
hey,
I just.
Hey, on the golf
it
course.
was the only way I could protest getting my butt kicked.
I'm getting.
God,
I'm
it was
getting,
so terrible.
I'm catching heat from people saying that
Why?
money's the same. No, on the golf course, when you play
Cash
for
is
money,
king. Cash is king.
cash is how you play.
Cash is king.
So you
and-
people can play your little Venmo games all you want. You better bring cash to the golf course if you want to play.
Did
It's so
not
true.
think
It's-
I would lose.
You know
That's
what it
how
is?
it works.
Here's how I would say it, Vic. This is how I know that you're right on this. When you go to the casino, it's one thing to put cash down on the table. It's another thing when it says credits you have left on like a slot machine.
Yeah,
or
no,
I don't know
no.
what credits
Yeah,
mean.
yeah,
I don't
it's
get
stupid
that out of
credits.
here.
Here's a certificate. No, man, I want ding 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 ding.
Yes,
ding, ding,
that's
ding,
what I
ding,
want.
ding.
I want credits.
Anyway, I couldn't envision losing to you guys.
Well, you lost.
I recognize that now. Okay.
All right.
Your place
I
next
was.
week.
Pardon?
Your place next week.
Sure. I was so bad.
Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Yesterday, with the 11th pick in the NBA draft, the Trailblazers selected Cedric Coward out of Washington State. Cedric Coward. Or did they?
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Coward here. This is a young man with the ultimate bet on yourself story.
Colin Cowherd, good for you. Now, with that clip going viral, the internet did what the internet does, and they dug up more slips of the tongue from draft night. Let's go back to 2021. This was Kendrick Perkins trying to say who the Warriors took. They took Moses Moody. Moses Moody.
Two of the best to ever do it. When you look at Moses Moody, what he did in college.
Moody. He sounded like Bubba Sparks. Moody.
Ever do it. When you look at Moses Moody, what he did in college.
What did Hastings say that we used to play that was so awesome?
Twitch.text.altitude.
but
text twitch.
why wouldn't Perk just stop for a second? Like, okay, Moses Moody.
You kind of get going, and then you just can't.
Moody
you can't,
Moses.
There's
you
one
can't put it together.
Nelly, there's one thing I want to hear on the way out. You know exactly what it is.
Wax on, right hand.
Whacked off.
Left hand. Wax on,
Whacked off.
breathe into nose, out the mouth. Wax on,
Whacked off.
don't forget to breathe. Very important.
Why?
And
Why
with
is
that,
that so funny?
have a
Why?
wonderful
Dude,
Thursday.
It was Ned Stark, man.
It was so good.
Golly, you guys.
Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Guys.
With the first pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flagg from Duke University.
What hat does Nick Clifford wear tonight?
Man, that's a good question. Maybe Oklahoma City? I don't know.
Stop
Don't do that to us, Brian.
And with the 24th pick in the 2025 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Nick Clifford from Colorado State University.
And how fitting that he is wearing Sacramento Kings purple.
Nick Clifford is the most versatile player in this draft class. Outside of Cooper Flagg, he's been my favorite player to study. He is NBA ready defensively.
I said it, my favorite player was Kobe Bryant. Growing up, I was drafted number 24, and sure enough, I wore a purple suit and ended up going to a purple team. So, it was just meant to be. It was crazy, though, that it played out like that.
So the Portland Trailblazers select Colin Cowherd here. This is a young man with the ultimate bet on yourself story.
Well, in a draft that tried to keep lulling me to sleep, at least we had a couple of moments that were, well, hilarious. Congratulations to Colin Cowherd for being selected in the first round. That's an accomplishment.
It's really
at
impressive.
56 years old or however Cowherd is.
Yeah, don't sleep on Colin Cowherd. You think that most talking heads, most media types are probably about like 5'7", like Darren McKee. Nope. Colin Cowherd is 6'2", a shooting guard out of New Brunswick, New Jersey. I don't know where the heck he's from, and I don't care.
Spry
Bay Center,
61-year-old from Eastern Washington University, Colin Cowherd from Aberdeen, Washington. It was a first round that it tried to lull you to sleep as much as humanly possible. But we got a couple of gems. That was one of them. The other one, who is it? Colin Murray Boyles, who gets selected 9th overall. This is a top 10 NBA pick. And much like a lot of these first-round picks are, they're in the room. They're dressed to the nines. This is their moment to step out. Their debutante ball for the NBA world.
And you know what the biggest fear for all of those players were? Is that they have to pay for
you gotta pay the old Trudeau tax.
You gotta pay for everybody to have the greatest health care on planet Earth.
Producer in the truck for ESPN is going, hold 2, take 2, and they go to camera 2, which is on Colin Murray Boyles. And the first thing you see from this kid is he gets up, he's dapping people up, he's hugging mom, and he drops a huge
F-bomb.
Huge F-bomb. You can't hear it, but you didn't need to be a lip reader to figure out what he said. He was not thrilled, and he tries to walk it back. And I said that because I was shocked that I went so early. No, you weren't.
No.
You didn't want to go north of the border, brother.
No, sir. You didn't want to pay 70% federal income taxes.
Now, I do have to give props to our guy from yesterday. Who do we have on the show? We had Brian
Roth,
the voice of the
Colorado
CSU
State Rams.
Yes. Brian Roth was our guest yesterday.
Exquisite pipes of the Rams.
And asked him, what hat will Nick Clifford wear tomorrow?
He wasn't fully wrong.
No, he wasn't wrong. He was 100% right. Because the NBA still does the stupid thing, and I know it's old man yelling at clouds, like, get off my lawn thing, but it's stupid.
Like, why don't they just do what the NFL says? In a trade acquired from the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Sacramento Kings select Nick Clifford, power forward, Colorado State University.
The reason why they do it is because the NBA calendar year hasn't flipped, and you can also get out of those trades. Like, it takes a long time to make sure those trades are actually valid.
They're not ratified by Congress. Almost like a Pony Express waiting to ratify things in the 1800s as we were getting ready to make decisions about ratifying.
The Pony Express is ratifying things?
Well, yeah, you got some new news, some new
Just
information.
signing things on horseback?
Well, no, you had new information coming in, and you were waiting to ratify it. You were signing laws into place, but you needed information. It didn't come from a cell phone. came from a pony.
You had to get on that horse.
And a squire.
Whip that thing.
There was
Paul
a squire
Revere.
that was writing it down.
The British are coming. I think those are two,
That would've been
those are two
1700s.
vastly different things.
Yeah, it would have been 1700s.
We digress. It's stupid. The only way that they can change it is like in the next CBA, you have to change the structure of the calendar. That's the way that you get out of it. It's confusing. So Neat Clifford, while Brian Roth was correct, Neat Clifford is a Sacramento King. He's got a really good chance to walk in and be the best CSU Ram in the history of the NBA.
I'm really excited for Neat Clifford. I had a cool interaction with Neek. Actually, two different interactions with Neek, but one in particular, I'll never forget. So when I was coaching at the University of Colorado, so I'm up at Boulder, and this is the end of 2021 going into 2022. Neek was, this is 3 years ago. He was he was a good player, but he wasn't a superstar at CU. He was kind of finding his way into the rotation. Ultimately, he made the decision to transfer to CSU because of the roster and opportunities to be a star at CSU. So he was still at CU. He's still playing for the Buffs. And the elevator that takes you to the dining hall in the Champions Club at Folsom Field is a shared dining hall for all sports. So I'm going up there grabbing my lunch, and Neat Clifford's in the elevator with me. And he's just a good-looking athlete. You're like, that guy. But he wasn't a star at all. At CU, he's not a star. I remember he's just such an impressive young man, such a great guy to talk to, really engaging. A lot of times athletes, especially different sport athletes, they don't really give you the time of day. They're just locked into their phone. That's all of us, humanity, not even just athletes. He was so engaging, and I remember I'm like, I like that dude. So then I see he transfers to CSU. This past season, I took my family, my two boys and my daughter, up to a CSU basketball game, and he had an unbelievable game against San Diego State. Just filling up the cup. And he was the guy. We waited around after the game to go say hello to him. Same thing. He was unbelievably just giving of his time, of his energy. This is a guy that I think is a great model for not just CSU and CU, but also the state of Colorado. A guy that came from the Springs. So this is a great success story in the NBA draft for a Coloradan. And I'm excited to see what happens.
Did you find yourself missing out that the Nuggets didn't have a first-round pick yesterday?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. You've just resigned to the fact that the Nuggets don't really draft players often anymore in the near future. They don't have a second-round pick.
Neither do the Avs, man.
Second-round pick is until 2031, 32 for the Denver Nuggets. You have gotten rid of a lot of your draft capital. You only have 2 chances a year really for draft capital. So it is kind of what it is. Do you think there are that many difference makers in this draft?
No, outside of the top 5, and who knows, Ace Bailey's the big question.
He's an enigma.
Right, he's the enigma in the draft. Ace Bailey could be a complete waste.
He's an enigma.
And he could also be how did this guy not go number 1 overall?
He's got some potential character / just drama, whatever it may be.
And that's the reason why I didn't feel like I was missing out. Again, the reason why you didn't have this pick is because you traded away in 2021 to get Aaron Gordon here. And that's the world that we live in now with the Avs and the Nuggets, right? It doesn't so much exist in the NFL. The Rams really went hard in on screw them picks, but no one else really did. And the Rams have done a really good job of retooling that roster and making themselves competitive even without having those draft picks. And the reason why you can do that is because you hit on guys like Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Right? You turn that draft pick into, is Puka Nacua top 15 wideout in the league?
When healthy, yeah, without question.
Okay. But you find a way to find those guys. That's the reason why the Rams were able to, in the NFL, kind of retool themselves and still be a threat in the NFC. The Nuggets haven't been able to do that yet. However, with the new regime in town, do we really know that they failed there? Do we really know that those draft picks and those young players, which were not played under Michael Malone outside of Christian Brown, right? That's the only young dude that he really ever played and gave a full shot.
Let him stretch out their minutes. Like there's guys that have played. Peyton Watson obviously is a player that's played, but has he really stretched out his minutes with any form of consistency? The answer to that is no.
This is the year to test whether or not, and I heard Mo screaming at televisions today during the show with ESPN's headline today on First Take. Have the Nuggets failed Nikola Jokic since the title? This is the year to test it. If the young guys that you drafted, if Deron Holmes, Peyton Watson, Julian Strawther, Zeke Najee, if you're not going to move that contract, if those guys don't contribute this year, then the answer is an unequivocal yes. But you have to test it.
You have to
no
test
choice.
it. And this is why I am so vehemently opposed to Russell Westbrook coming back as a member of the Denver Nuggets.
He's gone.
Or
I don't think
anybody
you have to worry
of
about
that ilk. If you're of that ilk of a guy that's the experienced player, it feels like you have some form of inflammation, or as my guy Jamal Murray likes to talk about, the anti-inflammatories.
So you don't want a vet chasing a championship?
Man.
Well, Raj, you can't have it both
Just
ways.
because you're a vet chasing a championship doesn't mean you're Russell Westbrook.
But here's what I'm talking about. The guys that get in the way because they're comfortable. You've seen Russell Westbrook. He's been there. Therefore, I'm going to give him upwards of 20-plus minutes every single night. So if you're giving Russell Westbrook those minutes, guess who's not getting those minutes? Either one of Peyton Watson, Julian Strawther, Jalen Pickett. So you never really learn what you have. So you can't have it both ways. And that's what Russell Westbrook served last year as. It was the perfect storm for a Michael Malone mentality of play the vets, trust the guys that have been in the league for a long period of time, and it inhibits development and growth. I don't want that player to be on the floor anymore, unless he's just a guy that you know is a sharpshooter, can give you 10 to 15 minutes a game. He has a very clearly defined role, but it's not the number one guard off the bench that's going to eat up nearly starter minutes like a Russell Westbrook, because you will never see the growth out of those three aforementioned guards.
That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys are listening to the Morning Sprint here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. Join us at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Don't go anywhere, because your first keyword to get in and enter to win in our Core 4 Score contest is coming up next. Keyword on the other side. The morning sprint, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coach Mike Sanford, dancing fool over there.
Let's go.
It's 10:20. Means it's time for your first keyword of the day to get in on the Core 4 score. Again, one person will be walking away with all 4 of these signed jerseys from Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and Michael Porter Jr. You have just 2 days remaining to get in those keywords. We've had a crazy amount of entries for this. So without further ado, your next keyword is flame. F-L-A-M-E. Flame.
So we had fairy yesterday, and now it's flame for my guy, Rod.
There's another one after this, which is kind of in the same.
I love it, man. And these are all completely computer-generated, random.
Yeah, I'm starting to think they're not.
Tinfoil caps are all the way
My
on
boss,
right now.
so where is he? He's not. He's hiding. He's not in his office.
So the keyword is flame.
Flame. F-L-A-M-E. Text that in to 303-504-0925. One more time. Flame. To 303-504-0925. That's your latest keyword to get in and win those 4 jerseys. We've got another contest coming up next week, so make sure you guys tune in early Monday morning with Brett Kane. He'll let you know how to win a Traeger grill that we're giving away for July 4th. He'll have details on that Monday morning. Did you catch what the Rockies did this morning?
I didn't see it.
The Rockies have promoted Walker Monfort to executive vice president, and the goal, according to the Rockies, is to get back to winning. Here is your Rockies press release. As part of this transition, former VP of Corporate Partnerships, Walker Monfort, has moved into the role of Executive Vice President of the Rockies effective immediately. He will lead the club alongside Feasel through the transition and will officially assume his responsibilities in January of 2026. The chief operating officer of the Rockies, Greg Feasel, has been a member of that front office since all the way back to 1995. So the Rockies, as they are wont to do, keep it in the family. It doesn't shock you. It shouldn't shock you that Walker Monfort gets this. You own a team. You typically keep it in the family.
It's typically how it goes, right? These are families that own these teams, and there's a lot of people with that last name that have some semblance of input into what happens.
The only thing that you can hope for is that if Walker Monfort is the guy truly steering this ship, that he surrounds himself with a vat of baseball nerds.
Just give me nerds.
Give me baseball analytics nerd. Like, give me the guy that's going to go. Did you watch the Skeens-Mizorowski battle yesterday?
I didn't.
Jacob Mizorowski from, he's this young fireballer with the Milwaukee Brewers. He is terrifying to watch. Give me a guy who's going to find him in the draft. That's all I care about. Right? You can't get mad about them keeping this in the family. What you can get mad about is if they keep it in the family and they keep doing what they do, which is bang your head against a wall and run a baseball organization like it's 1942.
I got a recommendation.
Dude, Mizorot, that guy is unreal.
I got a recommendation I want to pass on to Walker Monfort. One of the first people that he should hire to be in his front office. One Nate Kreckman. Baseball nerd.
Nate would be awesome.
Give me a baseball nerd. He's a total baseball nerd. He's a numbers guy. He's a stats guy. He's an analytics guy. And these Colorado Rockies have lacked in this area for the entirety of their franchise history. Give me
cool Carl.
I want 20 cool Carls up there in the Rockies front office. I want to see them at the games. You know, just looking like guys that know a lot about the numbers.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Dude, this kid. If you guys are looking for things to watch around Major League Baseball that aren't the god-awful Rockies, who again lost 8-1 last night.
Not great.
Gave up a grand slam. Like, they're lucky it wasn't 8. It was tough weather.
We had some serious hail up north.
They're lucky that you got the wet. No.
You guys are soft down here in the south.
It's awesome. Why would I go up north where my car can get damaged?
Because I choose the wrench. I choose the tougher path. I like getting pelted in the skin with things
just
that
like
could damage
pissing away
me.
money?
No, I actually have this awesome thing called a garage, and I put my
hold on. You can put the car in the garage. What happens if you're driving around and you're stuck in traffic? You're screwed.
You just
bad news bears there, man.
You will yourself
That's
to
the
safety.
lifestyle choice that I think is wrong for you. You got to get out.
A couple delays last night. We had the delay at Coors Field.
I was going to say the delay at Coors Field helped you make it 8-1 because Yoshinobu Yamamoto was dealing.
He was mowing
and
down
they had to take him out
Rockies.
after 5 innings because the delay. That dude, he was on his way to 8 innings, 11 Ks, 2 hits.
Another weather delay because of at least the storms that produce some hail in the real parts of Colorado up north, especially east of I-25 for us tough ones. It was those Rapids, man. It took a nice little weather delay to get the scoring drought to evaporate. Didn't hurt playing against the LA Galaxy, so Rapids win 2-0.
We'll talk to Coach Chris Armas coming up in about 20 minutes from right now. To get back to my little baseball nerd thing, if you're looking for fun things to watch, I already waxed poetic about how awesome Paul Skeens is, and he in this matchup between Skeens and Miz out there with the Brewers, he was the worst pitcher in the matchup. I always tell you to go watch a Paul Skeens game anytime he's on the mound. This Jake Mizorowski kid in Milwaukee, 2nd-round pick, 23 years old, 6'7", throws 103-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball with a run on it, and then can run his curveball down to 88. He is a freak. He's 3-0. He had 5 innings pitched last night, 2 hits, 8 Ks in 5 innings. That's the next dude that you can't miss him pitch. Absolutely can't miss him pitch. So if you're looking for fun things to watch, that's it.
Yeah, that guy is violent, man.
Violent. I'm trying to find
legs and
little
arms, man.
excitement pieces of baseball, and that's one of them.
I'm watching a TikTok right now of him just throwing. He's so over the top, that 3-quarter delivery, but he is coming, he is violently getting over the top of the baseball, and that ball is just dropping into the lower part of the zone.
Why don't, the Rockies have picked so many times in the early parts of the first round. I haven't seen anyone like that. I haven't seen a 6'7" righty throwing 103.
His cut fastball is stupid. His cutter.
But where is that? I know Dollander was looking okay last night, but he's gotten hit around the yard the whole season. You have to play the young guys, but there's a vast difference between Chase Dollander and what I saw out of Jake Mizorowski last night. Vast difference. So Walker Monfort, that's what you have to do.
You love
there
the fact
was no
that
stopping this.
Walker, I think, is 36 years old. He's a 2009 graduate of Colorado State. You'd hope that just with the vintage and the generation that he's come up in, that if given more power, you'd think that he would at least be more open to modern baseball practices, as in using analytics, as in modernizing the scouting department. And inevitably, the words that just don't seem to be spoken clearly yet is that Bill Schmidt is on his way out. He has to be. Because you can't have a general manager that oversees the entirety of the acquisition of talent that's a bit of a dinosaur, relatively speaking. And if you want to bring in new blood, all it's going to do is create more conflict, more tension, more chaos. You've got to commit. And if this is Dick Monfort saying that, hey, Walker, you've got this thing, modernize the game, do things your way uniquely. And I do like the fact, this is one of the things that I've learned about Walker Monfort. He has worked in just about every single aspect, every facet of the building at Coors Field. He's been involved in the salary operations of it, the grounds crew. He's been a part of the baseball operations and travel, director of corporate sponsorships. So he's been around he's gotten the full 360-degree view of what baseball operations looks like. Now he's got to step in and be the guy that is going to take this thing into the 21st century. It has to happen because you're a quarter century into the 21st century, Rush.
And you haven't been relevant since 2019?
And even then, it was relevant, but it wasn't. It was relevant relative to the Rockies, but it wasn't what you need to be.
Yeah, the level of organization that you are is you get one kick at the can every 5 years. Every 4 years is what you should be at this level, right? So if you're taking a page out of like the Tampa Bay Rays book, the Rays are relevant once every 5 years. And you, oh my God, like the Rays are first in the AL East? How is that happening? And then they suck for a couple of years and they're back up to, they're leading the wild card right now? What's going on with the Tampa Bay Rays? Then they move everyone out because they have smart baseball people in Tampa Bay. That's who you should be as the Rockies.
That's the new A's.
You can't operate.
The Rays are the new A's.
Right. You can't operate like the Sox, like the Yankees, like the Mets, like the Dodgers, because you simply don't have the cash to do it.
How about the Rays right now are 45-35?
Right.
Playing in the New York Yankees spring training facility. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah.
That's been their home facility. Was it like, whatever, George, is it Steinbrenner or something, Park? It's unbelievable. 10 games above 500. And they don't have a massive payroll.
No.
One of the lowest in baseball.
Every single year,
Smart
one of the lowest in
minds.
baseball.
Smart baseball minds. Doing things that, the irony of this is that Billy Beane was bringing analytics into the game and playing, obviously, the various, a varied degree of economics for a small market baseball team. That was 30 years ago, Raj.
Doesn't it suck to, it's a small market baseball team, but everything else, all of the other professional sports here don't feel small market.
Yeah.
Now, the Nuggets did for a while. Honestly, until Carmelo Anthony got here, the Nuggets felt small market. And then when Melo went, I want to leave you for New York, you kind of had that like, oh man, like don't bring that past back out. We're here. We've stepped onto the national stage.
But Raj, why? Why did the other three sports, the major three?
Well, they have championships.
No. What's different about the sport of baseball and the other three?
You can buy championships with money, and
There's no cap.
and the level
There's no
of
salary
cash with the ownership for the Rockies is vastly different than
just
the
about
Broncos.
every single NBA, NFL, and NHL franchise, relative to the cap numbers, they maximize their roster. Correct? Am I right in saying that, Raj? There's very few people who are like, yeah, we're just going to arbitrarily sit $22 million under the cap because we want to save some money. Now they're maximizing their cap. It's really challenging, in fact, to stay under the cap. We've learned that with all three, the Broncos, the Nuggets, and the Avs. Baseball is different. Small market matters. Revenue generation matters. Depth of pockets matter way more than they do in the three sports that have a hard cap. You can call the NBA a relatively soft cap. It's not. It's turned into a very hard cap. The Nuggets can't even basically operate because they're already on that fringe of that second apron, and they can't. Right now, there's not many options to add to what they have currently in that locker room. Different in baseball. Baseball's so unique, and that's why, to your point, Tampa Bay, Oakland, historically, all right, it's been a bit of a dumpster fire as of late. You've got to look to some of these franchises that have done things uniquely, and you have to do that in Colorado. If you're trying to be San Francisco Giants Jr. or LA Dodgers Light, you're going to end up losing historical amounts of games in a season because you just can't afford it.
I'm getting ripped in for like my Tampa Bay Rays take. Yeah, the Rays made the playoffs 5 straight years between 2019 and 2023. My take was not that the Rays make the playoffs once every 5 years. My take is that the Rays are really relevant once every 5 years.
And
they lost in the wild card and didn't win a game in 22 and 23. They got to the division round in 2021, where they still felt like they had enough coming off of the World Series appearance back in 2020. That's the one in those 5 years where the Rays felt, and that was the crazy Randy Arozarena season, where you felt like they were really, really dangerous. They missed the playoffs last year. I'm not saying that they make the playoffs once every 5 years. I'm saying that they're dangerous, really, truly dangerous once every 5 years. And it kind of works that way with the Rays.
All I can
sue
say
me
is
that I'm not
the Rays
fluent on everything.
The Rays stadium product, the Rays market stink. They stink. It's not a good market. It's a tough ticket. It's a tough sell. And somehow, some way, to your original point, because of good baseball people, creative, clever baseball minds, analytic driven, they've been able to stay relevant by making good, wise baseball decisions.
You move on.
You haven't done that.
You
here.
move on from players every 3-4 years because you won't pay them, you can't pay them, and then you continue to restock with other picks and prospects. They're going to turn it around for you. That's what the Rockies have to end up doing this year.
I think there's some people that just now joined us, Raj, that are out there in the universe, whether it's on Twitch, it's listening on to our app. Got to download the Altitude Sports Radio app. That are just wondering for the Core 4 Score keyword, Raj. What in the world would that be?
Flame!
Flame!
FLAME, 303-504-0925. Text the word flame to 303-504-0925. That's your latest chance to get in and qualify for the Core 4 Score contest. Sign jerseys from Joker, Murray, AG, and MPJ. One more time, flame to 303-504-0925. Some news around the NHL. The Buffalo Sabres have traded JJ Peterka to the Western Conference. JJ Peterka, really solid player. He has been traded to the Utah Mammoth.
Oh, I'm just glad he's not a Flame.
No, what do you mean you're not happy? You would rather him be a Flame. They're not in the division. Use your brain.
I just didn't want him to be a
Flame. It's news right now because stop making teams in the Central Division better. I wouldn't break. Who gives a crap that the Buffalo Sabres made a trade? No, you care about it because it made Utah better.
You know why?
That's the reason I'm
Raj?
telling
You know why you're upset about this?
No, I'm upset.
Because you're terrified.
Oh,
You're
my
mortified
God.
of the Utah Mammoth's own Kim Becker.
No, I'm pissed off because the Central Division doesn't need to get better, and they got better today. Michael Kesselring, good defenseman, good puck-moving defenseman. Sure. Josh Doan isn't anything to write home about. JJ Peterka on a good team can score 40-plus goals. I'm pissed off about it. It is newsworthy to me because the Central Division keeps getting better, and it doesn't need to keep getting better. There's too many damn good teams in the division.
Sorry.
Stop helping people out. Chris Armas is next.
We are doing pizza only, pickles only. Go to Shotgun Willie's.
What's good, Colorado? We got the summertime here. Temperatures are heating up, and so is the sports action at Circus Sports Colorado. Actually, tonight, we got the Dodgers still in town. Clayton Kershaw is going to toe the slab against Austin Gomber, and the Rockies right now, they're only 2.5-run underdogs. That might be a fun one to throw some cash on. So if you have any idea that you want to throw some money down, either for some money opportunity to make on the Rockies, then you should download the Circus Sports Colorado app. So whether you're looking for futures on golf tournaments, you got the Open Championship coming up. Our guy Raj will be there. There's all types of futures available. Major League Baseball, even the WNBA is coming up with some stuff. Circus Sports has got you covered. So download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. And as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. If you've got a gambling problem, make sure you call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ignacio evading defenders, goes back to LaRose, comes back out left side. Vines peers in. Vines, penalty spot. Mihailovic heads it down. Vines with the assist. Georgie with the opener. And the Rapids are out in front against the LA Galaxy. Di Pietro takes the handoff, gets over further right. Calvin Harris doubles the lead for Colorado in his first start of 2025.
What's up, guys? Thank you so much for coming out, staying in the bad weather. We felt the energy all game, gave us a second win during the second half. I love you guys. Thank you for coming out. Appreciate the support. Up the Pigs.
You heard it here on Altitude Sports Radio last night as we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by the head coach of the Colorado Rapids. Back in the win column, back at home, he is Chris Armas. Coach, how are you this morning?
I'm great. Guys, thank you so much for having me. It's obviously a great win last night.
Coach Armas, anytime we get you in a natural habitat for our Coach Armas segment, wins follow, points follow. How good was the break for you guys to come back out? Not just the break for the weather delay, but the break over the course of the Gold Cup window and be able to get back after getting your legs back and seeing some real fine quality from Sam Vines and Georgie Mihailovic to really end that scoring drought.
Yeah, listen, we needed the reset mid-season. Guys need the physical break, mental and emotional break. It's a lot. We ask a lot of these guys, and I've said it before to our listeners, to our fans, to everyone. We are a young team. You know, we have a very young team, so the stress is not always so easy to deal with at pro sports. So, part of being young is that they need a little bit of a break to come back recharged. And the guys have put in so much into things. And I've said that we're very close in games, even last week against Orlando, a good team. But yeah, so it's great that the guys came back recharged. We took that momentum from the week and we really threw a lot at the Galaxy. We thought it was one of our best first halves of the entire season.
What can you learn from like the recent struggles with this young team? Obviously, you coach to win every single game. That's an inherent truth of sports. But with a young team, is it sometimes good for you to go through struggles during the middle of the season to kind of force that type of energy in the second half?
Yes. Think about it. I tell this to the players. When like children, young adults, they don't have a lot of calluses on their body, right? I'm 52. My hands have more calluses. My brain has more calluses. My body is more calloused. It's harder to penetrate through. When you've been through things, you've been through wins, losses, ACL injuries, you have children in your life, you just develop thicker skin along the way. So when a young team, you don't always have those callous bodies. So things can get in, things can affect you more. So yeah, I've said it all along that, guys, we're developing thicker skin. We're getting calloused. You've guys taken a lot so far. You've endured some tough results. Games at home where you score the winner and the ref calls the goal back. It's going to help us, guys. We're getting tougher this way. So yeah, I mean, young team is that there's a beauty in it, but there's so for me, we all have to still have patience. I'm a very patient, demanding coach. So I'm demanding. The standards are very high. I put a lot on these guys, but it's also you have to have patience. All of us. I know that's something when you coach a young team you have to have.
The skipper of the Colorado Rapids joins us here on the Chris Armas Show following a terrific 2-0 victory over LA Galaxy, last year's champs, MLS Cup winners. Coach, there was a substitution that you made, a lineup change that you made coming off a break, and that's giving Calvin Harris an opportunity to start in the 11, and he ends up paying massive dividends and ran extremely well, made a lot of plays, and obviously got a goal that proved to be too much for LA Galaxy to overcome. What did you make of Calvin Harris, his performance, and was that the spark that you needed for this team to continue to press this thing forward?
Yeah, listen, it's as a coach and a coaching staff, you get hunches to go with certain guys. You always would love to make the magic move that works out. But, you base that on real things, right? He's been training well. I've given him a lot of games this year, but not the start. I knew I had a hungry guy in a tough moment for our team. I wanted to make sure we put hungry guys out there that maybe can sway it. So I was thrilled for Calvin that he gets the game winner, essentially. He hits the post on another one, looked very lively and energetic, but for lots of good reason, we started him against the Galaxy team that, yeah, they're having trouble, but I believe the Colorado Rapids haven't beaten that team since May of 2023. So it's an important win for us.
Yeah, it's a good feather in the cap, Coach. Obviously, coming off of a little bit of time in a break, the national team has been in the news when it comes to soccer and the Gold Cup, and big-time players either asking to sit out this tournament or kind of being told to sit out the tournament. What are your thoughts on how the national team is addressing the Gold Cup? They're 3-0 in 3 matches. It seems like they're doing fine without him.
Listen, there's so many ways to look at this one, and for me, the first thing I have to say is it's hard to make judgment when you don't have all the information. However, as a U.S. soccer through and through, I played for the country 66 games. 1 year before the World Cup, I want to start seeing our best team together. So yeah, I don't know if some players were invited in and declined the call up. Was some players asked to not be part of it? I don't really know. However, I think we want to start seeing the real deal. And yes, we're having a good run in the tournament. I expect us to be in the final game against however that can be, Canada or Mexico. But yeah, our national team coach right now, Mauricio Pochettino, he's still from another country, has to learn our players. So he's trying to put it all together, and he needs a little time, but we want to see the best team together and start getting on the same page.
Yeah, I think it's such an important summer, knowing that just a year from now, we're going to have the World Cup and a ton of different events happening between now and the World Cup being hosted by Canada, United States primarily, and Mexico. How important is it for the United States men's national team to drum up some momentum, some interest, some fan involvement? Because as of right now, it appears that some attendance numbers have been lower than the MLS averages. As MLS continues to grow, the U.S. men's national team continues to mire in mediocrity.
Listen, soccer is here to stay in our country right now, right? The 30 teams in MLS, teams are knocking on the door to get into the league with expansion. Stadiums are being built, the bricks and mortar. Like we're no longer just renters in NFL stadiums. So soccer is here to stay. One of the biggest youth sports in the country. Women's leagues, women's teams popping up everywhere. However, listen, the World Cup. I was a kid when watching that in '94. This is going to be electric in our country. There won't be a ticket to be had. It's going to be amazing. And we're hosting it. Like, we're one of the hosts in our national teams. There's going to be big excitement in every household, in every pub around our country. It's going to be amazing, guys. And our team will be ready.
Did you just make me thirsty? I think you did. It made me want to get to a pub and get one beer.
10:52 in the morning, Coach.
Just one beer.
Let me know.
Watch some,
Let me know.
Yeah, let's
I'll
go,
meet you there.
Coach.
What's in the cup over there, Sanford?
It's a good old-fashioned coffee. But he made me thirsty.
Coach, quick turnaround here. Game in just a couple of days against New England. You guys will be back out on the road before you return back home for what is the best fireworks show in the state on July 4th when you guys host Kansas City. Tell me about your next two opponents, New England and KC.
Yeah, these are two teams that are hard to play against. New England, in their stadium, it's turf, it's a tough field. They play oftentimes 5 in the back, hard to break down. Talented roster. We're going on the road we set out to win every game we play, so we're going to go and try to put them in a tough game, build on the momentum from this last one, and then we come home. And the home cooking is always good for us. Big momentum in our building. Obviously, a big day, against Kansas City, who. They got a big win last night, but listen, we'll take one at a time. I think they're winnable games for us, but every game is tough in this league. It's hard to win in this league, but we're up for it.
That is the coach of the Colorado Rapids coming off of a big 2-0 victory, back in the win column above the line. Coach Armas, we appreciate you. We will talk to you next Monday as we hope that you extend that win streak to 2.
Hey, anyone listening, thanks for all our fans that came out last night and endured the two-hour weather delay. We have amazing fans. Thank you so much.
1's a fluke, 2's a streak, Coach. We'll talk to you on Monday. Text the word FLAME, F-L-A-M-E. You have 5 more minutes to get that thing in. That's your first keyword today to enter to win the Core 4 Score Contest. Jerseys from Murray, Jokic, Gordon, and MPJ. That's FLAME to F-L-A-M-E at 303-504-0925. We've got some fun audio from Matt Stafford and Sean McVay that I want to get to, but as I did touch on the JJ Peterka Buffalo trade that brings a really good hockey player to the division, like against the Avs, which is why I was so pissed off about it. For those of you who have followed the moves of the Buffalo Sabres in the last 4 years, I'm going to read off the players that have played for the Sabres since back in 2021. These guys were all on the roster in 2021. Jack Eichel, Jeff Skinner, Sam Reinert, Dylan Cousins, Tage Thompson, JJ Peterka, Taylor Hall, Casey Middlestat, Victor Olofsson, Zemgus Girgensons, Kyle Okposo. A couple of those guys at the end, like, you don't really care about. On defense, Brendan Montour, Rasmus Dahlin, Owen Power, Rasmus Ristolainen, Jake McCabe, and their goaltenders were Linus Ullmark, who had one of the greatest seasons that we've seen in the last 25 years, and their current goaltender, Jukka Pekka-Luukkonen. That's like a Stanley Cup champion roster that the Sabres had all at one point in 2021, 2022. And they've traded away all, like, Eichel, Stanley Cup champion. Reinert, Stanley Cup champion. Skinner went to a cup final this year. Thompson, still on the roster, very good player. Peterka's gone, now in division against the Avs with the Utah Mammoth. That sucks. Casey Middlestat, flamed out here, but was on a pretty good team. Taylor Hall got to a cup final.
How did he end up, Casey? Not great. Yeah.
Meh. Kind of who he was.
Kind of perimeter.
Yeah.
Kind of soft.
Linus Ullmark, Vezina Trophy winner.
Yeah.
Like, they've just pissed away a bunch of players. It's so damn funny,
You bring up the Buffalo Sabres, who had almost
the Colorado Rockies of the National Hockey League.
But frankly, is this not a little bit of the extreme polar opposite side of the spectrum for where the Colorado Rockies have been, say, in the last 5 years, where you've almost held on to players too long? And I'm not saying this has worked out for Buffalo either. There's got to be a fine line between those two models,
right,
where you just deal a Stanley Cup worthy team. You deal them all over the course of a year, a calendar season, and now you're just left to just mired in mediocrity for 4 or 5 seasons. Whereas the Rockies, I feel like there's players that they held on to too long and didn't have any opportunity to build up draft picks. And
I think you're spot
system.
on there.
It's got to be somewhere in between.
And if you move on from those players, like, what does moving on from players truly do? It means you have to hit in the draft. Yeah. You have to find a way to hit in the draft, develop players into legit major league players, and legit NHL players. And the Rockies haven't been able to do that, and the Sabres haven't been able to do it.
And in Major League Baseball, because the farm systems are so deep, it's just getting good prospects, right? Not just draft picks are a part of it, but also getting like promising prospects that the Colorado Rockies are just so sorely lacking. If they were there, they'd be up and playing right now. And frankly, a couple of them have, and they haven't really shown to be, they're proving to be exactly what the baseball people, the baseball community says about the Rockies. And it's just that it's not a good farm system right now.
We are, 5 days away from July, right? You're getting a little bit of a ball itch, right? Football itch.
Oh, I mean, I'm Raj, you know, I'm deep into ball right now. Every morning, man, 4:30 in the morning, and I'm getting football coaching, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And you know what? I sprint right over here.
So I need to pick your football itching brain.
And I'm in mid-season form right now, Raj.
Have you guys heard this audio from Matt Stafford getting the longest play call in the history of football?
Hey, speed left edge Zach. All right, it's going to be American Exchange, can it, all right, with 3-jet rib Z Brownie. Oh, easy, listen. 13 duo, Tim. Yeah, here it is. Woo! I got it. Please, stop. Yes, please stop. Oh my God, he's still going. Hey, he's still going. Hey, snatch this if you get him, right? I mean, he's still going. You're 1.5 yards from an edge split in the middle. I mean, this is unbelievable what I'm getting right now. Holy boys.
I am so guilty of this exact same thing. Do you realize that I'm not
So what happened there?
Yeah, okay, so Sean McVay is notorious for maximizing every single second of the coach to quarterback communication in the helmet headset. And I heard it's exhausting for the quarterback, as you can hear right there. That was a great audio clip. So the play call that came in, all I heard is there was a can to 3-jet rib, which means, so there was a lead play call, and American Exchange was part of that. That was American Exchange is a shift to get into another formation. So you're showing a formation, getting into a formation, and then Matthew Stafford as the quarterback, he's responsible for seeing how the defense adjusts to that shift. So say it could be just a tight end switching sides. It could be the fullback and the tight end, or the tight end and the H-back showing I formation football and then getting two tights on the line of scrimmage. And if he sees something, so say it goes from a single high safety look for the initial formation, and then it goes to a 2 safety look, which is cover 4, shell coverage is a lot of the media types call it, 2 or 4 with 2 high safeties, then the can would be rib 3-jet, and I didn't hear the concept, but that is a drop back.
We can run this again. So how's this? We'll have KJ run it, and when you have a digestible piece of information, tell him to pause it.
Okay.
And then tell us what's going on.
Can I use my favorite line? Pause.
Of course
Usually
you can.
It's when you say something inappropriate.
KJ, the longest, most convoluted play call ever from Sean McVay to Matt Stafford.
Hey, speed left edge, Zach. All right, it's going to be...
Speed left edge, Zach. 2x2, detached receivers and tight ends. Edge. This is empty. So I'm guessing that the tailback is lined up as in the chip position on an offensive tackle away from the call. So it'd be 2 receivers, right? Tailback is in an edge protecting space for be able to rib protect, which means chip the defensive end on the way to the flat.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Rib. Okay, I like that.
So speed left edge, and then Zach is the Z receiver, is running a motion. So for us in my offense that I'm running right now, we have Zach. Zach means the Z is running back behind the quarterback and essentially getting into a running back position. So it's getting into, will end up ultimately going from receiver. This is kind of a Deebo Samuel, a Marvin Mims, those types of roles. Keep going, please.
It's going to be American Exchange, can it, all right, with 3-jet rib,
Pause.
Z Brownie.
Okay, American Exchange, that's the shift, right? Okay, so that was going to be show the motion, don't get any information, and then American Exchange is you are now getting a hard shift. So the motion is to get a man zone indicator, shifting it across. Now you're going to get tight end, and so rib 3-jet. Like I said, so the rib part means 3-jet is a drop back protection. The 3 is an odd number to the left. 3-jet is a universal West Coast offense pass protection. 3-jet means that the running back, because the odd numbers are left, 2-jet would be an even number. The running back's primary protection responsibility is on the left side. So because of that, I'm now assuming the running back went from edge, where he is lined up outside the offensive tackle, and now after the shift, after American Exchange, he's getting back into the backfield, and he's going to step left, check for the Sam to the Mike, possibly any skinny, which could be a corner or safety in protection, and then he's going to get out. And then I heard Z Brownie was the concept. Can you replay that right there? Rib 3-jet.
Z Brownie.
Z Brownie. Just a concept. It's hard to know. I've never heard that one. But it's something that involves, obviously, you're doing something with the Z that is primary in the concept. Bottom line. And I think the fact that you got that Zach motion to give you a man or zone indicator, that's the reason why.
Before we resume, how many total seconds through the play call are we right now? Because we've been talking for 5 minutes.
7
seconds through a 41-second play call. Resume.
Can it, all right, with 3-jet rib, Z Brownie.
This is Sean McVay giving him all the details. Mm-hmm. So this is what Sean McVay, he gives you the play call, But then he's now coaching up every single person. Like you hear Matthew Stafford's like, hey, your split's supposed to be 1 yard inside the hash. You're supposed to reduce the split. Oh, can he stop? Can he stop talking? So what Sean McVay is maximized.
He's about to say, please, please, please.
Yes, yeah, he's going to tap out because he's like, at some point we need to break the huddle and I need to be able to have a clear mind and go to the line of scrimmage. Okay. So what Sean McVay is doing is he's telling his quarterback and everybody else in the huddle everything. He's probably saying, and you tell him right now, he's got to make sure that you're in a reduced split.
It's a good McVay. You didn't go into Gruden. Keep it up.
They're close because you know what? Guess who his number one mentor was? It's John Gruden. So there's a little bit of carryover. But McVay's got a little bit more of an East Coast vibe to him. Whereas Gruden gets, I don't even know where that Gruden's from. Who knows? He's from a planet, a different one than Earth.
Keep it going, KJ.
Oh, easy, listen. 13 duo attempt. Yeah, here it is. Woo! I got it. Please stop. Yes, please stop. Oh my God, he's still going. Hey, he's still going. Hey, snatch this.
Pause it for me. Can McVay hear the talk back there?
No, there's no talk back.
Unreal.
No, the's zero talk back. There's no ability for the quarterback. So anything that happens, so this clip is him in a fairly polite way is telling Sean McVay, shut the bleep up.
You know what this is?
Get out of my ear. I want to play ball.
There's no talk back. You know what this is? You know when you get a call from like your mother?
Yeah, and you just let it go.
And you're having a conversation, but it's a one-way conversation. And what you do is you just kind of hold the phone out 2.5 feet from your right ear. And all you do is you bring it back to your mouth. You go, yep. Oh, yeah, totally. And then she keeps going for 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I got totally. Yeah, we'll see you guys at that time.
Are you talking about Donna again?
Talking about Donna.
This is the second time in 2 weeks.
Am I wrong?
Raj, what are we doing? KJ,
hold on. Am I wrong? At some point. That's what Matthew Stafford is doing. He's having a phone call with his mother right there.
He is.
And, I got it. I get the concept. We will be at the house by 5 p.m. for dinner. I get it. I don't need to know what's going into the corn salad.
For me,
she makes a great street corn,
I had never coached in a competitive 7-on-7 tournament in my life before. Everything I've ever done in college football, and obviously even at the high school football, has been without quarterback helmet communication. 2022 was the last year of college football without the headset being in the ear of the quarterback. So I still have yet to coach in that system where you're able to give all that information. And frankly, I think it would be both great for me because I love giving a ton of information in detail in a quick period of time, but it could also be unbelievably bad for me as well because I would most likely give too much information, just like Sean McVay is. To the point, 7-on-7 tournament. We had our Denver Broncos. They hosted an amazing 7-on-7 tournament last week, 2 weeks ago. I didn't realize that I got to be in the huddle and directly behind the quarterback the entire day. And I'm sitting there just feeding the quarterback with information, like at the line. So
you're playing.
I am basically in his helmet, but I'm 3.5 yards behind him, offset to his right as he's taking his drop. Hey, check out the boundary safety. Hey, he looks pretty wide. Boundary safety's wide. He's getting over the top cover too. Hey, go down the middle. Bend your back. Get down. It's exactly what Sean McVay's doing. But he's doing it in the huddle. Hypothetically, he has no idea what the defense is going to line up in. He has no idea. They're just lined up in an amorphous position at that point in time when you're in the huddle.
The funniest thing is when Stafford goes, please, I got it. Please shut up. All time, man. And the fact that his head coach, the fact that McVay can't hear him pleading, like the only thing he could do is like take the helmet off. So then he's going to get flagged.
So this has been turned into an Instagram clip, and I love one of my wife's favorite toxic traits is reading the comments with just wild Instagram social media posts.
Yeah.
I love this comment right here. After all the stuff that's going on with McVay, when I'm trying to order my wife's Starbucks order in the drive-thru and she's in the passenger seat telling me what she wants.
Am I wrong?
Is that perfect or what?
Am I wrong?
Please stop.
Replace mother with wife. Sure. Yeah, same thing.
Dude, everybody's catching this straight from Raj, bro. Mom, wife.
Raj's gonna have a bad weekend.
I am the.
You're not gonna eat this weekend.
No, I am the. Hold on, I'm the one who cooks. I cook. I am the cook.
I am the one who
I am the
knocks.
captain.
I am the one who cooks.
I
cook the meth in our house.
I'm the verbose one.
Yes, my wife is from Albuquerque, New Mexico, but I'm the real meth cooker.
Jesus.
Let's go.
I'm the long-winded one in the relationship. If anyone between me and Caitlin is holding the phone out at arm's length in a conversation, it is my wife and not me. It's very clear.
Give me that play call one more time, man.
So good.
Just give it to me in all of its purest form.
Hey, speed left edge Zach. All right, it's going to be American Exchange. Can it, all right, with 3-jet rib Z Brownie. Oh, easy, listen. 13 duo attempt. Yeah, here it is. Woo! I got it. Please stop. Yes, please stop. Oh my God, he's still going. Hey, he's still going. Hey, snatch this if you get him, right? I mean, he's still going. You're 1.5 yards from an edge split in the middle. I mean, this is unbelievable what I'm getting right now. Holy boys.
We're going to give you a call on the other side. It's not going to be that long. It's going to be one keyword. Don't go anywhere. That's next.
The new name of the show should be The Fairy Raj Mother and the Meat Gazer from 10 to noon.
All right, it's 11:20 here on a Thursday morning on the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today.
Oh, Raj, you just did something bad.
In the Backus and Shaker studios, their passion is justice.
Oh, my gosh. Chris Robinson that just won the 400 hurdles. You just told me about it. Have you looked that up?
No, I haven't.
So just that entry show, that the name of the show could not be more appropriate than watching Chris Robinson win the 400 hurdles. Go ahead and Google that. Go ahead and play that the intro for what our show should be called.
The new name of the show should be The Fairy Raj Mother and the Meat Gazer from 10 to noon.
I'll take a look at it. There was an American sprinter that finished first in his race, and sprinters and track athletes wear very, very short shorts, and sometimes that's probably not a good idea from a censorship standpoint. That's as far as I'll go. Before you sidetrack me too much, it's 11:20, and I need to give out our next keyword.
Is this going to be right on brand for us, Raj?
Sure is.
For our show, happy June,
These
everybody.
These are supposed to be
Let's
random,
have a great
Kevin.
June, shall we?
Your keyword is beard.
Yes!
B-E-A-R-D, beard. Text
synonymous with Caitlin.
Text that
beard.
to 303-504-092.
Let's get weird.
What is happening?
It's the Fairy Raj Mother.
Beard, 303-504-0925. Before we get too far into the gutter.
Gosh, I wish that they would have. People are saying this perfect. Beard, B-E-A-R-D. A lot of people are already texting it as B-E, beer, apostrophe D.
Oh, I like that better
beard.
for us. That's way better for us.
But the actual keyword
is like what you wear on your face.
Or it's if you have a spouse that's hiding maybe some truth about your preferences.
KJ, the NFL notes, hit the button.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, the biggest stories in the National Football League. KJ Granderson gives them to us with his NFL notes. KJ, what up?
Warren Sharp of sharpfootballanalysis.com put together a list of the NFL quarterbacks' completion rate on goal-to-goal passes. Bo Nix was ranked third in completion rate at 65%, just behind Lamar Jackson and Jordan Love. Where does he rank amongst rookies since 2000 with a minimum of 25 dropbacks? He's number one in success percentage. He's number one in completion rate percentage. He's number one in touchdown rate percentage. And he's number 3 in EPA percentage. Do we believe Bo Nix can remain this steady, this hot in year 2, knowing that teams now have the tape on what makes Bo Nix Bo Nix?
I do, because he's a mature quarterback. He is going to put the work in. He's already put the work in. He's looks like a completely different player with regards to his confidence and command when we got to see him out there at mini camps and OTAs. I do think he can take the next right step. Is it going to be to propel him in the top 5 NFL starter conversation this season? Probably not. Could it propel him into the top 10? I believe so. And if that's the case, with the defense you have, potentially more of a commitment to running the football, slightly more of a commitment to running the football, this is a team that could win some games in the postseason.
All right, so Pro Football Focus has Nix ranked as number 19 right now. He's smack dab in the middle of Tua and Bryce Young. The quarterbacks.
That's strange that they have Bryce Young that high. I mean,
Bryce Young came on strong at the end.
He did, but
there was some.
Boy, there's some bad film out there too.
There's bad film, but at the end of the year, like the second half of the season with Bryce Young, you went, "Oh, there's flashes of number 1
overall." And I was
overall.
happy. I mean, I'm happy for the dude, but
yeah, you're rooting for him.
Like, wouldn't you say that Tua's? I know that he's had the concussion issues, and it just seems like it's been uneven as of late. But Tua's been good. at points over the course of the last 3 years.
The quarterback's ahead of Tua. Dak Prescott at 17. Trevor Lawrence
highest paid
at
quarterback
16.
in the NFL, right?
Yeah. Oof.
Woof.
Kyler Murray at 15. CJ Stroud all the way down at 14. And we're going to hear about CJ Stroud in just a couple of stories from right now, so hold on to that. Baker Mayfield at 13. Jordan Love, 12. Brock Purdy, 11. And then when you get into the top 10, it goes this way. Geno Smith, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, Matt Stafford, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Mahomes. That's a tough top 10 to break into. He can break into the top 15 without a doubt. Can he leapfrog Geno for number 10? Yes. But do I see him jumping over Goff? No. Herbert is always ranked too high because of his just natural talent and the untapped potential of Justin Herbert. He's always ranked too high. Could I see him getting into the top 10, Bo Nix? Sure. But he has to be stellar.
Mm-hmm.
That top 10 is stacked with excellent quarterbacks.
Every year,
and
though,
you're not sniffing the top 5.
Would you agree, though, that like players 6 through 20 seem to shuffle pretty consistently year in, year out?
Yes. Top 5, he's not touching.
No.
Mahomes, Burrow, Jackson, Allen, Hurts. Make it top 6. Daniels.
See, Daniels, I don't know that Daniels is fully immune to a sophomore slump.
Okay.
Just because he came on so strong and there is more film on him. And he is a guy that does, at times,
injury prone,
over rely on his athleticism. So you could see where the injuries could start to pile up for Jalen Daniels.
What's next, KJ?
That's it. Did you hear me?
As of this moment, there are only 2 first-round picks from the 2025 NFL Draft that are not signed. Cincinnati's Shamar Stewart,
of course,
and Denver's Jahdae Barron.
Ooh.
Our Broncos insider, Jeff Legwald, joined Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning. And right off the top, Brett wanted to know, why isn't Jahdae signed?
Usually, and I think in this case, it's guaranteed money, how you're getting it, when you're getting it. I don't think this will be an issue. The Broncos, including free agency, J.K. Dobbins signed in minicamp, let alone they don't jump out as quick as some other team, but there are only 2 first rounders, but I don't who are unsigned right now. And I don't see this as an issue yet. I think this is more the details rather than, some kind of statement on either side. They have plans for this young guy in the defense. Coaches, especially Sean, he's been around long enough to know the business is business and it will get done when it gets done. But I think they have a lot of contract wheels in motion. I would think one of these, veteran guys is going to get an extension at the start of camp or right before camp too. So there might be some of that in there.
I always find it odd when first-round picks take this long to get signed because it's pretty much a done deal. Like, there's very few things that you're going to wring your hand over as a player or as an agent or even as the organization. Like, you are slotted in to make a certain amount of money. Now, you can mess with signing bonuses. You can mess with
incentive bonuses.
Right. Workout bonuses, stuff like that. That shouldn't take this long, right?
I know, that's what seems...
It's weird.
I do find it strange. I'm not concerned, though. I'm not concerned. I think it's a mere formality. More notably from that Jeff Legwald soundbite is that he has a deep belief that there is a veteran player, that will get an extension prior to training camp. Who will that be?
Zach Allen.
I think so, too. And I think that's the right guy.
You're going to force Nick Bonito to prove it twice and run the risk that he jumps from a $25 million pass rusher to a $30 million pass rusher?
That means he probably had 20-plus sacks.
And
you know what?
20-plus, jeez.
We had 17.5 last year, Raj.
I'm essentially still a lot of sacks. That's a lot of sacks.
That would be the kind of year that would be the next right step for Nick Bonito. He would average about 1.2 sacks per game.
I mean, when you're talking about 20 and a half sacks, that's top 10 sack seasons of all time.
20?
20 and a half sacks.
Oh, Benito had 13 and a half. Wait, he had 17 and a half, right?
13 and a half.
13 and a half. Okay.
It was Trey Hendrickson.
That's who I was thinking of. Yep.
20 and a half sacks gets you into J.J. Watt, Reggie White.
Sorry, my numbers were off.
T.J. Watt
my sack
territory,
numbers
man.
were,
Like,
were
that
poor.
is
17 and a half sacks.
17 and a half is still a nutso season.
I think he's capable of doing it. And I think if you dangle that carrot for Nick Benito, I think that's good for the Denver Broncos. And I think it's good for the 2025 campaign. I do. And I think you're going to be playing football fairly late into 2026.
KJ, what's next?
That's it. Did you hear me?
Peyton Manning was recently at Fanatics Fest, and he was on a panel with Eli Manning, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, and C.J. Stroud. And one of the things that he highlighted was not taking for granted how C.J. got the Texans to the playoffs in year 2, because that wasn't even close to his story when he was playing with the Indianapolis Colts.
CJ, I always talk about how hard it is as a rookie to play. CJ kind of goes, obviously it's not that hard because he dominated as a rookie. And what does that do? That gives defenses more film to look at to know what they have to do to try to stop him in his second year, right? As a rookie year, they don't know what you're going to do. But guess who gets to figure out what defenses are doing? CJ does by watching film this season. Go, oh, this is what they're trying to do to me. Watch me counter this with this type of play. So, everybody wants to judge right away. Oh, great rookie year. Second year, by the way, he went to the playoffs in his second year. It was 22. Let's be careful saying it was a down year, okay? I didn't win a playoff game until my 6th year, right? And so he's 2 for 2, and that's all he's trying to do is give the Texans a chance. He's got a great leader. You have a new coordinator as well, but with D'Amico leading the charge, right, there's going to be tremendous, accountability and, talent and just leadership every single year. So there's my ESPN2 analysis.
Thank you, Peyton Manning, for bringing back some rationale to the fact that everybody's been just throwing out that C.J. Stroud had this crazy sophomore slump.
It wasn't a slump. It wasn't as good as his rookie season, but he still made the playoffs.
But it wasn't that far off. When you look at the numbers, it wasn't far off at all. And in fact, like going 2 for 2, like Peyton Manning said, in postseason victories for C.J. Stroud, and we've talked about it. It was certainly the defense played a massive role in that, how they won the first playoff game. But it took Peyton stinking Manning 6 years to get his first playoff victory as a quarterback in the National Football League, and C.J. Stroud's done it twice in just his second year.
It was a step back last year. Rookie season, 4,100 yards through the air, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions as a rookie, where he goes 9-6. He does win one more game last year, goes 10-7, but 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Yeah. It's a step back. It wasn't. I don't think you can call 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions a sophomore slump. It was a step back. And the reason why he made the playoffs twice is because, well, the AFC South sucks. He's a good quarterback. And I think I think Manning has really obviously he's got great perspective on the issue. But there's a reason why he won 10 games. Right?
Right.
If Bo Nix has the season that he did last year with the Broncos and they are in the AFC South, the Broncos are a divisional champion.
100% they are. They have a better defense than Houston.
They host a playoff game.
They might.
Where you play football matters.
Yeah, it does.
Roger, let me ask you this, because you say where you play football matters, right? They're in the AFC South, but his top 4 weapons last year all sustained injuries at some point between Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, and Joe Mixon. So my thing is, it wasn't his numbers didn't take a dip necessarily because the defense is caught up to him. It was because he was dealing with injuries around him. So how much does that play a factor into it?
It certainly does.
And it hasn't.
Personnel's everything.
That hasn't necessarily plagued the Denver Broncos now going on 2 seasons in a row.
They've been remarkably healthy.
They sure have.
Just knock on whatever wood is next to you, man. It's been 2 full seasons of health. You need a third one if you want to take that step forward. Text the word BEARD, BEARD. That's BEARD to 303-504-0925. Beard.
How's my beard looking right now?
504-0925. It looks great. I'm coming off of a fresh shave, so I'm as smooth as a baby's buttocks this morning.
Have you ever had a beard, Raj?
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
What's the matter with it?
It's just not as full.
I mean, mine's not that. You have to really commit to it. You have to commit to the beard.
My ID has a beard in it.
Okay.
But like, it's not.
Ooh, you also have some serious cash right there. You know what? That looks good, man. I don't think that's a bad beard at all.
It just gets a little itchy.
It
My
does,
first
yeah.
couple of years at Altitude, I would do the playoff beard thing. There's a few videos on the Altitude Sports Radio like Twitter history if you go back into like 2018 or 2019 or something like that, where like Springer and I are doing shows and I do have a full beard. It doesn't look great. I know my limitations. KJ, what's next?
That's it. Did you hear me?
I did hear you.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have signed head coach Todd Bowles and general manager Jason Light to multi-year contract extensions. The extension for Bowles is for 3 seasons, which pushes him now through 2028. This deal comes on the heels of a recent head coaching hot seat article that included Todd Bowles. But I want to play a little game with you guys real quick because I want us to kind of identify how serious should Tampa Bay be taken in 2025. Let's take them out of the NFC South and put them in every other division. How many other divisions do they win?
They get third or fourth in the AFC West in the Broncos division. The Broncos played them in their building.
I agree.
And boat raced them.
AFC South, they can compete for, if not win that division.
Those two are nearly synonymous
They're
with each
basically the same conference or same division. AFC North, they're finishing third or fourth. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cincy, Cleveland.
Third. Third or second or third.
Second or third. Third or fourth is bad.
Yep.
Second or third in the AFC North. I would put them at second in the AFC East. Miami, New York Jets, New England Patriots.
Yep.
They're finishing behind those 3 teams? I think the answer is no. Second in the AFC East.
Okay. Buffalo, obviously.
To the NFC East. Philly, Washington, Dallas, New York. Third or fourth.
Third.
Depends on the health of Dak Prescott.
Yeah, Dallas. They would be in a battle with Dallas.
Right around the same. NFC North.
They might be dead last.
Might be last. How big of a step forward does Caleb Williams take?
and I'll tell you what, man. You can blaspheme the Chicago Bears all you want. They've gotten some talent in the dang drafts the last 2 years.
NFC North had 3 teams with double-digit victories.
Mm-hmm.
The Green Bay Packers finished 4 games out of first in their own division, and they were 11-6.
Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous. NFC West. Rams, Seahawks, Cards, 49ers. I have no idea what's happening in that division.
That's a coin toss if you throw the Bucs in there.
They could win it.
They could win it.
They could win it. I'd say first or second in that division.
And we go back to the 49ers are either in the Super Bowl or they're 4-13.
The reason why I say that, dude, I just have a soft spot for Baker Mayfield. I always have. I don't know what it is about him.
Dude balls out, man. The dude balls out.
I just like him.
You know why? He's got a nice beard. It's a keyword.
Baker Mayfield has a great beard.
It's a good beard. It's a really good beard.
What are the other good beards? You know what? We'll do that on the other side. What are the great beards in sports history? You guys tell me. 303-504-0925. So you can do it this way. Text beard into 303-504-0925. And then on your next text, what are your favorite beards in sports history? I have a feeling that like NHL players are going to win this thing. It's going to be overwhelming NHL players. What are the best beards in the history of sports? That's next.
Hey, Colorado, making any real estate decisions in the coming months? Well, right now it's a buyer's market, and that's going to be the case here for a while. So if you're looking to relocate, I got the perfect guy for you. That's my favorite real estate agent and family that I've had a chance to meet in the state of Colorado, and that is Barry Remington from the Remington team at WK Real Estate. So with it being a buyer's market, don't underestimate what a seller is going to do to make sure that the transaction is completed. Barry's got more inventory than he's had in 10 or more years, which is awesome for the buyers. So get on to BarryRemington.com. That's 1M, BarryRemington.com, to take a look at both he and his daughter, Cassie, who are a real estate team on the Remington team at WK Real Estate. You can look at their inventory and you can reach out to them directly at BarryRemington.com to look at options for you to relocate, whether that's upsize, downsize, or just relocate to another area that you want to get to. So with interest rates in the near future seeming to come to a place that they're going to come down, really it's all about finding the right home for you. And Barry is experienced. Barry and Cassie sell 40 plus homes per year. So make sure you go to the BarryRemington.com, their website. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
You still have 15 minutes to text that word in. Beard, B-E-A-R-D, Beard, to 303-504-0925. Your latest chance to enter to win our Core 4 score prize. All 4 jerseys, Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, AG, and MPJ signed, and they can be yours. You have the remainder of today and all of tomorrow to text those keywords in. You hear them on the 20s, and it's all courtesy of our friends at Revitalized Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. See them at revitalized-health.com. I asked all of you before the break, what are the greatest beards in sports history? And you guys did not disappoint. Joe Thornton, brand new Hockey Hall of Fame member. Great beard. Solid beard. Great beard. Great beard. Brent Burns, his teammate in San Jose, also a really good beard. A beard is always accentuated with hockey teeth. I like beard better with less teeth.
Here's my problem with hockey beards. There aren't very many that really stand out from the next hockey beard.
Because there's so many dudes with beards in the playoffs?
Yeah. Whereas, for example, in Major League Baseball, there's a lot of well-kept players. In fact, there's an organization, the New York Yankees, that historically didn't allow you within the Yankees way to have any facial hair.
Oh, no, you could do a mustache.
A nice little stash.
You could do a very well-maintained mustache.
You could be an adult film star. You just can't be a 1970s musician in the Yankees
Jason
organization.
Worth was a really good beard for the Phillies.
Do you remember the nickname The Beard that brought multiple titles as the closer?
Yes, Brian Wilson, that psychopath.
Wilson was a
great beard.
I mean, you want to talk about density on that sucker?
And it had a sheen to it.
It was impressive.
It was well kept. See, there's certain beards that you have to keep it well. You can't have like all the scraggly crap on the neck. Like if you want to have an elite beard, then you have to keep it well. You have to cut it properly. Brian Wilson's beard was excellent.
I got another one. And I think it has to do with his career. It's almost the kind of the Samson and Delilah, if you will, as it relates to the Yankees. From the Boston Red Sox to the Yankees, and he just wasn't the same player.
Johnny Damon.
Good
beard.
And that was a thick one too, man. Johnny Damon, when he was clean cut, you're like, ew. Huh?
Good beard.
Charlie
Blackmon.
Big beard. A little bit wild.
Little wild, but it works for him.
Little out there. Yeah, it was a good look.
If you're going to be a dude that just wants to fly fish for the rest of your life after being, 15-year MLB player, something crazy like that? No doubt. Also, an all-time walk-up song.
Oh, you know what? Hey, what about Dallas Keuchel?
Oh, yeah, he was solid. That was a good one.
Look at how well-defined this beard is.
See, it's a little too... Dallas Keuchel's beard is a little too wide for me.
Did I say Keuchel?
Yeah, I screw up names all the time. It's a little too wide for me. When you get too far out to the side, like, you know who had an elite football beard?
Ryan Fitzpatrick?
Ryan Fitzpatrick was great.
Brett Kiesel.
Was
Pittsburgh
all
Steelers.
time.
Yes.
And
I love
another
watching
thing that gives you
his chin strap was just fighting for real estate. It was trying to find a way
to keep that puppy in there.
Trying to get near his chin. And it had a lot of places to try to work to. Talk about ginger beards, kind of along the lines of Kiesel. He's got some Justin Turner, Los Angeles Dodgers.
Good beard.
Good ginger beard.
Kiesel's beard was so good because you could see the definition of the mustache within a forest of beard.
Lanny McDonald.
Ginger
beard.
Stanley Cup champion with the Flames.
Want to talk about well-kept?
Former Colorado Rocky, Lanny McDonald.
One of the very first sports superstars that had the real well-coiffed, tight barbershop beards. Big Papi. David Ortiz.
Right? Not a very thick
bushy,
beard, but well
man,
kept.
Look at that thing.
It's a great beard, Poppy. Well done, and no mustache on it either.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be a big dude to
pull
off the chin strap, no muzzy.
Steven Adams.
Steven Adams is good. What do we think about Dan Fouts? I see a lot of texts for Dan Fouts in there. Yeah, do we have any current
you want to know two
Colorado players with good beards?
Good question. Really, no Broncos that you would say that guy's a beard guy. Oh, Miners. No, just got a lot of hair.
I don't think there's a Bronco that you look at him and you go, good beard. Great beard. You don't really have one.
Miners is a guy that it goes in and out.
It's
Sometimes,
facial hair. It's not beard.
Yeah. Two beards that let's stay on the Colorado Stars. Man, feels like the Avs just aren't really a bearded outfit.
They're not a bearded outfit. McKinnon's when they won the cup, like McKinnon's was a beard. Gabe Landeskog, but we haven't seen him in a while. When Gabe grows out a beard, there's nothing that dude doesn't look fantastic in, so Gabe's got a good beard.
Mm-hmm.
McCarr struggles. He's just got the peach fuzz. But like so did Sidney Crosby for all those years. You don't have to have a great hockey beard to be a great hockey player.
No, you do not.
Peter Forsberg's was fantastic.
Let's talk about beards we hate.
Beards we hate.
LeBron James beard.
I hate James Harden's well-kept beard. It's a good beard, but I hate James Harden's beard.
Terrible beard. I would love to kind of air punch underneath his chin, right through that beard.
Who thinks they have a good beard but has a terrible beard? Like Ricky Williams, because he didn't keep his neck going well and it was a little patchy. Ricky Williams, you thought you had a good beard. It was a terrible beard.
You know what's a beard right now that's kind of turning into at times a cringy beard? Jason Kelce. Just a little much. A little overexposed recently.
Jason Kelce can do no wrong in my eyes. I like that dude.
Okay.
His brother, on the other hand, meh. Another good text in here. Scott Niedermeyer, great. Does she have a beard?
No. Jeez.
Oh, my God.
Is Jason Kelce her
That's
beard?
what we're talking about.
Is Jason Kelce her actual beard?
The T-Swift Mafia will come at you. I'm fine with disparaging a lot of people in this world. Taylor Swift's fans will kill you.
My guy Ches just texted me, Matt McChesney. He actually has a pretty good, dang good beard.
When Ches wants to grow out the beard, it's good.
But he brought up a good one that you wouldn't probably think about because you think about his clean cut. Shador Sanders.
I'll give that to you. Solid.
Okay.
I think Deion's got a great beard. Little pepper in that thing.
Yeah,
salt and pepper.
I actually love Deion's beard.
Deion Sanders.
Coach Prime's beard.
That is it. Thank you, Ches, for getting us on that roll. Deion Sanders has the best current beard in Colorado sports.
And his attitude matches the beard.
Right? You have to match the attitude with the type of facial hair that you put out into the world. That's the reason why I don't have one. I'm not grizzly enough to have a beard. It doesn't match.
You need a beard, Raj. The show needs to get a little grittier.
You have enough grit for all of us.
I don't know, man. It's fake grit. I'm a quarterback guy. Hiding behind a beard. It's my equivalent of having a beard.
That's the reason why Tom Brady never did the beard thing, because his offensive linemen just all had crazy. Like, was it Nick Mangold had that crazy one?
Really good.
Oh, Vince Wilfork. He had a solid one.
I don't remember Vince Wilfork with a beard.
It was more so during his Texans days.
Okay. I remember him just being clean cut.
Yeah, see, is he not a goatee guy?
Some other good ones that are in Andrew Luck was a good beard.
Yeah, he was. You know what's funny about Andrew Luck?
Scott Niedermeyer, great salt and pepper beard.
This brings up a great point. The other part of Andrew Luck, he started as a freshman. I was at Stanford as a quality control coach. He was like prepubescent in a sense. His face was very baby-faced, and he just didn't shave. He had the meanest neared, the neck beard, where you start getting that big time growth down below, but you're not really filling out on your rosy cheeks. Neared. We talked a little bit. Dallas Keuchel, he's a neared guy. Neck beard. He has the ability to tighten it up, but it just grows thicker on the neck.
I think the neck beard is something that's becoming a little bit of like a disparaging term with the Gen Zers now.
Please explain.
I don't know. That's what I've been hearing.
So neck beard slang is a. Do I really want to do this? Okay, all right. It's a pejorative term, stereotype for an adult man or teenage boy who exhibits characteristics such as social awkwardness, underachievement. I had no idea.
Gen Zers can make anything negative. I also think that's hilarious.
The term is derived
a slur.
The term is derived from the neckbeard style of facial hair who may neglect social facial grooming and identified with nerd, gamer, or geek subculture. You know what that sounds like? Sounds like my middle child. He is a neckbeard. The 10-year-old loves gaming, loves any form of opportunity to shut the door. He's probably growing some facial hair.
This is what happens when we're in draft season and the Nuggets and Avs just don't have any picks.
You know what else it is? It's when people really want to get 4 core score signed jerseys by Nikola Jokic, Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, and Jamal Murray. They text beard relentlessly to 303-504-0925.
That's going to do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass today, I'm Alex Ryan. I hope you guys have a great Thursday. PhD is coming up next.
Hey, Raj, this guy behind me, he has a great beard.
Oh, Mark Bernoulli has a phenomenal beard.
That might be the best beard in the state of Colorado.
Dion, you've been dethroned. Mark Bernoulli's next. He's filling in for DMac today. I'm so glad you pointed that out. Berto's salt and pepper gray fox beard, man, to go along with those beautiful silver locks that he's coming out of the back of his hat. It's the best beard in sports. That's next.
What's up, Mile High City? Welcome to PhD without the D. The D is gone today. He is out. I'm Mark Bertinoli, joined by Tyler Polumbus and Scott Hastings. We got 3 hours. Talk about anything in the world of sports you want to talk about. We're coming to you live from the Backus and Schenker studios.
We could call this PHB.
Yeah, a PHB, baby. When I filled in for Brett a couple of weeks ago, I started the show trying to convince the audience that Brett had suffered a horrible, horrible accident and had died.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's aggressive.
That was aggressive. I thought it was going to be great. And Nelson kept being like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. and he undercut me because I was trying to convince the people that had happened.
Yeah.
And he hopped on the mic.
Nothing like
and was
good old-fashioned he died joke.
When I was looking, like what Nelson thought I was trying to do is I was hoping that somebody would text Brett on his golf, because he was with his buddies in Vail golfing.
Yeah.
And I was like, no. You're not thinking far enough, Nelson. I don't want somebody to text Brett. I want somebody to text Brett's wife and say, I heard your husband passed. Jeez. And then I wanted her to, call Brett and be like,
you wanted her to think that her husband died.
And then while I was telling Nelson, I was saying it out loud. I was like, yeah, you're right. That's probably a bad idea.
I don't want to bring up because it's morbid
idea.
and we could just leave it after I say this. Have you ever read or watched Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet?
Oh, yeah.
One thought the other one's dead, so the other one.
Wait. Are you okay? So that would have been horrible. I see where your head's at.
Yeah, so
I see where your head's at. No,
I don't play with that with a wife like
you're
that,
right.
man.
You're right. Something horrible could have happened, and then I would have been all kinds of trouble. But anyway, how you guys doing? What do we do now? It's time for no dumb questions? Is that what we do now?
We're going to do that for about 3 hours today.
It's no dumb summer.
No dumb summer.
Yeah, so we figured because all the stuff we're waiting to see what happens.
All right.
There's no dumb questions.
I'll get it started. I mean, if that's what we want to do, we were talking about it before the show a little bit. What the hell's going on with the Liver King? What's going on with Liver King and Joe Rogan?
He's gone nuts, man. Huh? He's got nuts.
What's wrong with me? Actually, I watched a 20-minute live of the Liver King last night.
Why does that fascinate you so much?
I don't know. This guy he's not mentally stable. I'll tell you that.
No.
It seems like something that's happened. He's gone a little wackier than he used to be.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Before long, it was just a muscle thing and do this and primal tenants and blah, blah, blah. But I watched one, too, where he's lighting up some branches or something in a big bowl.
Yeah, with that giant torch.
And which was cool. I'm thinking,
it was a cool torch.
Where's he getting that torch?
Yeah.
That torch is. Hey, by the way, I'm brought to you by Torch Us.
Really? Well, you can buy a flamethrower, right? Like, you can legally go buy you one of those
Elon Musk
flamethrowers. Those things got some 20 feet of flame to them,
Do
baby.
they really have it that far?
Yeah, I think you can get crazy with it.
You know what was amazing? Dan Tanner did not know who the Liver King is.
Yeah, he didn't know.
He had no idea who the Liver King is. Man. How is that possible?
I know the Tiger King.
Yeah, not the same thing.
Because he follows nobody but if they doesn't have DNVR in front of their name, he doesn't follow them.
Or Bud.
Yeah. Hey, Weed King, do you follow him?
It's a Bud King.
Bud King, yeah. You got Bud King.
I can't believe you. Okay, hey, Dan. Do you know who the single most well-known athlete on the planet is right now?
I would assume Cristiano Ronaldo?
Yes, it is. I think the most famous people on planet Earth are like Ronaldo, Messi, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Taylor Swift. I think I think that's the list.
That actually seems like a pretty good list.
But it's crazy to me that 2 of the 5 most well-known people on the planet play the game of soccer.
Well, but think about this, especially with Taylor and the 2 soccer players. Everybody in the world plays soccer.
Yeah.
Every country plays soccer, and every country listens to music.
Yeah.
Ronaldo's 40 years old. Just signed up for another 2 years. So he just finished 2 years out there in Saudi Arabia. And he made $500 million?
Tell him how much Ronaldo's going to make just this season playing soccer.
$250 million at 40 years old.
Baby.
Yeah, I'll take that
That's
Saudi.
crazy,
I'd take that Saudi money too.
And that's more based on name now because he's still.
Although I think he has 93 goals in the last 105 matches he's played, which is damn good. He's still.
Yeah, but it's in the kind of like Stephon Marbury going to the China League.
Yeah. And they loved him over there for 10 years.
And averaging 30 at the age of 42. Come on now.
I just thought of this, and I want to ask you both this question. I want to have, because I literally just thought of this. We are in the year of our Lord 2025. And back in 2015, and I know, Scotty, you've been in these meetings before. I had to go to this meeting with a bunch of Major League Soccer people, and they had they had spent a bunch of money on looking forward into the future of what sports in America are going to look like. And they told me this. They told all of us in that room this. They were like, we have polling data, we have information that says that in 10 years from right now, the most popular sport in America will be football, and the second most popular sport in America will be soccer. And so they said, this is 2015. And I was like, man, that's
Wait, so you're telling me the people that run the MLS thought that MLS is going to be successful?
Yes.
Oh,
that's
weird.
Exactly. That's what it is. But so now we're 10 years later, and I mean, soccer is more popular than it was in 2015. But I don't know. I mean, it's not number 2 in this country when it comes to popularity, right?
No.
Right? And is it ever going to get there?
No.
You think? I mean, you don't think football can fall off ever?
Football won't fall off unless they do something that implodes themselves, and even still, it'll be a bump. I mean, Roger Goodell mishandled what was the dude that was kicking his girlfriend, wife in the Vegas hotel? Ray Rice. He mishandled, and that's it. And that's right before the Me Too kind of thing really blew up. But he in the NFL league office mishandled that completely, right?
Yep.
It was a blip.
Blip on the radar.
It was a blip on the radar.
They survived. They survived all the CTE stuff. They survived the concussion stuff.
The kneeling at the anthems. They survived all this stuff. They took a little hit, but look at them now. They're more popular than ever.
Yeah.
They're as close to, in the United States, the most bulletproof sporting venue, franchise, whatever you want to call it, there is.
Yeah,
I don't think any of them else shares that at all.
No.
Now, I don't know about the Premier League in Europe.
Oh well, no. Soccer internationally is just stupid, dumb. Like I'm sure, the kind of viewership they get for World Cup matches, or even the Club World Cup match. Like we got Inter Miami and PSG coming up or something like. And there's gonna be millions and millions of people watching that. It's just it's a massive sport.
I watched the video. My daughter plays soccer, and so I'm getting back into following all the soccer guys and the instruction stuff. Saw a video today, and it was really interesting because I will say this: I've made my livelihood for the last 30 years being an analyst.
Yeah,
and I've analyzed football, and I've analyzed hockey, I've analyzed basketball. Obviously, I did a lacrosse game once, so I can analyze play and sport and athleticism. I don't need to know how the game works, but I can tell you if that guy can play or has any skill or whatever. That's just what I do. So they did a whole video, and I love video breakdowns, of the difference between European soccer and South American soccer.
Really?
It was fantastic. And when they show it, one first and then the other, you go, oh, my God, he's right. And basically, European is spread the field, stay spaced, have open lanes, ding, be disciplined. And they were showing, they were doing it. But, I mean, it was space. South America is stay close to the next guy, stay connected. It's always about staying connected. And you could see it. And I was like, that just blew me away. I didn't know there was different strategies per continent or whatever it is. I thought it was kind of cool to watch.
Yeah, the amount of money they pour into that sport internationally is insane. Like, I mean, the place where Arsenal plays is a palace, man. That place, I mean, you know what I mean? Like that, yeah, the money they pour into that sport. But either way, we're giving away some core four. What are we doing here, Dan, with these core
four score?
I got a keyword to give away here. And when are we giving away this keyword? In 10 minutes?
12:20.
12:20.
Scott?
We're doing it at the 20. Scotty's on the money.
On the 20s. Hey, look at me, man. I'm with you.
Okay.
I can help you.
All right. Thanks, man.
All right.
So we'll let you know here in about 10 minutes' time. We'll have a keyword for you. You should text that in with your name and number to 303-504-0925. We'll have the keyword for you here in 10 minutes.
If anyone wants to bribe me, maybe like a lunch sandwich, anything along those lines.
You have no pull when it comes to giving away these right now.
No. But I do know the keyword early.
Oh, that's
and I can give that keyword out early. Yeah.
I don't think that matters though. It ain't the first in.
I mean, they start getting it in now.
It's the most in.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to just keep on keeping on.
Yeah, it's not the first in, it's the most in. So you want to keep on keeping on all the shows. we do it through the 20s, I guess, from the time Brett Kane starts at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, all the way through Nate and Andy. We'll be
So
doing it.
let me ask you a sport question. And I was educated last night, or yesterday towards the end of our show. In the past, they've always done the NBA draft.
Yeah.
First 2 rounds, get it over with.
Yeah.
Thank God they didn't last night.
You know, I was mad at myself when you said that yesterday. I was mad at myself because I knew it was 2 days.
Well,
but you said it was 1 day, and you said it with such confidence and such conviction.
The last time I covered it live for Altitude, it was 1 day, and that was just 3 or 4 years ago.
Well, it should be 1 day. Let's be clear.
No, this is the first year they've gone to 2
yesterday
days,
lasted
right?
3. I don't even know if they did it 2 days last year.
Was last year the first year they went to 2 days?
I think they started last year.
Was
went
it last
to 2
year?
days.
Which goes when your team ain't got a high pick or any second round picks. I didn't even watch second round last year, right? It still took 3 hours. I mean, and I know they televise it. They interview everybody's mom, and you could tell. I think the NBA is different than this in the football. The picks were in quick, but ESPN had to fill. ESPN had to get their spot breaks in, and so I mean, let's do the thing. Here's the announcements. Commissioner takes a picture. They're interviewing players and brothers and moms and dads and doing highlight films and da-da-da. They took the time off, and I think most teams are going, once number one was once flag was taken, San Antonio knew they were taking Harper. That pick was already but ESPN put in a 3-hour production, and I think that draft could have taken an hour and a half.
I think they're doing a better job with making it compelling because you are learning some storylines about these guys that you previously didn't know. I made it about 15 minutes. I tried to watch it. I made it about 15 minutes, and I just couldn't do it. So 2 days of that's a bit much.
Well, I'll give you that. I watched the whole 3 hours. I'll give you that because that's how I feel with the NFL draft.
Okay.
That it just drags on, that it just
Hold on. Do you think the NBA draft is more exciting than the NFL draft?
I love the NBA draft.
No.
I love the NBA draft.
If you listen to what I said before, I think all the drafts are stupid and there's no tantalizing thing about it. And when you're a really good team, do you really care if you're going to 29th
I think
or 30th
you're just a
pick?
boring dude.
No, I think
you didn't like the draft last night.
Scotty is right on the money because I am of the proponent, and so should you two former professional athletes. That to hell with the draft. I'm done with it. I don't want the draft in any sport. I think you should be a free agent as soon as you come out of college. To hell with the draft, man. No drafts for any sport. If I want to play for your team, you just pay me, and I come and play.
You know
for
what they
you.
used to do way back in the day, I believe? They didn't have a draft. And it was a little like that, except you had regions. So, like, if you're the Eagles and you had a guy play football for Rutgers, the Miami Dolphins couldn't sign him.
Gotcha.
Right?
Interesting.
And
It's
I
like
think the
local
NBA
area.
might have been like that also,
Yeah.
that you had regions. But then they also didn't have 32 teams.
From a player point of view, that'd be incredible because you're talking about an open market.
Yes,
open
that's
market
what I want, an open market
your
for everybody.
rookie deal.
Right.
I mean,
If
leagues
the Denver Broncos want to sign Travis Hunter when he comes out, just give him the most money
that
of
would
all the teams.
destroy salary cap, so leagues would never want to do it.
But even if you put a salary cap on it, like they still got, you still have the salary cap, and you still have slotted 1, 2, 3, whatever it is. You have this slots. Someone took the $15 million slot. Okay, you got the 14 or the 12. That's all. You could do it like that. Problem is,
the rich would just stay rich forever.
Yeah. Kansas City, every receiver that's any good is always going to want to go to Kansas City.
What makes the NFL the greatest league is the parity. That it truly does feel like on any given Sunday type of deal. You would lose all of that. Bad teams would stay bad forever.
Tough. Then sell the team and get it to an owner who's actually going to want to win.
Give it to Walker Monfort.
Yeah. There you go. Let's see how Walker does.
When we come back, I want to go on the word Tyler just used, parody.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go into parody. Is the NFL really parody?
No, I think
or
it's
is that
just
parody
mediocre, man.
After the regular season.
Okay.
I think the NFL is a lot of mediocre and a couple of really good.
Yeah, I think so
and
too.
That's about
but
it.
I think all the leagues are probably like that.
Well,
I don't know, man. Look at the Western Conference and the NBA, Scotty, and tell me that isn't going to be
that's what parity is. I mean, that's exactly what that means.
Well, in the NBA, it feels like you've got 14 teams in the West who think they can make the playoffs, and in the East, you've got 3 teams that think they can do something, and everybody else is just whatever or standing around, right? Like, why is it that all the talent in the NBA seems to come on over here to the West?
But that's now. That's a cycle. Because when I played,
Yeah.
Fire was in the East.
You're right.
Until
With
Magic.
Scotty in
until Magic
Detroit.
came.
And Scotty in
I
Detroit.
could have
you
sworn we were
in
doing
Detroit.
this on the other side.
Yeah, we were.
All right, my bad. All right, we got to go to break.
He didn't know what the other side of what, though.
We'll be right back. Thanks for listening
You
to
smell
PhD.
like cardboard.
Woo!
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, man. Summer is here. Longer days, warm nights, vacations, date nights. But erectile dysfunction can ruin all of that. Look, if intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone. And more importantly, there's help. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Think about what summer should be. Relaxed, romantic, unforgettable. Don't let ED get in the way. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments, they work when the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. This is amazing. Your initial visit's only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. But I want you to call and get yourself set up for success. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
PhD live from Lone Tree, coming to you live from the Baxter Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. If you want to be part of the program today, the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. And we have right here, courtesy of our friends over at Revitalize Health, we have a keyword. And so what, Scotty, explain, because...
So you'll give the keyword out now 2 or 3 times between now and then we'll flip the brand new. You'll do all these reads and same thing.
Next
over
time.
What the hell has Berto been doing for the last week and a half?
Man, I don't know.
How have you not heard about this?
I had last week off, man. I did nothing last week. It was great.
Do you have a yard or you live in a condo?
No, I have a townhome. I ain't got a yard.
So you ain't got to mow?
No, I ain't got to do any of that stuff. Do you? I mean, is that what you do?
So did you not leave your house for a week?
Nah.
Yeah?
Nah.
Okay.
I talked to like 2 people, and they were both like, taking my fast food order through the window. You know what I mean? Like, it was great. Yeah.
Do you play video games or anything?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I picked up the sticks for the first time in about like maybe 5 or 6 months last night.
And?
I played me some Call of Duty last night.
Did it take forever to update your box?
Yes, it did. It did, but it was worth it. And now I'm itching to get back on that thing.
Did you get the new one?
New
in the sense, I think, like 4 months ago.
Yeah, maybe like a year, but yeah.
Was it a year?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
All right. Let me give this keyword out, and then we can talk about your video game skills. The keyword today, right now, for this hour is Eagle. Eagle. E-A-G-L-E. Eagle. So text that in, 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and hopefully, courtesy of our friends at Revitalize Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today, revitalize-health.com. We'll hook you up with a jersey.
Favorite Call of Duty, I don't even know what number they're on now, but favorite one that ever came out?
I don't know. This one's pretty good. It's Modern Warfare, whatever.
Modern Warfare 2 was great. Well, all the Modern Warfares were awesome, right?
Yeah. Because I like the ones where you're not
fighting the World War II and stuff like that.
No, not like I don't like
the old school Call of Duty.
I don't like the Fortnite style where like you
the
die
Battle
once and you got to
Royale,
go to the gulag or whatever.
Yeah.
I like the multiplayer where you just come right back to life.
Yeah. Well, but you might come back, but you don't come right where you were.
No, you spawn.
Although there's people that know spawn points, and then they'll sit right on a spawn point,
camp you.
As soon as you come back. I like some of the Modern Warfare too. I like the very first World War II one that came out.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was kind of cool.
Okay.
It had very much a Band of Brothers feel to it. Like what's that Steven Spielberg movie with
E.T.?
Tom Hanks about World War II?
Big?
Saving Private Ryan.
Oh, Saving Private Ryan.
Man, I couldn't. Did you say big?
I just finished out my room with some nice surround sound. So last 2 nights I was Googling best war movies.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to enjoy the.
You watching like Top Gun Maverick with your
buddy.
with the planes?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I bet some of the Jurassic Park ones would be good too.
Oh, you know what?
You get the birds going around.
I did a YouTube like test around, and they did dinosaurs.
Yeah. And you can hear them in the background and everything else. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, you mentioned this word a while ago. Let me ask this. What does parody mean to you?
Parity means that I would say 80% of the league should have an opportunity to make the playoffs on just about any given year.
So parity has nothing to do with winning at all.
Well, I think it does. Yeah. I mean, I think it means you've got the far majority of the league is capable of winning on any given Sunday. Yes. And I do think the NFL has very, very successfully accomplished that goal. On any given Sunday, the far majority of the NFL feels like they are capable of winning that game that weekend.
Well, I think teams are, and whether it's mental on some teams or not, or one team gets hot or whatever it is. I'm always more like Berto. I always thought parity just meant average.
Yeah.
That you had a whole bunch of average teams that are going to make
mediocre,
9 or 7.
man.
You're still going to have the creme de la creme, right? You're still going to have.
Yeah, but you should. But the separation. There might be 1 or 2 of those.
But
go ahead.
But is parity a bell curve?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Is that what it is? And the bigger your bell, because if you got 4 great teams that could win it, you usually have 4 teams that are winning 5 games, right, or 4 games, or whatever it was this year, right?
Yes.
So maybe parity in the NFL means the bell curve.
Well, and I don't know. See, NBA, you can change your fortunes overnight by just signing one dude. But I do think the NFL has probably done the best job of giving you a fair opportunity of turning a bad football team into a competitive football team within a reasonable time frame.
unless you got bad management. But that
Yes.
goes for all sports. Look at the Rockies, right?
And then you're just there forever.
I will say this because that was always a knock when Sandy and I were doing shows together over across the street. He had brought up this stat, and he thought the problem with the NBA, it was the same 4 or 5 teams would win a championship every year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems like now the same 4 or 5 teams are always playing for a championship for the NFL. And you got the NBA with Oklahoma City. You've got 7 straight brand new winners.
Yeah, this has been a weird stretch because before that, you had your big 3 teams. You know,
Boston, LA, and then maybe one in
Yeah.
Chicago. There was
Or maybe
Chicago's
Miami
doing
or
it,
whatever.
Miami for
Yeah.
a while, Detroit even for a while, San Antonio for a while. But there's like 5 or 6 guys that were going to win it. Now,
and you've had a handful of small market teams.
If I were to tell you right now in the NBA, would it surprise you if I said right now Minnesota has a great chance to win the championship next year? Would that surprise you guys?
No.
Wouldn't surprise me.
No,
Wouldn't surprise me either. Cleveland?
No.
Wouldn't surprise me
No.
either. I think
No.
there's a handful of teams where in the past, I think, like you said, Boston, Chicago, or L.A.
You're right. You think there's like 10, 11 teams in the NBA? It's like, we could win a title next season. We could win it, the whole damn thing next season.
I think depending on what happens the next couple of weeks with the Nuggets, I think, and by doing, as you pointed out the other day, we played it in the highlight, with their hirings, they think they can win it. So, are the Nuggets not in that category, think they can win it again? Oklahoma City's got to think they can win it again.
Yeah.
Minnesota, I think, thinks they can still win it. You know, that's just over here, and I'm sure I'm leaving out 3 or 4 teams. Houston had the second best record in the league, and
they got Durant, so they think they can win it. I'm assuming, right? Like,
and San Antonio ain't made the playoffs in the last 2 years. With what San Antonio's doing in their draft, I thought was pretty good last night.
Like, I think
if Wemby's healthy.
If Wemby's healthy.
Utah might be the only team in the West that's like, it's going to be tough to make the playoffs. But then, I mean, they got Ace. They grabbed Ace Bailey yesterday
Right.
in the draft, and that's a scoring fool. So maybe the NBA, there's a bunch of teams that could win it. In the NFL, there's a bunch of teams that we think that can win it. In Major League Baseball, not so much, right? There's there's Yankees, Dodgers. Like
Yankees, Dodgers.
It's not that. That's not that many.
It doesn't seem like that many, does it?
Right, but I mean, it's still a very, very popular sport. I'm with Scott. Like, I don't know why you're afraid of greatness, Tyler. Why are you afraid of greatness, man? I love dynasties. I love them, man. I can't get enough of them. Even when they're not my team, obviously. Even if they're what
I think dynasties are good. I'm not anti-dynasty at all. I think that it's good. I think it's good to have a villain. I think it was great for the NFL to hate the Patriots for as long as they hated the Patriots. I think the Chiefs are actually good for the NFL. But there has to be other teams out there that feel the ability to have success.
Yeah, they have to have threats, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, man.
I think the NBA has a bunch of threats. Major League Baseball, really?
Yeah, how many
threats do they really have?
Yeah, I guess the only thing with
Major League Baseball by far has got the least parity of all the sports.
Right.
Yeah, but what kind of makes it a little more even is that the Major League Baseball postseason is kind of stupid and crazy, and anything could happen there. So like the Dodgers could win 120 games, and then you get a couple of weird
first
pitching
round,
matchups,
which they've done before.
And so, but at the same, Major League Baseball is all kinds of wonky all over the place. And your Colorado Rockies, who will be facing the Dodgers here in a matter of minutes, are currently 18-62 on the season. Do you care that they announced that
So this
Walker
is a halfway
Monfort's
mark game.
Is it really? Are we almost halfway through the season?
This be 81.
You did that math in your head?
62 games. Yeah.
Man.
Genius.
So do we feel better or worse that the Rockies are announcing some changes in the front office?
At the end of the season or now?
Yeah, at the end of the season.
Look, when you read the headline, you're like, of course, here we go again. We're going to promote the kid. We're just going to keep the nepotism rolling. Nothing's ever going to change. We're going to stay inside the building. But the morning show was talking about this, and they couldn't been any more right. What the hell do you expect to happen? I mean, seriously, I'm not going to lose my mind over. Do I have multiple minds? I wish. Over Walker Monfort getting
You're a guy.
Yeah. I'm not going to lose my mind over Walker Monfort getting promoted here to president. What did you think was going to happen?
Right.
Did you think that he was going to promote somebody else to president? Did you think that they were going to hand the team over to somebody outside the building? On one aspect, it sucks. On the other hand, it's like, okay, I would have expected nothing else to happen.
Well, first of all, let me just say this, and I know Greg Fiesel pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the original two. Oh my God, I just had his name and I just lost it, and I apologize. The guy that passed away
Kelly McGregor.
Kelly McGregor. He and McGregor came in, both of them young, big guys. Greg's a big guy too, and obviously Kelly played football. Came in, and the organization was great. I mean, they were doing stuff early. They were winning games. Got in the playoffs early. I was told that Kelly was such a great go-between ownership and the team's needs, and because he played football, he understood a little bit, and so. But they never really replaced him. They never replaced that guy that they listened to. And Greg Fiesel has been a genius in making money. We can give Dick Monfort all the credit, but Greg Fiesel's been right there since the start. And
Is he the party deck guy? He's like, let's do that party deck?
I guarantee he figured a way how to finance it and get it right.
Yeah.
So, and to get the sponsorship and all the stuff else you need. Fiesel's a brilliant guy, business. So to me, this, when I looked at it, you already see what Walker Monfort's doing. He's already been the vice president of corporate partnerships.
Yeah, he's been the business guy, but now he's going to have to be the business guy and the baseball guy, right?
Well, no, because Fiesel's just business.
Okay.
He's all business. What it means is you're going to put Walker Monfort in 3 or 4 positions over the next 8, 9 years, 6, 7, 8 years, so that when Dick finally steps away, the controlling interest of ownership
I think
will go.
this is the final stop, bud. I don't think there's any more stops above this one.
From president, you go, right to
I think this is the final one, dude.
You guys can understand, though, why if you're a Rockies fan and you see this, you're not super excited about it, but that's because, right now, Monfort is like a bad word. You're like, the Rocky fans don't blame Dolander or Tolia or Schaefer for the record. They blame Monfort, right?
See, to be honest, what bothered me more, and I don't know, is Walker the same son that was promoted to like director of scouting or what it is?
I think this is the guy who was running the scouting department.
Okay, so that one bothered me more than this. Like president of the team feels like a very natural transition. Of course, the Bolins would have preferred that a kid took over and was the owner of the team. That was supposed to be the plan.
But it says Walker was the vice president of corporate partnerships. That's sales.
Sterling Monfort is the lead scout.
Okay,
so is he still the lead? Sterling is still the lead scout right now.
So the lead scout one, that bothers me more than president. Well, because scout, you better know what the hell you're doing with baseball, right? You better know how to evaluate. You better know how to see talent. But being president of the team, well, yeah, that's going to go to a freaking son.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it, man. I just don't know. What are you going to ask Walker to do when he takes over? Make a massive sea change or make a massive, is that just what Rocky fans want now? It's just, I want changes. I don't care who gets fired or who gets traded. I just want changes because I can't stand watching the worst team in the history of this franchise.
Yes, that's exactly what they want.
And I don't think that's going to happen, right? That doesn't seem like how it's going to play out. But, change for change's sake? Is that something in sports?
But listen, Greg's probably mid to early 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been there for 20, 30 years. Well, since
95,
right? So 30 years. This is probably just his time to take a little retirement, maybe get a golden parachute, see you around. Greg's a good guy. Listen, you can complain about the play on the field. Greg really doesn't have, I don't think, had much of anything to do with the play on the field. But we've all talked about this, that business-wise, the Rockies been pretty good, pretty smart business-wise.
But who do I want to blame?
They're great at building real estate. That's cool.
Who do I blame for the product on the field then? Who do I blame for that?
Well, your general manager and guys in charge of player personnel.
Yeah. Well,
your head scout, your developmental people, your coaches in the minor league.
No. I blame the owner.
It's just Dick. It does feel like that's what everybody's doing. It's just pointing at Dick. Once again, nobody's blaming the players or the manager or the scouting department.
And you know what? I
Dick
say
Monfort.
that, and I've met Dick a couple times. I don't know Dick, but I've
been saying that for a couple of years now.
Oh, that was pretty good, Scott. I bet you sit down with him, you probably love the dude. Like everybody says he loves the team. Everybody says he genuinely wants this thing to work.
He loves Colorado. And I'm like you. I don't know Dick.
Right.
But I've sat down with him a handful of times. And he's very congenial, very nice guy, very straightforward. I sat in with him. He came in with Drew and I did an hour on the radio. So we talked in between breaks. He was very personable. It was a good conversation. I like him. And again, all three of us in this room, we'll put our honesty hats on as if we didn't have before. So someone said, you suck at this. You did that. And you're cashing $250,000 check from this guy and another $1 million for this party deck over here, and you're cashing over here from rent down there on McCormick Square. And blah, 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 blah. Are you care what that guy says about you?
No.
Because, I mean, how much is McGregor Square named after Kelly?
Yeah.
I mean, how much money is that probably put in the pockets of the ownership?
Oh, man.
Plenty.
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole massive structure. That's blocks and blocks of downtown Denver.
Yeah, and I think they own the condos around it, too.
Yeah.
You
Well, that's
think
where
that's
Dick lives,
just
too,
wait
right?
till you see what happens when the Broncos build their stadium.
Oh, yeah,
that
it's gonna be
thing's going to
ridiculous,
feel
right?
like a ghost town. McGregor Square will feel like nothing.
Right. Well, they're going to be, how many blocks south will the new Broncos stadium? It's going to be like 10 blocks south? Like, it's going to be.
Yeah, it's it's way far south of Coors Field.
Right,
but-
because you got downtown and then
it's
to
south
the
of
west,
the-
southwest or southeast. Is that
It's east
that
of,
yard?
east of the track. It's west of the tracks.
Okay.
West of south
South
of
of
Colfax and west of the RTD tracks.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
just past 8 Mile.
About to get some serious construction in downtown Denver going.
They got to have an M&M pub.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go. Way to go, Dan. There it is, the Buckhorn. So it's right behind Metro. Oh, so that's in Power.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I was confused. I thought that was Ball. I was reading this map wrong. So that's in Power. So Ball's up there, right? Yeah, I see what you're doing. Yeah,
See all the stuff left or west of that red line there?
Yeah.
Those are all
They're
buildings.
going to take all.
I think it goes all there too.
Yeah. They're going to dominate that thing. But
Yeah,
it's
they're going to want.
probably
They're going to
even
want that
further
to go
south. Yeah.
They're going to want it to go right up to 25, just from a aesthetics point of view.
25 and 6th Avenue if you could.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating once they get all that stuff built to see how it looks. The keyword is Eagle. Text in the keyword Eagle to 303-514-0925 with your first and last name, courtesy of Revitalize Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalize-health.com. We'll continue with PhD after a quick timeout. Eagle. Your keyword is Eagle. Text in Eagle to the Shout Monsters text line 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and we'll get you involved in this hunt for these Core 4 jerseys courtesy of Revitalized Health.
You ever gotten an eagle on a golf course?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I have.
What was the situation?
I can hit a 3-iron like you wouldn't. I mean, I can hit a 3-wood like you would not believe.
Okay.
You get me on a par 5, and I'm catching the green in 2 no matter what.
With the 3-wood?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, I can go 3-wood. I don't care how far your par 5 is. I can I can launch a 3. So, yeah, but I mean, that was back when I played golf more than, once every blue moon. Do you guys actually play a lot? Like, what the hell do you do?
I used to practice when I was kind of good. I used to practice or play 5 to 6 days a week.
Really? Man, that's a lot.
Yeah. Well, I used to have a golf club membership. Then a lot of things got
you and I both got rid of ours. For the same reason.
Then it was like, you know what? There's a lot of expenses going on right now.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
maybe don't need that one.
Right. Well, the ex-wife will take half, right? Take half. Did you see that story where the dude, his wife got half, and he went into his house and got a chainsaw and cut everything in half? Everything in his house, he cut in half, and he's like, "You can have that half."
Yeah, no, that dude probably went to jail.
And I was like, well, yeah, you can't do that, man.
Yeah.
When the judge is like, yeah, she gets half, and he's like, all right, you can have this half. And he got the chainsaw going. It's like, oh, man, bro.
Yeah, that dude's probably not very stable. Yeah.
Can't do that. I mean, cut your TV in half, bro.
Great YouTube clip.
Yeah. But not much worth after that.
No.
Not much worth after that. All right. We've got, the NBA draft was last night. Well, the first round. We got the second round tonight. The NHL draft starts tomorrow night. The Avs only have 2 picks. They have a 4th-round pick and a 7th-round pick, so I don't know what they're going to do.
2 more than the Nuggets.
That's true. The Nuggets have absolutely 0 picks.
How many the NHL have now? 7 or 8?
7 rounds, right? Is it, Dan, is 7 rounds in the NHL draft?
It's 7 now still for the NFL, too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And it's not quite as exciting as, the NHL draft, obviously these guys you draft in the NHL, you're probably not going to see for a couple of seasons, if not 3 or 4. So it's not
especially
quite.
a 4th pick and a 7th.
Yeah. So, the NHL does love to make a lot of trades during the draft. So maybe the Avs could get involved in something like that. It might not even end up with a pick either way. You just get a player, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, I asked this question yesterday, and I thought the draft was still on the same day. But the second day is today, obviously. And I asked it because I thought they'd be active in the second round. And so I asked you, do you think you'll see the Nuggets make any movement here tonight in the second round?
No.
I honestly don't, unless it's a salary dump deal that they're trying to get rid of one of their guys and they get involved in a 3-way trade. But I don't expect the Nuggets to do anything at all.
Yeah, but
how about the Nets using all 5 of their picks?
Yeah, I thought they were
freaking insane.
And 4 guards. They drafted 4 guards in the first round.
You know what they just became? They just became the Cleveland Browns with quarterbacks. They're like, let's draft every guard in the draft this year. We can't keep these guys. I mean, you can't tell me they got room for all 5 of those guys.
Yeah, I can't believe. No, you're right.
We just need one of these 4 to actually work out a point guard, and we should be good. So
one of the drafts they got like 28 or 29. Bob Meyer was talking, but I think that was the big guy because they had one big guy, right?
Right, the last guy they picked.
But
4
they
guards
couldn't
and a big
find
fella.
one dude that they loved enough to trade up for.
Yeah.
Like seriously, you got 5 picks.
Well, I'm sure. Do you think they called Dallas and say, "We'll give you 4 of our first-round picks for that first. We want Cooper." But Dallas tells you to kick rocks, right?
You give me 10, and I wouldn't have.
You know what?
traded
Here's
that.
a question for the 2 of you, because I was fascinated last night, and I've been fascinated this whole thing with Ace Bailey and his agent and the way they've handled the NBA draft process and stuff like this.
I keep hearing rumors about this guy, but catch me up to speed on what the hell this guy's doing.
Okay, Ace Bailey is a baller. Like, he's probably one of the best scorers in this draft. With Cooper, Ace Bailey is a ball. Like, that dude he's a bucket. He's a bucket, and it sounds like he's a really nice guy. Seems like everything he was saying last night when Utah drafted him was right. But during this draft process, his agent has been pretty outspoken, pretty hardcore when he's like, "Listen, man, my guy, he's going to be the number one option on your team, and he's not going to go play for you unless he is the number one option. He has to be the man on offense.
Yeah.
But so my question for the two of you is this: if you're a veteran on a team and a young rookie comes in and he's like, "Hey fellas, everything's running through me. I'm the man. I'm option number one when it comes to this offense." Like, how do you handle that? Do you sit him down and say, I don't think the league is what you think it is, youngster? Or do you let him bang his head against the wall a few times before you sit him down and say, listen, you can't just come in here and be like, I'm the man. You gotta show up and actually act like you gotta be the man. You can't say you're the man.
Well, every rookie I've known, especially if you're a high pick, and I bet it's the same way in the NFL, you may have got the big signing bonus baby and all that type of stuff like that. Them other dudes that got a couple years or 5 years or 8 years or 9 years on thing, whether you're competing in their position or not, they going to let you know where you stand.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And you got to end up proving it before they'll then they'll go, oh, okay. It's kind of like Mike Miller talks about Joker. He said, dude, I knew in camp. I watched that cat play. I said, we got to play him. You'll figure those guys out. But guess what he wasn't? He was not assuming. He wasn't talking no trash. He was just playing every day. The best thing for all these guys come in, prepare and play. Even Cooper Flagg, come in and just ball like you've done everywhere else. Just come in and ball.
Yeah, and that's all you need.
Yeah.
And then because respect's not given, it's earned. You got to earn your respect in the league. Right?
Gosh, I'm drawing a blank on who it was, but do you guys remember when Caleb Williams was going through the draft prospect and he was talking all this noise, and there was some Bears defensive back that was not feeling it, was not having it. But so before they drafted him, this Bears defensive back was more or less like, yeah, this dude's going to learn real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Once he gets here, it ain't going to be like that. Yeah, people hear that stuff. I think it's a little bit different if it's the agent versus the player.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, for Ace, for that young man, if he is a good dude, like you said, he's going to be attached to whatever his agent's going to say for him.
Yes. And his agent, it sounds like, and the people around him were kind of playing hardball with these teams. And it sounded like he didn't want to go to Utah. Like him and his agent seemed to want to be forcing himself lower in the draft so he can go to a better team. But then he also wanted to be the number one option on a better team.
Who is the dude I told you to look up that went to Toronto?
Let me look.
The center from. Oh, you're talking about the guy who dropped the Colin Murray. What was? I know exactly what you're talking about.
So this dude,
he gets drafted by the Raptors.
He gets drafted by Toronto. They zoom in on him, and he drops a giant, elongated F-bomb like, F this. I don't want to be going to Toronto.
Yeah, his girl didn't look happy about it. But then he had to walk it all back. And he had to like, well, he was like, no, I was just so excited the process was over. I was just relieved that the process was over or whatever. Yeah. And everybody else was like, yeah, Colin Murray
the kid from South Carolina.
Yeah.
He can score too now.
Yeah. So
he should be excited. I thought I took it more of he was just glad to get out of there.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. But the fan base was not taking it that way. Look at
girlfriend.
She doesn't look to have to be going to Toronto either, brother.
She just won the MVP of the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, she balls for South Carolina too, right? She plays for South Carolina as well.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, so they even asked Masai about it. They were like, "Yo, did you see him say what he said when you drafted him?" And Masai's like, "Yeah,
yeah, I saw that. Don't worry about it."
Yeah, and then when Toronto gives him and he goes, "Hey, your first year salary is $15 million. Here's a $10 million signing bonus." What's he going to do?
Yeah, he's going to celebrate.
I don't want to do that. Same with the kid that went to Utah. I mean, God bless him, and no picking on him, but I don't know why you'd ever want to go play in Utah.
Right.
And the guy that Ace Bailey's ends up going to Utah. But guess what? 4th slot, he's going to make, $2.9 million a year, I think, with his rookie salary,
Did you
$3 million.
See what was forecasted for Cooper Flagg's career earnings?
No. Was it $500 million or something?
No. Not even in the ballpark, buddy.
What was
so
it?
If by the time he gets to his super maxes, if he gets 2 of them things, $1 billion. Cooper Flagg is forecasted to make $1 billion.
You didn't watch the draft. Did you see he's already doing national commercials? I think he was already doing an Allstate commercial or something last night, right?
Yeah, so he's gonna be doing all right there in Dallas, man.
$1 billion.
I don't know. Do you think he's going to be good? Do you think he's going to be a good player? Do you think he's going to be a star?
Yeah.
You think Cooper Flagg's going to be a star?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he is. I think he's a competitive dude. He's been successful. Now, here's the thing I want to freak you out. Next season, when he'll be his rookie year in the NBA, he should be a freshman in college.
Right.
Like because he went to academy, went to high school early. So I mean, he left high school a year earlier than most people.
Yeah.
So he's kicking everybody in the ACC's butt last year at 17 for most of the year.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Wild.
Right? I mean, and he was dominant in that. Now I don't think he turns 19 till December or something like that.
Yeah, Mavs are going to be.
Or somewhere in there.
Mavs are going to be good. Although, I love you, Dallas Maverick fans. I love you. Did you see? So they had a draft party at American Airlines Center in
And
Dallas.
that thing looked pretty packed.
And it was packed. And when they were going to announce the number 1 overall pick in the draft, every single fan in that building started to chant, "Fire Nico, fire Nico." And they were Adam Silver's at the podium about to announce their next great player for the Dallas Mavericks. And the Mavs fan in their own building, while they were waiting for that pick, were chanting, "Fire Nico."
Amazing.
I was like, whoa, man. They still got hate in their heart for that Luka trade, brother.
Yes, they do.
Oh, man.
I told the guys yesterday I saw a video of this, and I'm kind of starting to agree with this.
This is Scott's worst take of all time.
Nico Harrison is going to come out smelling like a rose in about 10 years, and everybody's going to go, "You're right."
No, man. Because he's not going to get another job. Rob Pelinka, if Rob and Nico were supposed to be they're good, close, personal friends. But if a good, close, personal friend did to me what Rob did to him, we'd be blood enemies. We'd be blood enemies from now on out, man.
You're not looking at this right.
I'm the loser in the worst deal in NBA history, and I'm supposed to be thankful to you for
How are
it?
you the loser?
Don't Berto, don't back down. I've already fought this fight, so I'm about to bow out of this conversation.
How are you
okay?
how is he the loser?
You're saying are you okay? You're okay with the Luka trade. You're okay with getting Anthony Davis
I
and the
thought he
crew
could have
back
got a
for
lot
Luka.
more, but I'm and Tyler got me back in the conspiracy train. I think the NBA was involved. I think the reason they only went to one team and nobody else, it was the NBA.
You're right.
And you know what? So now say Cooper Flagg gets to the player that makes $1 billion.
Yeah.
So now you got Cooper Flagg and Anthony Davis for Luka.
Yeah. Dallas isn't going to pay Cooper Flagg that money. They wouldn't pay Luka that money. It's part of the reason why they traded him. The owner's like, I don't want that extra $100 million in the books.
Yeah, so here, I'm going to get a guy who's already fat and out of shape at $40
You know what I
million.
would do if I was Nico then? If I'm Nico and everybody's chanting "Fire Nico," I'm going to say, I knew I was getting Cooper. It was rigged. I did it because I knew it was rigged.
No, you can't. That guy should never have another job in the NBA and anything, any professional sports organization.
I think he was right.
Scott's out of his mind.
You are crazy, brother.
He's out of his mind.
We'll see. We'll see halfway through next season when Luka's going crazy in LA.
Yeah. What if Luka comes in about 265 and gets his 20?
Brother, Luka could be 140 pounds overweight.
So what you want? Here's almost. We got to take a break. You want a guy that's going to get you a bunch of points, but you never win. Go get Zach LaVine.
What are you talking
They
about?
were just in the
Luka
NBA
just
Finals.
took him to the NBA Finals.
They literally, the year before, they were in the finals.
Yeah, and that was 25 pounds ago.
Hey,
somebody,
hold on. You want to play that game?
Somebody stayed on
You
parade.
seen the videos of Jokic over the last week or two?
What day is it?
Nice, looking great.
What day is it?
Yeah, I got you. I'm
What
just
day
saying.
Keyword
That's
is
looking like a
Eagles.
solid 290.
Eagles people on a keyword. All right, we'll be right back. Your keyword is Eagle. Text in the keyword Eagle to 303-504-0925. We'll get you entered for our Core 4 contest as we're giving away Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and Michael Porter Jr. signed jerseys, courtesy of Revitalize Health. Welcome back to PhD with no D. DMac is doing whatever. You know what? Is this a segment where DMac talks about how great the Rockies are and you guys are stupid for not realizing the Rockies are great?
We do
when
that
does
whenever
that
you
segment
want.
happen?
Yeah, that's whenever you want.
Have you set him down and talked to him about this whole Rockies thing? Because he does seem a little too excited about the local baseball team, man.
Yeah.
You know what it all. You know
why
where
do you think he's so excited for a team that's got 18 wins?
He didn't care about the team.
It's not complicated. You know, DMac. He gets these like we're talking about conspiracies. Like DMac creates these manifestos and dictums and theories, like all these things, right? And it was all Bud Black. For the last 2 years, all he could talk about was how terrible Bud Black was, right? Mm-hmm. Well, Bud Black finally gets canned, which is what he'd been asking for forever. And now he's got to prove that was the reason why the Rockies suck.
Okay. So now he's okay. I get what he's saying. He's just defending his take. He doesn't want to be
Scott,
wrong,
would
basically.
you disagree with that?
No. I would even simplify it more. It you hear that little noise? Listen. Click, click, click. Yeah. Why you do that? Just look for clicks. It's all about clicks.
Is that is that the worst sports take DMac has had on this program?
Oh,
I mean,
like no. No.
You ever heard about the Tebow Manifesto?
No.
Yeah, that he wrote a manifesto about how you make Tebow work.
Okay, well, yeah, Tim Tebow is still the only quarterback that has won a playoff game that the Broncos have drafted, right? He's the only drafted quarterback to win a playoff game for the Broncos.
John Elway?
Nah, John wasn't drafted by the Broncos.
Oh,
Remember?
that's right.
Because John was like, I ain't playing for the Colts, bro. I'm out.
Did Brian Greasy never win a playoff game?
No.
Plummer never.
He wasn't drafted by us.
Greasy, right? Because he came from Arizona. Greasy got a Super Bowl ring. Obviously, he was backing up Elway in 98 or whenever it was. But yeah, he never. I don't think he ever played him because. Yeah, no, it's just Tebow. Tebow's the only player.
Cutler never got a playoff win.
Nope.
Trevor Siemian never got a playoff win.
Bo Nix will be the second if he can get that done.
I'm pretty sure
season.
Paxton won a Super Bowl or 3. No.
That you were wrong. You're way wrong on that one. You're way off on that one, man. Yeah. So it's just been Tebow's the only quarterback the Broncos have drafted and then had that quarterback win a playoff game for him.
Wow.
Yeah. Everybody else was just so. Hopefully, Bo can get that done this season, man. I mean, is that where we're leaning? I have no idea how this NFL season. I am so scared because I feel so positive about the Broncos, which means something horrible has to happen, right? I can't have everything I want. God doesn't give with both hands, right? Something's going to happen.
Well, we were just talking. I think we're going to bring this up a little bit later. Scott and I were just talking about during the break. You see the ranking of all the NFL coaches that just came out?
No,
Dan,
I did not.
Where was this list from again?
Pro Football Focus.
Pro Football Focus.
They do not like the Denver Broncos very much, do they?
Yeah, apparently they do, Berto.
They do?
Apparently they do.
Wait. Where's Sean at?
The second best coach in the NFL.
No. So it goes Andy
one
and then
behind
Sean?
Andy Reid.
Wow.
Look right behind
They
you.
ranked the top 10 returning coaches.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Why do you think he's...
I mean, Sean's got to be...
It's been 15 years since he won that Super Bowl,
He's
right?
definitely like a top 10 coach.
Yeah.
Number 2.
But I had this conversation on my show a couple of weeks ago that ranked the coaches in the AFC West, and Sean was like second or third in just that division.
Okay, AFC West. Okay. Andy Reid. Whew. I might give Sean number... Pete Carroll's got to be 2.
Pete Carroll's got it. You know what I mean?
Pete Carroll's got to be 2.
See?
Right?
But he's not returning.
Wow, and then you really could make a debate over Harbaugh and
wow,
and
Harbaugh's
Sean
down
Payton.
to Harbaugh's 6, so yeah. So where's
This
where's
is
Pete?
just returning to
Pete Carroll's not
Scott's
even in the
point.
top 10.
It's coaches returning from last year.
So okay, I get what you're saying. So yeah, that's great. All right, Sean, man, I like it. Matter of fact, I like it. Oh, and Sean McVay is right behind.
But he's got Jim Harbaugh in there. Has he done enough yet to be in the top 6?
Well, if you're going to include his past,
yeah, he won a champion that he took an NFL team to the Super Bowl, and then he won a national title in college. So I guess,
No, I mean, if Sean Payton's at number 2, they're clearly counting what you've done in the past.
Mm-hmm. That is interesting.
Well, I saw another poll that came out. I was watching online today, and they did the top 5 best off seasons.
Oh.
Tyler and I have been saying, don't sleep on the Raiders. They're going to get better. They had them at number 5. I don't remember 4, 3, 2. I think Baltimore was in 2, 3, or 4. Gosh, I don't even remember who else was in there. But number 1 was the Broncos.
Yeah.
And they listed all the free agent. Now, we've said it on this show, if the free agents stay healthy, they killed the offseason.
This might be like the biggest boomer bust free agency class of all time. Yeah. I mean, if you get these guys to stay healthy, you freaking knocked it out of the park, dude. Knocked it out of the park. But it is a serious risk because all of these dudes, Talanoa Hufanga coming off of injury, Dre Greenlaw coming off of injury, Evan Ingram coming off of injury, J.K. Dobbins always injured. All these dudes are significant injury risks. So even if just 1 or 2 of those guys suffers a season-ending injury, that drastically changes how good the class was.
Yeah. And I mean, I'll be shocked if Bo plays all 17 games. I mean, it's hard to go through an entire as a starting quarterback in this league and to
I
play
think it's easier than ever.
You think so?
Yeah. My expectation is quarterbacks play every single game.
Wow.
I don't think quarterbacks should ever get hurt.
Just because the NFL goes out of their way to make sure that they don't and can't and will not?
I mean, they do everything in their power to protect these dudes.
Yeah. I think they should.
And it's not like Bo's not like he's a dual threat guy, but he's not a Lamar Jackson. He's not out there running 10, 12 times a game.
I don't know. I thought the Broncos were really lucky with their injury situation last year, right? There was Riley and not much else. Like, you didn't lose any big hitters that you were like, oh, well, that's going to cost us a game or 2. Like, I think they were pretty healthy last year. I don't know, man. I think the defense is going to be great. I just want I want some offense in my life. I want some offense in my life. Is that too much to ask?
No. I'm with you. They led the league in 3 and outs last year. You can't do that.
Yeah.
And we said that on the show too. They led the league in 3 and outs last year and made the playoffs. When you're telling me you're the number 1 team as far as not being able to move the ball because you're getting 3 and out, those teams don't make the playoffs.
Right.
Those teams win like 5 games.
But
you won 10.
I forget what they averaged, but whatever the points were that they averaged, I remember
25,
being 25, something like that. It was a lot better than what I thought it was.
Well, you're right, because there was a couple of years there they were in the teens, right? They were averaging like 17 a game or something ridiculous back in the
Vic Fangio years, right?
What's up, Vic? Yeah.
They were averaging like 17.
Thought about that, man.
Well, listen, it also doesn't hurt you win a game 12-9. Right? You beat when a Jets game, when that Jets game scored 12-9.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So you win those ugly close games. And listen, what did they say? They were talking about right there. They kept games close, and that's your defense. They of all their losses, I think there was only 1 or 2 that was by double digits. That's pretty good.
Yep.
So on one hand,
you already had a great defense, and it only got better.
If you're playing 1-score games, your defense is keeping you in it. Now how'd you win 10 games? Well, you're always in 1-score games. You were never out of the game.
Yeah,
that's how you can get 10 wins.
Yeah,
because what's the old line? There's stats, damn stats, or lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yeah,
right. Or stats, damn stats, and analytics now, right? Because we could go stats on either side of the board and say, this is why you won 10, this is why you didn't. Bo didn't turn the ball over much. That's why you win. Bo didn't pick up as many first downs on third downs. That's why you lose. So it was really an anomaly type of season if you're going back pure analytics. And instead, I think you just got to look, and here's where Sean Payton, I'm going to give Sean Payton why he is too. Because he, and you said this, Tyler, he got his guys.
He does.
He's brought his players in now.
Yeah, and you just look at the lack of roster turnover. I mean, no team brought back as many players as the Denver Broncos did this year. Generally speaking, the lack of turnover that the Broncos had this year, that should tell you that the team thinks that they're capable of winning a championship. Plain and simple. When you don't turn over the roster, they are saying we are good. I mean, specifically on offense, it's amazing because we turned over more on defense than we did on offense, and we had a good defense. Offensively, we got everybody back except for Javonte. I think, like, help me out here. Is he the only one that we lost?
That was a semi-regular? Yeah.
I think he's the only one.
Yeah,
I'm not counting any of the tight ends, and I think we got all those guys back anyways.
So do you agree with? Do the two of you agree with this? Sean Payton, number 2,
not
coaching
number
list.
2.
No.
Well, I mean, we could do our own rankings here. Scroll down a little bit, Dan.
Like, do the two of you agree that Andy Reid is the best coach in the NFL right now?
No question about it. And I do think Sean McVay is a top 3 coach. They've got him at number 3. But I would put Sean above Sean McVay. I would put Sean McVay above Sean Payton right now.
Mm-hmm.
They've got Kyle Shanahan really low on this list, which I get it. It's cool to hate on Kyle Shanahan, and I get it. I'm a Kyle stan, but I'd have Kyle Shanahan in the top 5 every single year.
I'd have him ahead of Jim Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin for sure.
See, Mike Tomlin's an interesting one. What the hell has Mike Tomlin really done? Yeah, I got it.
He gets you 10 wins every year.
Yeah, and he won a Super Bowl, which was like, what, 15, 20 years ago?
That was a long time ago.
Well, Sean Payton says
yeah, that's about the same length as, Sean.
Yeah. Mike Tomlin is the modern-day Marvin Lewis. That's who he is.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But, I mean, is he going to retire as the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach, or is he going to go you know what I mean? Like, is Tomlin going to end his career somewhere else?
This is his last year coaching in Pittsburgh. He'll get fired after this year.
Really?
Yep.
You think this is it?
I do. I really do.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. And then, a team will automatically give him a job.
I mean, there was already drama with him over the last year or two, whether they were going to fire him, whether he was going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
There was lots of tension going on. They got to get past the first round of the playoffs, and I don't know if they do it.
Interesting. Nick Sirianni. I mean, listen, he just won a Super Bowl, but there's still people in Philadelphia who are like, I don't know about that Nick guy, man.
And it's funny, he's been there 4 years and he's been in the playoffs every year.
Yeah. And there's still people who are like, fire him. We got.
Let me ask this: would Nick Sirianni have a job if they let him go?
Yes.
But it's just Dan Campbell.
He is a goofball, though.
Who, Sirianni?
Yeah.
He takes it a little getting used to.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell in top 10.
See,
Stefanski's going to get
How
got
is
too.
Dan Campbell
How is Kevin Stefanski in the top 10 in this list, man?
Well, to me, Dan Campbell should be way higher than number 9. With the job that he's done out there in Detroit, that's incredible.
I'd probably put Dan over. Yeah. I don't know if I'd put him in the top 5, but top 10.
I think McVay 2, maybe Campbell 3.
I think the argument can be big.
I think
that
he's a top 5.
McVay is definitely a top 2 coach. And if you want to tell me that he's better than Andy, I'll listen to that.
No.
I'll listen to that.
There's no argument. Andy Reid is far and away the best coach in the NFL.
Yeah, but I think that's all has to do with just the experience.
By a landslide.
No, I love Sean McVay.
No, he's the most creative coach. He literally reinvented NFL offense. He reinvented it. He's a genius.
Kevin Stefanski's going to get fired, right? Am I right or am I right? First off, he's going to mess up the quarterback situation. There's no way he gets that right? There's no way he gets that right.
Well, if he tries not to get fired, then he starts a 19-year veteran. If he thinks he's confident in his coaching ability, you've got 3 young guys you can kind of choose between.
Right. I'm with you. If Cleveland ends up starting Joe in the first game, I think something's gone wrong. It's got to be Shadur or Daniel or Gabriel, right? Dylan Gabriel. It can't be Joe. You can't have Joe Flacco out there. But either way, all right. I don't know what.
But if you're a veteran coach trying to hold on to a job, then you play the veteran that you know is not going to make mistakes. And
yeah, I don't. Joe Flacco doesn't make sense in any world to me.
Yeah, me too.
I think Joe's gone. If you want to go with the veteran, I guess you go with Kenny Pickett.
And he's a veteran that didn't really play.
Right.
You're definitely going to get fired if you go with Kenny Pickett and don't win.
I think
he's a better option than Joe Flacco.
Don't you think? I think Stefanski might go with one of the young guys because then you could tell the owner, like, hey, man, you got to give me another year with this young kid.
That's true.
So we can, so you start Shadur and then you're like, got to give me a year with this kid and then we'll show you what we can do next year. Let's see what happens. But that's just, you're right. That's only if he's trying to save his job.
I read some article yesterday that the battle in Cleveland really comes down to Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel.
Interesting. Man. Shadur's in a bad spot. Bad spot.
Well, but if he holds on, because I think Pickett will fail. I'm Gabriel. I don't know. I mean, I like to see is when people try to make fun of him. So all I've seen is some lowlights of his. We got to see Shadur every weekend here, right? So, dude, I think Shadur is going to be better. We can talk about this our side. I think Shadur is going to be a better pro quarterback than a college quarterback.
Ooh, that is interesting.
All right.
All right, we'll talk about it. Let's. We also have a new keyword for you here at the 20s after this quick timeout. Thanks for listening to PhD on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, Tyler here for the best car dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, with the best prices, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience when you go to Phil Long Ford. Guys, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You don't have to drive all over Colorado. Just go to one dealership and get the car that you want. Whether you're looking for a new vehicle, pre-owned vehicle, it's going to be at Phil Long Ford. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. New, pre-owned, doesn't matter. Guys, you're going to love your customer service. And keep in mind that once you buy that new vehicle at Phil Long Ford, keep it serviced over there. And you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long time because they've got an award-winning service department. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. And feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
We got a new keyword for you here at the 20s. Welcome back to PhD on Altitude Sports Radio, coming to you live from the back in the Shanker Studios. Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, and Mark Bernoulli filling in for an absent Darren McKee. Your keyword is donut. Keyword is donut. Text in donut with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and we'll get you entered to win these 4 signed jerseys from the Core 4 Nuggets roster. Special thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalize-health.com.
And when you send in the keyword donut, if you want, put AKA Tyler's Kryptonite.
It is. Yeah, there's no question about it.
You love yourself a donut, man?
You know, I've been eating really well, working out, doing all those
Chubby
things. But I mean, I will, if you put 6 donuts in front of me,
you will house them.
I'm gonna eat all 6.
Well, you dropped 5 the other day. That
I did.
Somebody left from the morning here.
Yeah. Well, it was 4.5.
Brother, there's a Krispy Kreme across the street,
dude. And I love Krispy Kreme. Like,
when they're hot, or
Krispy Kreme.
you don't mind them when they're cold.
I mean, I'll eat them both, but I mean, all it takes is if they're not hot, you don't get them fresh.
Microwave.
6 seconds. 6 seconds in the microwave.
Oh, you got it down.
You don't want to go to 7. 6 is the key number here. It's not 5-minute abs. Okay, 6-minute abs is the key number here.
No, man.
Yeah,
not 6 minutes.
So
why am I drawing? What movie is that from?
Something or the one with the hair. Along Came Mary.
Along Came Mary. Yeah, with the one with the hair. Yeah. Yeah, with the hair. Cameron Diaz.
Something about Mary.
Cameron
Something
Diaz.
about Mary.
Something
yeah.
about Mary. Yeah,
You merged Along Came Polly.
Polly and Something About Mary. Yeah. Well, Ben Stiller in both of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a true story.
I love. But also, can we just clarify?
Yeah, sure.
How are we spelling donut? Because there's 2 different ways to spell it.
DONUT. Well, how the hell you spell donut?
No, Scott.
DONOT. Do not.
DOUGH.
DONOUGHT is how some people spell it.
Well, those people are drunk.
DONUT.
It's crazy, right? It's just donut, man. Right? It's a donut.
American's Virgin.
DONUT.
All right, man.
Yeah. AKA Tyler's Kryptonite. I think that should put you in there.
Your single most favorite sweet of all time is donuts.
Dude, I love donuts. Like, I love donuts. Yeah.
Is that how you kept the weight on when you were playing in the league?
If I had to pick my single favorite sweet treat, it's definitely a really good cinnamon roll. That's my number 1 of all time.
You freak out when you walk by a Cinnabon or something?
If I'm in an airport, I can smell that thing at least 200 yards away.
What's the prime microwavable cinnamon roll?
Oh, it depends. There's a lot of different variations of cinnamon rolls.
How thick they are?
Yeah. It's not as predictable. Yeah, difficult.
Is that what did you eat to keep the weight on when you were in the league?
My ultimate hack of all time. Now, I was eating at my peak about 7,000 to 8,000 calories a day, right? And people are like, oh God, that must be so fun. No, it's not. It's not. It is a full-time job. You actually learn to resent food. You don't enjoy it. So when I was younger, it was Ensures and peanut butter and jellies before I go to bed. Okay.
All right.
That was good. As I got older, the ultimate hack of all time, set out a pint of ice cream about an hour, 2 hours before bed. Let that sucker melt, and then you just drink it like a milkshake.
Oh, man. No.
What do you mean no?
No. I mean, I appreciate everything you did to stay in the league, but that is crazy talk. You drinking pints of ice cream to keep the weight on?
Yeah, I would just melt it and I would drink it. Yeah.
And that has to mess up your body for the rest of your life. You can't just be normal after doing that nonsense, can you?
Well, it's hard to say no to donuts.
Yeah, but that's your only vice. You gotta have one vice.
What's your one go-to vice then, Scotty?
If I had a vice, and I haven't been as dedicated as Tyler lately, anyway. And I'm like this: I can go great for 2-3 weeks, but if I cheat once, I'm cheating for the next 10 days.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's my problem. And so
everybody's like, it's no big deal. It's just one day.
No, I was good, and then last weekend I've been bad since like last Saturday. I had pizza. Pizza is
it's delicious.
Yeah, pizza is my kryptonite.
I haven't eaten pizza in months.
Yeah,
and
I hadn't had it in a while. Doing pretty good. Boom, fasted every day between going to bed till noon. But then I had pizza. And then what I do this week, I've already had 2 sandwiches, and now bread is like craving for me right now.
Yep.
But it's all because I had that pizza this weekend.
Love a good pizza. I had to eat a pizza every day if you'd let me to. If I could.
Don't get me wrong. I could still house a large pizza.
Is
no
it
problem.
worth not eating a pizza just so you could still look jacked like you did when you played?
Well, he didn't look jacked when he played. He looked jacked now.
I looked fat before.
He was a tubby.
You're right. You were a big dude when you played, and now you're just kind of a swole. Like you swole now.
Yeah.
He's a swipe right. You weren't here this week, but we started a new exercise campaign called.
It's like P90X, but
it's called Swipe Right.
Yeah. It's swipe right body.
We want a swipe right body.
Yeah.
Okay, man. And you're dedicating yourself to this new program.
Yeah. I'm on the swipe right routine.
I don't know. I get a feeling y'all messing with me for some reason.
No,
we're going to start it. We want to make billions of dollars.
This is actually $1 billion idea.
It's $1 billion idea, but Tyler and I are bad at implementing.
Yeah.
We need a smart businessman out there.
I need my first customer. Do you want to be my first customer?
I don't want to lose. No.
He can train you.
No. You're not going to lose weight. I'm going to get you jacked. I'm going to get you swole.
There is no reason for me to be jacked.
Why?
I mean, what do I get jacked for? To beat up Dan? I can do that now right without getting
swipe right.
It feels good.
Okay, I get what okay, now it's all coming to me. It's all coming together. I see where your head was at. It's all coming together.
Oh, did you not understand swipe right?
No, I didn't know what the hell y'all were talking about. I get it now though.
Yeah, it's that app you got down on that third page over there.
All right. The Colorado Rockies are playing the Dodgers right now. That game is scoreless. Clayton Kershaw on the mound for LA. I don't even know. Dan, do you know who's pitching for the Rocks this afternoon?
I will take a look.
Because I have no idea.
Do you watch the Rocks?
See, I was just having this conversation with somebody. I don't watch as much Major League Baseball now because the Rockies are so bad. Because when I watched baseball, mostly it was Rockies. Like, I'm not going to, I might turn on, whatever, Dodgers, Yankees on ESPN on Sunday night or something like that. But most of the time I watch baseball, it's a Rockies game. And they're just so bad that it's hard to, it hurts to do it. Like, it's a pain to sit there and watch the Rockies play baseball.
I will say this, and I used to watch a lot of Rockies baseball, and I used to watch, growing up, I watched baseball when it was on, which isn't as often as it is now. Now you can almost find a game every night.
Mm-hmm.
But since they've been bad, I have missed, like Andy and I do a podcast on Wednesdays, and all of a sudden he'll start talking, oh, man, I can't believe what the Rockies just did. I went, oh, God, and I used to be a joke. Dan tell you, I used to joke about this all the time. Yeah, I didn't even know they were playing.
Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where it's real now. Andy go, oh, it's on? And I twice this summer or summer, hey, the Rockies playing. And I'll flip over and it's already just a blank channel. Or it won't even go to the channel, right?
Well, yeah, because now the channel has to come out of the ether just magically when the Rockies play.
And that's what it does. When they play, it comes out of the ether, and then when it goes away, there's nothing
can't
there.
find it.
Can't find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Weirdness. But you're right. I just don't watch as much baseball now because the Rockies are just that bad.
Yeah.
And it's just no fun. No fun at all. But I will say that, the Rockies have just scored. Austin Gomber's pitching for the Rocks, and somehow the Rockies lead the Dodgers 1-0.
I love the bugger eater.
Doyle homered to left. You know what? Last night during the Rockies game, there was something in that game that happened that I've never seen before in a baseball. I'm sure it's happened. But last night, the Rockies and Dodgers were playing. Chase Dolander's on the mound, and it's a scoreless game, and it's looking pretty good. But then it starts raining, like really raining,
like torrential downpour,
just crazy, ugly rain. And they're like, let's keep playing. Go ahead and pitch to this dude. And there was a pop up, and both the shortstop and the second baseman lost it in the rain. Like, I've seen them lose it in the sun. I've never seen them because neither one could see the ball. They were like, what the? And it just lands right next to Tolley or something. It's like, I've never seen that before. Losing the pop fly, an infield pop fly in the rain.
Nobody could see it.
Nobody could see it because of all the rain. And then they were like, oh, it's raining too hard. They couldn't see the ball. Let's pause the game. And I was like, man.
And that was like an hour and a half pause, right?
Yeah.
What's the magic number in baseball? How many innings do you have to get in?
Is it 6? 6.5?
Yeah, if you're the home game, 5.5, right?
Is that what it is?
Right, you have to let the opposing team bat in the top of the 6, I think.
Interesting. Yeah, is this a play right here, Dan?
It goes between first base and
Look,
second
everybody's
base.
already like, we're out of here. It's way too rainy. Pops it up, and they have no idea where it is. The cameraman didn't either. He thought it was in the outfield. Look.
Oh, it dang near hit the first baseman.
Yeah, okay.
And
Yeah.
he never looked up to even see it.
They had no idea where that bad boy was. I've never seen, like, I'm sure I've had players in the league have lost, a pop fly due to rape, but I've never seen it before. Not me. And then as soon as it happened, then when they paused the game, like, isn't it Coors Field is the one who decides whether or not to pause the game? Should have paused the game before that.
The umpires.
No, it's not Coors
Is it
Field.
the umpires?
Yeah.
Now watch the first baseman.
Yeah, he has no idea.
He's not even looking up. He's watching. And I mean, if he sticks his arm out, he catches it.
Yeah, I had no idea. I've never seen that before in baseball. Never. I mean, but that's the Rockies for you. That's exactly what I mean? This is exactly what's going to happen. Okay. Oh, well. Well, at least the Rocks have the lead right now.
All right, wait, hold on now. I tease this going in. I want to throw this statement out again. I want to see what you guys think.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Shadur Sanders will be a better pro quarterback than he was in college.
I'm with you. I hope so.
Prove me wrong.
Well, he's pretty damn good in college, just to be clear.
And we don't even know if he's going to get this job. Like, Stefanski might hate Shadur Sanders. Like, right? Don't we think the owner made them draft Shadur?
Feels like
the NBA didn't help Dallas. Okay, sure, right.
Yeah.
Well, tell me why, Scott.
I don't know. And listen, all I've seen of Shadur at Cleveland is the plays we all get to see. But when you watch him, and Tyler, you know this going to a game, if you're watching quarterbacks and you'll have 2 or 3 quarterbacks doing the same play at the same time, and I'm watching, and this one hit me, made me think, it was just on a while ago. It seems like his decision's quicker and he gets it out faster than the guy whoever's standing beside him. And I don't know if that was Gabriel or not. And Gabriel Pickett, one of the two, looks tiny.
Oh, Gabriel is tiny.
Well, then it's Gabriel. He looked tiny.
And he's a lefty, and lefties just always look weird.
Well, so I'm like going, first of all, I think Shadur's built like a he's not 6'3", but for his size, he's built.
Yeah.
He's got a good build on him. I don't know, just watching the videos, I'm like, he looks like an NFL quarterback. Now, if Stefanski's any good, and if Stefanski wants to keep his job, he'll play the best guy. And like you said, even if it's a young guy, you'll play the best guy and say, listen, I think this guy's got a chance to be it in 2 or 3 years for sure. Let's get him experience this year. Now, he may not have the job. I don't know. Just watching the videos in the playoffs, and listen, I wasn't as enamored with Shadur as everybody else was around here. But just watching all the stuff I've seen, I said, dude, he looks like an NFL quarterback.
Yeah, he had a damn good college career. So my only hesitation is like, God, he was really good in college. He really was. And I know he gets knocked all the time, but dude, he was tremendous. I can't figure out if, like, all things considered, like if the slide was going to happen, right? And no matter what, the slide was just going to happen. Did he get drafted in the best situation possible or the worst situation possible? I can't figure that out, and I go back and forth on it all the time. I mean, here's the case for it being the best case of all time. Well, all you got to do is beat out 50-year-old Joe Flacco, small hands Kenny Pickett, and
5'9" Dylan Gabriel,
and 5'9" Dylan Gabriel, right? Like, it's not like you got world beaters in front of you.
From that standpoint, it seemed like it's a good situation.
Right. Now, from the worst situation of all time, well, you were the second quarterback selected by your team
seem to like you.
this year. They clearly like the other quarterback more than you, or else they would have selected you in front of him. And you're going to get in training camp, you might be lucky to get 5 or 6 snaps the entire practice. So you got to be perfect. You cannot make a mistake. You can't have an interception.
Yeah. I thought Shadur Sanders, I thought he looked so good in college that I thought he was going to go in the first round. So now I take a step back because I'm like, maybe I don't know how to evaluate Shadur Sanders if the NFL thinks he's a 5th round pick, or whatever's going on with that whole situation. But I think, Scotty, you're probably right that he if he gets the opportunity, but is he going to get that opportunity?
He'll get to play in the preseason somewhere because no one hardly plays. I don't know, man. I just get this sense. And once again, it's just watching bits and pieces of film. He looks, and listen, they got analytics and everything else. I honestly think his immaturity in the interview process and the lack of working out at the combine or at the East-West game or whatever, North-South game, whichever one he went to, and that's immaturity. Ace Bailey got lucky, pulled off, and he got in the fourth pick. Because if he'd have dropped to the 22nd pick, I read an article yesterday, he said he was flirting with $15-20 million lost income.
Yeah.
You know, by screwing around.
Yeah.
But he got the fourth pick, so he's okay. Shadur lost millions of dollars. He lost millions of dollars, and I don't think it was so much his play as was his lack of enthusiasm in interviews.
Oh, I agree entirely.
His lack of participation in all those events he could have done.
Right. I mean, the play. Okay, if you want to tell me it's not first round, you can't tell me it's not second round. The film, the play, the ability is a first round in all likelihood talent. That's just plain and simple, right? But it was all the other things. The sad part is, hey man, like, I'm not trying to make this into the world's biggest deal, but he's probably one more speeding ticket away from being suspended already.
Yeah.
I'm being serious. Like he gets one more of those things, the league might just go ahead and suspend him.
Yeah, especially as big as the speeding ticket. If he's dropping 100, so
Yeah, he hit 101 on that one ticket, right?
On two of them, I think.
Was it both in the
I think they
100s?
were both 100.
Yeah, man.
But one was in a 60 and one was in a 70.
Yeah, they were both on the interstate, right? They were both on. I mean, it's not like he was doing that in a residential area, but still, don't do that. Don't do that. But all right, Shadur. Well, Cleveland.
Here we go. He's up here throwing again.
Yeah, here we're watching him right now. There we got Joe Flacco, and there's Shadur right there. Launch it, baby.
I'm telling you, he looks like a pro quarterback.
Look at how tiny Gabriel looks, man. I think he's officially listed at 5'11", 5'10 and a half or something like that.
That's in high heels.
You go get crushed, man. You're gonna get crushed in this league, but we'll see. We'll find out. All right, the text word of the day or the hour is donut. Text in donut for our Core 4 contest to 303-504-0925. It's brought to you by Revitalize Health. We'll be right back on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, man. Summer's here, longer days, warm nights, vacations, date nights. But erectile dysfunction can ruin all of that. Look, if intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone. And more importantly, there's help. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Think about what summer should be. Relaxed, romantic, unforgettable. Don't let ED get in the way. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments, they work when the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. This is amazing. Your initial visit's only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. But I want you to call and get yourself set up for success. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I got a no dumb question for you. How come we don't have air freshener in here if Scotty's gonna fart up this joint and walk the hell out? He knew what he was doing too, because he waited right until he hit the door. And how come we got the air? That's my no dumb question. Where the hell is the air freshener in this joint?
He has the most foul-smelling farts of all time.
Yeah.
And he is notorious for this. And yes, we are talking about you. Yes. What do you think we're talking about right now? If you had any guess, what do you think if we were upset about something, what do you think we would be upset about?
Brought food and you didn't get any?
Yeah, that's exactly what it. I didn't get some of that Chipotle, bro. I didn't get some of that burrito action.
No. Go on. Be honest.
I have no idea.
Oh, because you didn't just open up that door and leave one right before you walked out the door.
No, I left it right before the break.
Just let it sit. It was hovering right above the floor. Now
I did it right before the break, but I was good by the time I left, because I waited a few seconds before I left. I was like, oh, okay, we're good. Somebody sprayed a little Lysol, though, didn't they?
Yeah, Dan came in and helped us out. He helped us out, because I was like, I got no dumb question. Where's the air freshener? Because we're right here, no dumb question. You got a no dumb question? I got no dumb question. This one's just for you, Scotty.
Yeah.
As you're in your time as an NBA player, would you ever do this? What allegedly we're getting reports that Austin Reeves just did. Austin Reeves just told the LA Lakers that he would not sign a $90 million extension because he thinks he can make more after next season. And he said, I don't need your $90 million, LA. I'm going to play next year on my current contract.
How much is he making this year?
That's a good question. I can look and see. He declined a 4-year, $89.2 million extension over the next 4 seasons. He's going to decline his player option in this upcoming year and then be a free agent. And he thinks he can make more than $90 million over 4.
Because Kyrie just did the opposite. Kyrie was like, he could have made like
46, 48.
Yeah, I was going to say 48.
Something like that.
In the first year, if he didn't take it, but then he took a 3-year deal or 2-year deal.
He declined his player option and then signed a 3-year deal.
So he signed a 3-year deal.
It was like a 2-year with another player option or something like that.
And it was for like $5 or $6 million less per, but he got obviously 3 years.
He had 1 year left. But if he picks up the option, it was for like 46. He signs the extension, so it'll be 43, so $3 million less, so he helps the team, and then de-escalates 43, 39, 36.
Okay.
So on one hand, he got $70-some million more than he had guaranteed anyway for an older guy coming off an ACL. That's actually a pretty good deal. Mm-hmm. You don't know. I mean, how many guys you've seen get ACL never get back to what they was?
But what Austin Reeves is doing is pretty nuts because, look, I'm not good Lord. The dude, he's set to make $14 million this year.
Oh, wow.
Boatload of money. But, I mean, you're turning down 90.
You're telling LA I don't want $90 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, for 4 years.
Yeah.
So it makes me a $3 million raise. What he's saying is I can get a $6 million raise.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what he does. He thinks I can get a 4-year $82 million instead of a 4-year $79. So he's looking for a plus 20 a year.
Yeah. So
and he's liable to get it.
Austin turns.
He has
that
a year
down.
like he had last year. He'll get 20 plus next year.
Is he going to get it from LA? No, he's going to have to go somewhere else, right? You think?
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
Lakers
but he
don't
also
have
got a couple years that haven't played with catering everything to LeBron, and now he's going to have to cater everything to
Luka.
Yeah. And Luka, I don't know when he's going to sign his extension, but it'll be around 70.
Yeah, he's got to sign another big one.
Yeah.
All right, no dumb question. This is a proposal by CBS Sports, and I want to know what you guys think. They are proposing that the Denver Broncos need to trade for Alvin Kamara, and they think that that's a deal that they could get done, despite signing JK and drafting RJ. That's just a suggestion. They said, you know what the Broncos should do? They should trade for Alvin Kamara.
Did you check the date on this? Are you sure this wasn't from like 3 months ago?
I'm staring at it right now, man. I'm staring at it right now.
Yeah, I've heard it before.
Well, yeah, as have I. But I mean, after we got JK signed, after we got RJ.
Didn't Kamara, when Denver beat New Orleans this year, someone asked him, basically said, "Yeah, I wouldn't mind playing there, playing for him again," and basically mentioned that. Listen, listen, he's been great. I mean, I had him on a fantasy team one year, and he just killed for me. I mean, he's had some unbelievable seasons. He's a running back who's still, what is he, 31 now?
He's got to be over 30.
Got to be. No, thank you.
No,
thank you.
We do not.
He is going to be 30. Yeah, he'll be 30 this upcoming season.
No thanks.
Yeah, which is about the equivalent of 35 for any other position.
I'm down with it. I mean, yes, I like talent. If you want to get more talent, that's fine. But once again, your running back room is
not
pretty
only do you got to trade for him, so you're going to give away something that George Payton loves, and that's draft capital. You're going to have to give some of that away, and two, now you're and I know you just paid Dobbins, but you got him at a pretty good price actually. I guarantee you, Kamara's making more than Dobbins is making.
I don't know.
The years of service.
Well, here I'll tell you right now. Alvin's owed. Well, he's owed $18 million in 2026.
What?
So he's getting 18.5. The Saints owe him $18.5 million in 2026.
You want to trade for that?
Hell no.
Yeah.
That's,
because you know what?
That's the dumbest idea I've ever seen.
At $18 million, you know what? If you want Alvin Kamara so much on your team, guess what? You're probably going to get a chance to get him here in about 2 months.
Right.
Because he's
the
probably
Saints are going to be the worst team in the NFL,
he's probably going to be waived because of salary cap. Yeah. So if you want him so bad, listen, will it surprise me Alvin Kamara's on this team next year? No. Not with that contract, but it'll surprise me if they trade for him.
No dumb question on the text line. They ask, what is an appropriate recognition from your company for making 70% gains in all aspects?
Executive vice president,
employee
player personnel,
employee of the month. I mean, that should make you happy.
You know what?
Right?
Actually, you probably like a $40 gift certificate to Steak and Ale.
Taco Bell.
Does Steak and Ale even exist anymore?
Steak and Shake does.
Steak and Shake. There you go. $40 to Steak and Shake.
Yeah. The only proper recognition of that is money.
Yeah.
Money.
Yeah.
That's it. Don't. I don't want a plaque. I don't want an award.
Right.
No.
Well,
I don't
hold
need
on.
a certificate. You're exactly right.
If that growth that comes from your sales, you've already probably made a commission, so just relax.
No, I still want a bonus. Yeah, give it to me. Give me more money.
Yeah,
so
if I'm making you money.
When you have a year where you drop 10% below what you wanted, are you supposed to give money back?
No, you get fired.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. No dumb question. Pay that man his money, his muni. But whatever, man. We'll see what happens.
Best movie, non-major sport. So you can't go Bull Durham because of baseball.
Ooh. Well, can I go Mighty Ducks? The Anaheim
Ducks.
Ducks.
NHL. That you can't go. You can't go major sport.
The NHL is going to get some of the actors who played in the Mighty Ducks to do their draft announcements at the NHL draft.
That would be cool, actually.
So the actors who did they're all in their 40s and stuff now.
Yeah.
Like
this
Joshua.
is an easy answer, by the way.
What is it?
Easy answer.
What is it?
Big Lebowski.
Is that your favorite movie of all time?
Well, he's saying a sports movie.
Okay, I get it. Bowling.
Yeah.
That's
what
pretty
was the other one with Woody Harrison?
Oh, the bowling.
That was bowling.
Yeah. Kingpin.
Kingpin.
Shout out to the text line. They got it immediately. Yeah,
Kingpin. There's
training day. Tony's got training day. What sports were they? No, what were they playing in? I don't even remember. No, you can't say training.
What about
day,
Dodgeball?
Dodgeball's a great movie.
Yeah,
How about
it is a great movie.
When's the last time
Dodgeball?
you saw 10 Cup?
10 Cup's a good movie. Dodgeball.
We got the Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. Is Kung Fu can we put?
Well, I guess sport.
Yeah. The Bruce Lee Dragon, the Bruce Lee story is pretty good. Although it's like 25 years old.
Color of Money.
Color Money's great, bro.
With Poole.
Tom Cruise and Paul Newman. Yes.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Thing
What's that about?
Slaps. That goes hard. Isn't it a sequel? Paul Newman played a pool hustler back in a movie.
In a black and white movie, Paul Newman was the hustler that hustled like the real fats. Fats. The pool player. Fats.
Right. Famous pool player.
Yeah.
Exactly what it is.
And then Eddie, he was Eddie somebody.
Yeah.
Do you know I met the real Eddie?
Oh, did you really?
The guy that Paul Newman's character was based on?
No.
I met the real one.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a crazy
He lived in
life.
the same building I lived in.
Where
for a
you just
while.
like, I hustle pool for a living, man. That's
Yeah,
what I do.
That was his life. Yeah, it's about pool hustlers, what it's about.
That's wild.
Wasn't there a movie called The Hustler about pool hustling?
No,
The Hustler.
Yes,
There was a movie called The Hustler, but I don't think it was about.
Yeah, it was.
Was it?
Yeah, it was about hustling pool.
I did not. I guess I have not seen that. We got a lot of Happy Gilmore on the text line.
Happy Gilmore's a good one too.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, we got a lot of Happy Gilmore.
Talladega Nights.
There you go.
Talladega Nights is great. Hey, speaking of, I thought of Talladega Nights when I saw that announcement from the Colorado Rockies where they're like, Walker Monfort is going to take over as president. Because I was like, did the Monforts go straight Talladega Nights and name their kid Texas Walker Ranger? Right? Wasn't that what they named their kids Walker and Texas Ranger?
Something like that, yeah.
And I was like, man, I wonder if the Monfort, that would be baller if
And
they did.
my brother's name was Walker.
See? But you don't have a brother also named Texas Ranger.
I do not.
That's
No.
unfortunate.
They could have called you that.
It
would have been you.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? 303-437, you right on. There's two movies that are great. Point Break. Point Break is great.
Serving, okay.
And Cinderella Man, the boxing movie.
True story.
Yeah, true story.
Well, then you
boxing.
go into Secretariat and
Yeah,
what about that
Secretariat's
horse from Santa Anita? And
Yeah. Okay, so wait. So Color of Money was the sequel to The Hustler. So the first movie
there
Paul
you go.
Newman was called The Hustler.
That's right.
And then The Color of Money was okay.
Yeah, the black and white movie was
I don't
The
think
Hustler.
I've ever seen The Hustler. I don't think I've seen that
Oh, it's
one.
good.
I haven't seen that one.
It's good.
But
Paul
yeah.
Newman young Paul Newman, he goes, "I got you, fat man." He calls. What was his last name? I keep wanting to think
now I'm
Fats
gonna have to
Domino.
wait. Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
But it ain't Fats Domino. It's Fats something.
Blades of Glory.
Blades of Glory, not bad.
Greatest game ever played. That's a Days of Thunder. I haven't thought of Days of Thunder.
Days of Thunder is a great movie.
Have you guys? I mean,
I
are you guys
like
going to
Days
go
of
see
Thunder.
the F1 movie? Do you guys like
Dude,
F1?
I almost went to a pre-release. There was like a late night showing last night.
Of
there
the
was like
new
an
F1?
there was an 8:00 showing. I almost went to it last night.
I have
bet you it's-
on our little app. I have tickets for tonight.
Do you?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll see you there.
I bet you it's I mean, nothing faster on planet Earth than an F1 car. Man.
Dude,
Those things
I'll say this: that F1 series on Netflix got me hooked on watching F1.
Yeah.
Because I was always like either
Yeah, like a NASCAR guy or somebody.
NASCAR.
What was the
or
last movie Brad Pitt
even
even
Indy.
made? He hasn't made a movie in a minute, has
He made Once Upon a Time in
Oh,
Hollywood.
he did the one
the
about that
Quentin
bullet
Tarantino.
train where he was like an
Oh,
assassin.
that was a good. You know what? That was a good movie. I can't remember the name of that movie. Now the text line's going to have one. Come on, text line. Crazy Train or Train Money or Money Train or no, Money
Bullet
Train. Bullet Train. Was it Bullet Train?
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, the text line will help us out sooner rather than later. Okay. I can't believe that was great. No dumb question segment. We will now be moving on to the second hour. We do our third hour of the program. I should mention that donut is our text word of the hour. Special thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Text in the word donut with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll roll on with PhD next. PhD coming at you live from the Backers and Shankers studios here in Lone Tree. Welcome to this Thursday, June 20th. Oh, man, Scotty did it again. Right when we're going on the air, too, so we can't clear it out, man. And not only that, these doors on these studios are like the vault doors at Fort Knox. And so, we're just stuck in here with just a simmering fart. That's no. Oh, man!
It's like,
come on,
did I tell you or did I tell you?
Come on, man.
I told you he's got the most foul-smelling farts of anyone I've ever met. No, you don't even mean that.
That's
you don't mean that.
Hey,
so
Dan,
don't say it because you don't mean it. Wow! Oh my God!
That's super nasty, Dan. I will give you. I got free weed if you hold this door open. I'm serious. Come on, come on, dude.
Like, I'm gonna throw up.
We're gonna, Scotty. You might have to do this show by yourself, man. That is.
I'm gonna throw up.
Right? It's like it smells wet. It smells wet, man. Oh no.
Onions and ketchup.
Oh, I don't. Okay. No. Yeah. Now I can't stop thinking about it. Now I'm gonna dry heave.
Scott, what did you eat?
What did you eat? A dead horse.
I'm out.
Oh.
I'm taking a break. I'm pulling.
What did you have? Right. What did you have?
Moser. I'm not doing this.
That's so nasty. That's super nasty, man. Are you okay? Like, are you okay? Little tummy ache.
You know what? In sports, that's the beautiful thing in sports. You can drop a game-winning touchdown, but if you just stand up and go,
My bad.
Then
They're just like,
it's
yeah,
all
man,
forgiven.
We got you, man.
It's all forgiven.
Right, you're a terrible teammate if you don't back you up after that.
Yeah, it's all forgiven.
Can I come back yet?
No, I don't know. You can still smell it.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. You just can't smell it because you dealt it.
No, that's why Lysol. I felt it. Then I dealt it. Then I could. But,
Okay.
You know what it is? It's natural.
Sure.
King.
There's nothing about that that's natural.
That's Liver King right there.
No, it's not the Liver King, man. That dude's crazy. Also, he now can't go within 200 yards of Joe Rogan because he's like, I'm going to kill you.
Well, he just said he wanted to fight him.
Oh, I thought he said he wanted to kill him. Oh, he's like, I'm going to punch you. Yeah, yeah.
Well, listen, first of all, I don't think you want to mess with Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan's like a black belt jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, I get it, but he's also 60-something, right? You can't, I get
Joe
it.
or Liver King?
No, Joe, right? Isn't, I was watching, when I was like a teenager, that dude was on that news radio show,
Good
right?
show.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
but
he was
that's
a
literally
maintenance
like
guy or
40
something.
years ago.
Joe Rogan's a badass.
Yeah, but I thought Scotty's acting like he can just go out and fight anybody on the street that he wants to. You can't be can't just roll up on.
Listen, Liver King, if he rolls up on Joe Rogan, he's going to get trashed.
Oh, he'll
Liver
die.
King's about 5'9", about 155.
Yeah, and you spent 20 years just hanging out with MMA guys all the time, learning and fighting. And
Joe Rogan's ripped also, for the record.
Yeah.
That dude is jacked.
Yeah.
Right, but there should be no.
And he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
Yes.
But leave that to the
Liver
younger
King
dudes,
does
man.
steroids
Can
in
I
this
still
ways.
taste it?
Yeah, see, I'm telling you that first time, you could feel it felt like liquid going in my nose, God. Yeah, okay, yeah.
No dumb question.
I'm sorry.
Why does Lysol say, please do not eat?
Hey, you don't eat it.
I'm about to eat it. I'm about to put the Lysol directly in my mouth.
It's all natural. Just think, you know what? An extra gift for the Core 4 score.
Oh my goodness!
Wow,
I didn't even think about that.
You have defiled.
That
Scott Hastings has defiled.
Somebody's going to throw on that Murray jersey and be like, "What is that?"
You know what?
The greatest giveaway
like
we have ever had is now officially ruined.
We can say game worn.
There are actual poop particles on Nikola
then
Jokic's.
people are going to think that's how Jabal smells. Man.
Nikola Jokic's signed jersey has poop particles on it.
You guys are immature.
No,
I'm
not the one dropping bombs in the studio.
It's all natural.
Okay. NBA draft last night and tonight. The second round is tonight. I don't know if anything exciting is going to happen tonight. Did anything jump out to the two of you in the NBA draft yesterday? Did anything
To me,
happen
the only thing that really stood out was that the Nets took all 5 of those picks and they took 4 guards. 4 point guards. I mean, they're officially going to become the Cleveland Browns of quarterbacks, where they're just like, okay, we don't really love any of these guys, so we're just going to take 4 of them and hope that one of them works out.
Well, the one guy they took, one of them's a young guy, and he played, I think he was from France, but he played in Spain or something like that. And Jordy, Jordy is from Spain. So he probably knew this kid from the international side of it.
Nolan, I can't remember what his name is.
But I think
Nolan
they took a couple upsides. Listen, you're in the lottery anyway, so how good were you? You're not going to re-sign Russell back. So you know what? You go with young guys, stay below the cap, develop for a couple of years, get a lottery pick next year, and let's go.
Yeah, and then I think Brooklyn's going to have so much money to spend.
But you're telling me you couldn't find one dude that you liked enough that you're like, yeah, we're going to trade away 1 or 2 of these things to go move up to get the guy?
But Berto made a great point to Dan during the break before Tyler left a bomb in here.
Right. Yeah.
That I don't know what was the great. The league season, the league official season then starts on July 7th.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. The league season starts on July 7th. That's why yesterday in the draft, all the kids were throwing on hats that they weren't going to, for teams that they're not going to ever play for.
So you can legally start talking to free agents July 1st at 12:01, but you can't officially sign them till July 7th?
Yeah, right.
So how do we know that a couple of these picks aren't traded?
Well, I'm sure right. 1 or 2 of them will be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, some of these teams are going to have to make deals with these guys, these young guys, because some of these teams don't want these young players. They're contenders. They want to get it done. But I don't. Yeah, nothing really shocked me yesterday about the NBA draft.
The team that just won the NBA, aren't they like the 3rd youngest team or something like that?
Yeah.
So can young teams not win championships anymore?
No, they certainly can.
Probably not in the NBA, to be honest. I don't think it's possible. I think best case scenario in the NBA is you could take a long-term vision with young players, exactly like the Denver Nuggets did, and try to turn that into something in 5 or 6 years. But no, I do not think you can win young.
Well, but again, I ask, and I'll look it up right here. One.
Yeah.
Oklahoma City, like the 3rd youngest team in the NBA.
Last year, OKC was the youngest team to win whatever, 60. They became the youngest 60-win team in the history of the NBA. Something like that. Their roster is young. But the best part is they just won an NBA title. Jalen Williams just made All NBA. They're not going to be able to pay all those guys. Next year they're going to be great. The year after that, they're not. One of those guys. One of their core is gone after next year.
But they also had multiple picks.
You're right. And matter of fact, didn't they swing a deal where they could actually end up with like the number 1 overall pick next season?
Here you go. NBA team rosters for the upcoming season 24-25. So this was going into last year. Oklahoma City Thunder are number 1. San Antonio Spurs is number 2 as far as average age of players. So the question is, unlike I think I would normally always tend to agree 100% with you, because I've seen too many teams that get young guys. It takes them 2 or 3 years to develop. But when you're selecting teams in the top 10 all the time, you're going to hit on some young guys, aren't you? I mean, you guys going to be surprised if Cooper Flagg's not day 1 starter?
I don't know. Is a top 10 pick even that big of a deal in the NBA? I don't think it is.
A top 3
I don't think
pick
it is,
right? Because don't we think that Cooper Flagg is going to change the nature of the Mavs franchise, right?
Of course. But I think it's like any draft. It depends on the year of guys coming out. This year, you weren't going to take the 5th quarterback, the 5th best quarterback in the first round in the NFL.
Right.
You weren't going to take that this year. Last year, they took a shot on one. Worked out for them. And I think it changed. Now, they say, and once again, I don't know how you know, they say next year's NBA draft is going to be deeper and stronger.
Yeah.
We had, was it John Wallace who told us the other day that the top handful is really good this year. And then after, what did he say? Like from 8 or 14 through the rest of the draft, all very similar, which goes back to Brooklyn. You just got guys at 23 that you might be able to get at 33 or 41. But I listen, Oklahoma City just won the NBA championship with the youngest roster, the youngest age team in the NBA. How did they do that?
Well, they got SGA.
Yeah.
I mean, so if you got Wemby, you get Cooper Flagg. Okay, yeah, you got a shot at this thing.
And you know what it is? It's guys So SGA, this is still like his 5th year. They're the youngest team, but I mean, he's still put NBA time. By your 5th year, you're a pro.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you're a pro. Hartenstein's been around, 5-6 years.
Wait, how old is Chet?
Chet's 22. Well, hold on.
But he came out after 1 year of college.
He's 23.
And he just finished his 3rd year. His first year, he missed all year because he was hurt.
Yeah, but we're not talking like it's not a bunch of rookies.
23 years old.
But they're still the youngest team in the NBA.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be some sort of balance with there. I mean, in last year they were very good record-wise, right? And they just got bounced.
Right. Like the Thunder's window is a decade, right? Their window right now, a championship window is 10 years. What's the Nuggets window? 5 years?
You know what? I think we got to relook at windows, especially in the NBA, in the sense of this. When did the max contract start coming out?
Yeah.
That's your window.
Yeah.
Right.
So, this is what I'm saying. Like, Oklahoma City's window was this season and next season.
Right.
Because after next season, they're gonna lose Chet, or they're gonna lose J-Dub, or they're gonna lose one of those guys because they can't hand out another Supermax. So I don't know, man. It was like Scotty was talking about when we were talking about like dynasties in sports and mediocrity compared to parity in the NFL and stuff like that. Like the NBA owners tricked the NBA players into agreeing to a CBA.
That sucks.
That did dirty.
They didn't check the players. They made a deal under the table with the player representative. The whoever runs the NBPA made a deal with them, kind of like Tyler always talks about it. How do they, how do you keep having these things? Oh, look, the salary cap went up. Oh, the salary cap went up. Hey, do you got insurance for retired players?
Right.
Oh, no, they didn't put that in there. But you're getting paid more now.
Yeah, then in the NFL, we will forego lifetime health insurance for 2 less offseason practices.
So crazy.
Like that's how dumb we are.
That's stupid, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's how they lose. And I guarantee you, in fact, they made a deal. The previous collective bargaining of the NBA was supposedly, was it Damari Smith made this deal, and the players, after they find out, and then all of a sudden they ran Damari Smith off there. But I think there's shady stuff that goes on. I bet it goes on in the NFL between whoever runs the NFLPA, the guy you guys hired. I think it's a lady now that's the head of it now, I think, and works with Goodell. We have to see what they get.
Yeah,
Let's see if we get it. I find it. Why does the NFLPA need an office in New York?
Yeah, I get it,
Don't
man.
we got Zoom?
I get it. I'm with you, man. I don't trust it. It's a little shady.
Yeah. Why are we paying $25,000 a month to lease an office in New York? Why don't you go pay $2,500 in Kansas City?
Yeah, right, exactly. But I don't know. Appearances, who knows? We'll have a new. What do we? Here in 5 minutes, we're gonna have a new keyword, right? For the core four.
For the poop stained jerseys.
Oh, that's true. They now smell like, you know what? I guess for some people, how some people just like feet. Some people might just like Hastings farts. Maybe it's a bonus if the Jamal Murray jersey smells like a Hastings fart.
The warden.
Yeah.
I'll be 100% sure this last one was all me.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
All me?
All you, man.
Yes.
All you. All right. We'll be right back.
Hey, if you've noticed you're starting to lose your hair, you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Just make the commitment to call 720-459-HAIR, and you're going to get your hair back. It really is as simple as that. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working on you. You'll love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You'll love the entire staff over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. Guys, your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. And Advanced Hair, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. But that is a limited time offer. Check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.